Hello everyone. We are pushing 2 videos a day with little to no budget. You can help with Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon. Link in the descriptions. Chapter 1401 Spiritual Product. Ves took his newly created spiritual product and left the workshop. He quickly found out that if he did not wish to abandon his detached spiritual projection, then he had to depart from Lady Miralix's mind first. Leaving took little effort. The main difficulty in entering her mind from a distance was tracking down her very minute presence in the imaginary realm. Exiting merely required him to phase through the barriers of her mind. Because of the differences between their states, they actually didn't really bump into each other. The new spiritual product he created also exited fairly easily, proving that it fell into the category of a spiritually powerful entity, though only barely. However, as he crossed out of Lady Miralix's mind and instantly dragged his spiritual projection and its cargo back to his own mind, he thought back to his mastery experiences. Was the system doing something similar? Had it already mastered the ability to spiritually project someone's consciousness and insert them into other people's minds? Am I reinventing the wheel? It irked him a bit that some of his experiments and explorations resulted in innovations that others had already come up with. Not being the first person to invent some of his spiritual new techniques struck a significant blow to his vanity. Damn it! Couldn't it have taught me some of these tricks earlier? He only let this wrinkle spoil this mood for so long. As a teacher himself, he knew the value of solving problems without assistance. Although it sounded paradoxical, it really was the best way for someone to learn a new ability or technique. So even if the system appeared to possess a more refined set of applications of spirituality, Ves did not even consider begging it to teach him some tricks. He was doing well enough on his own by learning at his own pace. As Ves fully returned his entire consciousness in his own mind, he regarded the spiritual product in his mind with the fondness of an artisan creating a seminal piece of work. There was a reason why he called the spiritual fragment that combined his own spiritual energy with the dragon cat's spiritual remnant a product. It was, in essence, a manufactured creation. Even if the production process took place in a purely spiritual setting, it did not detract from the fact that it had come into existence through deliberate intent. Am I a god now? He asked himself. Well, he didn't really feel like one, so he probably had some ways to go. In any case, the point was that Ves made significant strides in his design philosophy. He had gone from using spiritual fragments directly as his design spirits after minimal processing to using them as the raw materials of a more sophisticated spiritual product. This was like if he used to eat eggs by boiling them, and eating directly by using them as ingredients for a traditional cake. The latter was much more sophisticated than the former, thereby opening up many possibilities with what he could do in his work. Sure, the product he created looked kind of rough and unpolished when Ves inspected it further. The spiritual fragment only merged together the two different kinds of spiritual energies in a rudimentary fashion. This was a product created out of trial and error rather than deliberate theory. Ves still had no idea why it worked at all and how he got the two energies to establish a basic, symbiotic bond with each other. It's good enough that it worked. For a mere modification project, Ves didn't quibble too much about the shortcomings of his spiritual product. In fact, applying his new creation to the Kinslayer would be a very good opportunity to put this innovation to the test. You're going to need a name. You deserve that at the very least, he whispered. He had breathed life into the remains of a spiritually dead entity. The new creation might have incorporated some of his spiritual strength, but it was completely detached and independent from himself. All their common ground did was make the newborn spiritual entity more open and trusting towards him. It had not yet developed a sophisticated consciousness that stood up on its own. It's like a baby, Pretty much, but without the incessant crying and need for milk and comfort. He spontaneously decided to call it Vesca's. The name didn't matter. What Ves cared more was what its creation represented for his future development. No longer was he bound to the whims of his spiritual fragments if he ever obtained them for his future projects. As long as they proved recalcitrant, uncooperative, or incompatible, Ves could choose to overpower their defenses and break them apart. It's just like dismantling a useless mech in order to recycle its parts and materials. If he did this to living spiritual fragments, he was essentially killing them by doing this. Their spiritual imprints tying them to their source would still linger, but no longer did they play a significant role. As long as Ves introduced his excess spiritual energy and melded it into the broken spiritual remains, his living spiritual imprint would overpower and subsume the dead spiritual imprint of the original source. This was exactly what happened in the case of Vesca's. As Ves continued to probe his new organic product from every angle, he noted that its spiritual imprint had changed as well. It contained elements from both the deceased dragon cat and himself, along with a lot of random elements. The latter proved to be the component that distinguished the new entity's imprint from both its parent sources. Vesca's firmly existed as an independent spiritual entity, and only possessed loose familial ties with Ves and the dragon cat. This must be the reason why I can't control it like a limb. It really is akin to a child. The path of life revolved around the wonder and mysteries of life. Surprises and unexpected behavior was part of what made life so vibrant every day. If Ves turned back to the path of determinism, then he might prioritize a way to enslave the spiritual product and keep it under his heel. I can't do that. He shook his head. Right now, he did not wish to besmirch the path of life and tread over its core values. Now that he created a new form of spiritual life, he wanted to put Vesca's to good use where it could develop into something more. It might be my baby, but it's also a product. Products are meant to be used, not pampered. He wasn't running a charity, after all. As Ves quietly studied Vesca's further by probing it with his own spirituality, he found out that the spiritual product contained a messy fusion of both his understanding of mech design and the dragon cat's rich experience in combat. This was a very ideal fusion considering that both of them complemented well with a tiger mech once they combined their strengths. It's all about symbiosis. His own spirituality was highly familiar with mechs and mech designs, but it possessed no battle expertise. The dragon cat's remnant spirituality knew nothing about how mechs worked, but it possessed an abundant amount of battle intent and experience. Combining the two together resulted in an ideal fusion where the strengths of both covered the weaknesses of each other. The spiritual product's familiarity and intimacy with mechs was the highest of any spiritual fragment he came in touch with in the past. Entities such as Kalankso's spiritual fragment and Prophet Ilvain's spiritual fragment all possessed their own strong points. However, all of the supplemental images he blended into them only supplemented some familiarity and expertise in mechs into them. It did not change their fundamental makeup in a very significant way. It was more like the previous spiritual fragments began to wear mech-themed coats. Underneath their clothes, they still reflected their source, which possessed little to no familiarity at all with mechs. This was why his latest innovation was so important. Rather than drape his spirituality over the fragments in a shallow manner, he shoved it inside their spiritual makeup. This forced them to integrate a much larger proportion of his intimacy of mechs. For this reason, Ves regarded Vesca's as the next step in his utilization of spiritual fragments. Despite its lack of strength compared to Ilvain's spiritual fragment, or Kalankso's spiritual fragment, its depth and familiarity to mechs far surpassed the older spiritual entities. It's kind of a way of accomplishing more with less. Ves had been driven to this point out of necessity. The dragon cat's spiritual remnant had already died by the time he got to it. What he essentially did was repurposing the spiritual carcass into something new and functional. If he could already do this with some dead spiritual remains, what if he applied the same method to something stronger? His eyes shone as he started to imagine the possibilities if he managed to harvest a living spiritual fragment from a notorious crowned cat such as Zygra. In fact, his greed urged him to take more. Instead of harvesting a mere fragment from the huge cat's spirituality, Ves aimed to capture it whole. Of course, he didn't think it was as simple as yoinking Zygra's spirituality out of his mind as soon as he caught sight of the crowned cat. He figured that he'd only have an opportunity to do so at the moment of its death. As the fate of the dragon cat's spiritual remnant already showed, when a powerful creature died, their spirituality became unmoored. This would be the time when Ves would make his move. In order to get to that point, I have to make sure Lady Miralix and her hunters are piloting the strongest mechs possible. His motivation towards his current assignment shot up into the sky. He deeply committed himself to improving the mechs of the cat strikers, especially Miralix's kinslayer. As soon as he came off his inner contemplation, he dragged Lucky and Nita over to the mech workshops where he immediately went to work. Aside from drawing up modification plans on the fly for the humanoid mechs, Ves poured his entire heart into tweaking and refining the kinslayer. Ves was like a bundle of energy, as he completely immersed himself into his work. While the other mechs of the cat slayers only received modest alterations, the modifications he made to the kinslayer became much more pronounced. With Vesca's housed in his mind, he actively solicited it during the modification process. Even if it was too immature to make its own decisions, just familiarizing the spiritual product to the mech was an important step. Look closely! This is going to be your new home soon! Overall, the changes he made to the kinslayer made it conform a little more to the dragon cat. In fact, Ves spent more time and effort on applying cosmetic changes than altering its performance. Appearances mattered. As Ves added various decorative elements to the mech, the tiger mech became more and more majestic. Along with the latent X factor it developed because of how much Ves invested in the modification plans, the mechs slowly began to take an entirely different air. To the mech technicians working at the workshop, their leader's personal mech began to acquire the stature it deserved. While Lady Miralix understood little of what Ves was actually doing, she applauded his efforts nonetheless. "Fantastic work, Mr. Larkinson!" She clapped her hands in satisfaction. "I knew it was worth it to involve you in my hunt. I can already imagine how well my new and improved kinslayer will perform against Zygra. The footage that we'll record will surely look epic." Though he shared some of her enthusiasm, Ves did not let his feelings detract from the dangers they faced. "Please don't think you'll be invincible when you pilot the new kinslayer. We're facing a crowned cat, after all. Or other preparations can't fall behind." Lady Miralix quickly regained her composure. "Ah, yes, you're right. We can't take any crowned cat for granted. It's been a while since we last observed Zygra in battle, so he may have grown stronger than we projected in the meantime. Hopefully your efforts have closed the gap." "We can only hope," Ves said cautiously. Chapter 1402 The Crown Hunt. After a week of tinkering and modification work, the Felixia cat slayers finally commenced with their ambitious hunt. Practically half of Kemila's residents emerged from their homes, bars, and other workplaces in order to witness the procession of the Felixia cat strikers. Like any dutiful scion and mech pilot of House Laterna, Lady Miralix ingratiated herself in Kemila's hunting community. She spent a fair amount of time in the middling hunting city going on various hunts, doing business with the local shops and service providers, and learning from more experienced hunters. For this reason, lots of locals paid attention to everything she did. So when she and her hunting team finally set off for their long-anticipated hunt, the citizens of Kemela largely cheered them on that morning. Nonetheless, the moment the crowds at the streets caught sight of the altered kinslayer marching proudly at the head of the procession, their cheers stilled in their throats for a moment. This mech! How come it looks so different than before? Not even the huge cats I've faced in battle are as ferocious as Lady Miralix's kinslayer. A burst of discussion and admiration exploded from the crowd of people closest to the compound. Almost everyone in the city caught a glimpse of the kinslayer or its predecessors before. Yet the difference between now and then was that the current incarnation of the kinslayer gave a vastly stronger impression than before. Whereas before the hunters regarded the kinslayer as a fine battle machine and a quality mech, now they started to believe it had become capable of something more. The kinslayer evoked a powerful sense of pride and confidence. Even Ves looked a bit stumped when he witnessed the mech bask in the energy of the parade. Vesca's, the kinslayer's new design spirit, took after its parents. Its pride came from the dragon cat while its confidence came from himself. The two of them combined led to an aura that turned the kinslayer into a mech that made everyone believe it could triumph against the crowned cat. Meow. Oh, you silly Lucky, he admonished the pet that perched on his shoulder. I can't turn you into something like that. You'll have to develop your own air. Meow. I don't think you'll appreciate the process I have to do in order to make you resemble the kinslayer. Ves, Lucky, and Nita accompanied the hunting team in one of their 4 fast-legged transports. Each hunting team consisted of 12 mechs and up to 4 extra support vehicles. The latter carried spare parts, some basic fabrication and repair equipment, additional supplies, and more. The legged transports resembled the ones the Vandals and Sword Maidens utilized on Aeon Corona 7. Of course, the models used by the Cat Strikers were optimized for close to standard gravity, so they moved a lot faster. At their full speed, they could keep up with any sprinting medium mech. Right now, Ves looked out of the transparent viewscreen at the top of one of the legged transports. His commanding view over the crowd and the mechs in the procession gave him a very clear picture of how the changes he made to the kinslayer sparked a drastic change to how people reacted to its appearance. Compared to the seemingly transformed tiger mech, the humanoid ranged and melee mechs that trailed after it like obedient soldiers barely looked any different. While Ves did manage to help the mech technicians perform various tweaks and optimizations under the hood, he simply didn't have the time or resources to impart them with a spiritual component. Hopefully it won't come to bite me back in the butt. Ves, Lady Miralix, and everyone else accompanying the hunting team depended on the performance of the humanoid mechs to wear Zygra down. If the humanoid mechs failed to contain the powerful crowned cat in the first couple of rounds, then the kinslayer might be forced to step forward prematurely. This was an outcome that everyone on their hunting team wanted to prevent, including Ves. He thought he could make more improvements to the other mechs, but the kinslayer demanded so much of his attention that he barely squeezed enough time to soup up the other mechs. Well, it's not like they were in shambles before I got my hands on them. I've seen worse. To someone like Lady Miralix, succeeding in this hunt determined the success she enjoyed in the future. With so much at stake, it did not surprise him at all that she paid far more attention to the state and quality of her mechs than regular mech commanders. Ves approved of her attitude. Her willingness to make a lot of concessions in order to acquire his assistance proved how much she invested in her mechs. If more mech pilots and mech commanders were like her, the LMC would be making vastly more sales. In truth, even if more and more people in the mech community started to learn about the remarkable nature of his products, they still hesitated to open their wallets. The high prices that his company charged still posed an enormous deterrent to popularizing his style of mechs. It reminded Ves that he had to design a series of cheaper mechs at some point in order to service the lower end of the mech market. "Mr. Larkinson?" Nita asked. She'd been standing quietly at his side in the observation compartment. "Please forgive me for my presumptuousness, but can I ask a question?" "Sure. You don't need to ask for permission. I consider you as something more than just a bodyguard." "What are we even doing here? What is so important about participating in this dangerous hunt that you have to participate in person?" Ves stopped admiring the work he did to the kinslayer and turned around to face his kin or bodyguard. He had to crane his neck upwards due to her height, which irked him a bit. "Nita, you've spent some months in my company, which is enough time for you to become familiar with me. Do you think I'm the sort of person who does something without a reason?" She shook her head. "I know that you are not one for wasting time, sir. This is the same. My words and actions might not make much sense from time to time, but there's always a reason behind my decisions." "But are your decisions sound?" she questioned. "Although I don't wish to disparage you, I think the concerns expressed by your executive assistant are valid. Your judgment is outside the norm." Ves crossed his arms. "I'll give you that. I know what Gavin and you are worried about, but you just have to put your faith in me that I am doing the best for both myself and anyone who depends on me. There are factors in play that I don't dare to reveal to you or anyone else." "I understand that, sir, but is it worth taking so many risks?" She frowned. "Right now, we are on our way to hunt one of the deadliest hostile creatures on Felixia. Each crowned cat is a tough and unreasonable monster. Who knows how many mechs have succumbed to the rage of these huge cats, and legged transports aren't exempt from danger." "I share your concerns, Nita, but I'm still convinced this is the best course of action for me. I have already made a lot of gains on Felixia, but the grand prize has yet to fall into my hands. I won't leave Felixia until I'm satisfied." He turned back towards the viewscreen in order to watch the hunting team move out of the city premises and head into the deepest hunting zone within Kemila's range. In truth, Ves already made a lot of gains. Without coming across a damaged and dying spiritual remnant from an exabeast that had recently been slain, Ves would have never come up with his series of new spiritual techniques. It was in rare encounters like these that frequently prodded him into coming up with novel solutions to unexpected problems. Spiritual invasion, spiritual alignment, and spiritual restoration were the latest tools he added into his spiritual toolbox. His options and his versatility in the spiritual department grew by the day. He had made a lot of strides in the path of life since the start of his one-year tour, so much so that Ves thought it might be time to hit the brakes soon. Though the path of life continued to tempt him with greater possibilities, he couldn't neglect the path of determinism. Adding too many uncontrollable factors in his mech designs would eventually lead to disaster. To him, life possessed unlimited potential. The danger here was that not every outcome favored him. If his own design spirits turned against him one day, Ves would have to rely on precautions to limit the damage. Unfortunately, the path of life did not place a strong emphasis on control. Once a new spiritual product came into existence, Ves lost direct control over them. How they developed was anyone's guess. Only the path of determinism provided a solid framework to rein in his spiritual products. Even if the problem didn't appear to be acute right now, he saw the need for solutions to be ready at hand in the future. "Will there ever be a time where you can let your guard down and stop chasing after power?" Nita asked, interrupting the silence. Ves ruefully smiled as he stared at the giant tropical forest looming closer and closer. "I don't think that time will ever come. There's always a threat in the background that is ready to pull out the knives as soon as I reveal my back to them. If I wanted to be at the whim of fate and circumstance, I can just abandon everything I have and turn back to the life of a normal space peasant. Even then, I'll never be safe, as normal citizens are still subject to events that affect entire states. His answer made Nita uneasy, though she already expected such an answer. When someone grows into power, they have the option to resist. Those that lack sufficient power have no choice at all. Exactly. I've suffered from lacking power plenty of times in the past. No more. As soon as I gained some control over my life, I resolved to never put myself in such a helpless condition again. The decisions I've made and the risks I've taken are a necessary price to pay in order to remedy my deficiency. You could slow down, sir. Nita frowned. I won't argue with you about the merits of pursuing growth, but the speed and urgency in which you are doing it has turned you into a greater threat to yourself than any external enemy. Ves turned around again and faced Nita with a flat face. Ha! That's funny. Nice joke. Just to be clear, I'm always doing what is best for myself. Sure, I have to go through a lot of pain sometimes, but there is always light at the end of the tunnel. The two stopped talking once the hunting team finally moved into the tropical forest. The massive genetically modified trees towered far above the height of Mechs, providing both hunter and prey with plenty of solid obstacles that made every attempt to sprint a nightmare in this environment. Their comms also chirped, notifying that they had both lost connection to the planetary network. The hunting zones are under a complete blockade, Ves said seriously. There's no way we can call for help. Everything fell into the neatly planned arrangements of House Laterna. The hunting zones became areas where hunters had to rely on their efforts to catch their prey. If they failed, no one would come and save them. No matter how many signals they transmitted, no one would come to their aid. Even a privileged member of a noble house was not exempt. In the eyes of House Laterna and almost every other noble institution, the sanctity of the hunt mattered more than the life of a single family member. We're on our own from now on, Ves declared. The true hunt has begun. Chapter 1403 Prey by Design. Tracking an immense cat-like creature in a hunting zone required a bit of effort. The experienced hunting consultants riding on the legged transports constantly scanned their surroundings. Enormous creatures ordinarily left a lot of traces of their passage behind. Ves understood little of what they saw, but one day after they set out, the Felixia cat strikers found a trail. The tracks are over 2 weeks old. Not bad, one of the fellows stated at the observation compartment of one of the transports. Ves, Lucky, and Nita happened to be present as well. The rest of the cramped transport's interior looked absolutely drab. The vehicle's entire design revolved around function. Hardly any thought had been spent on comfort, which Ves personally thought was a bad design choice. The hunters and other personnel aboard the transports didn't share his complaints. To them, a hunt was serious business. This was no time to sink into a comfortable couch and enjoy a nice glass of wine. Certainly, a longer hunt on an untamed planet might merit some priority on comfort, but the Felixia cat strikers estimated that their current hunt would not last longer than a week. During this period, every mech pilot and every staffer had to be as alert and focused on the job as possible. Even Ves still carried some responsibilities. He had to keep track of the conditions of the mechs of the hunting team throughout the course of the hunt. He also had to pitch in with performing acute repairs in the field after they concluded a round of fighting with the crowned cat. He knew he'd become very busy soon, which was why he prized this quiet period at the beginning. If only he had a comfy couch instead of a drab alloy bench to rest upon. His seat didn't even come with a backrest. As the hours passed by, Ves idly distracted himself by studying the surrounding terrain. The hunting zone that kept Zygra contained within its area was situated in the very depths of a very huge tropical rainforest environment. Different from regular forests, House Laterna seeded the lands with supersized tropical trees. It took an extremely long time for these trees to grow to their current height and size, but once they did, they absolutely towered over every mech. Ves studied the basic parameters of the trees beforehand and found out that even mechs and huge cats had difficulty cutting them down. While they weren't invincible, or even highly resilient, their sheer size and mass made trying to cut them down a waste of time. A mech or a huge cat would have to expend way too much energy to go through all of that wood, and that only took care of one among billions of trees. Aside from the massive trees and huge shrubs and bushes, plenty of wildlife also livened up the vibrant rainforest. Various creatures the size of dogs comprised the smallest animals in the forest. Larger animals the size of bears or hippos preyed upon these bottom-tier animals, but even these mighty genetically strengthened predators fell prey to the various cats roaming the hunting zone. Yes, cats. Zygra was far from the only huge cat to occupy the hunting zone. House Laterna wanted to provide hunters with a realistic and challenging hunting experience, and facing multiple predators fell within the range of possibilities that could overcome a hunting team. For this reason, Lady Miralix and the other hunters slowed their pace and progressed carefully into the rainforest. Even as they tracked Zygra's old tracks, they kept their eyes peeled out for the tracks of smaller, but still threatening huge cats. Still, even the most vigilant hunters fell prey to surprises. Just as Ves was shifting his seating posture, alarms suddenly rang throughout the compartment. Alert! Massive heat signature detected to the west. The observation chamber immediately locked down by sliding down the armored shutters over the transparent windows. What's going on? Ves asked with concern. A huge cat is lying in ambush along our path. Ves activated a projector and inputted his temporary credentials. Due to his sweeping responsibilities, he gained extensive access to the systems of the hunting team. Right now, he used his access to call up the live footage of the fight about to take place outside. As soon as someone sounded the alarm, the mechs and vehicles of the hunting team all moved into position. The legged transports all huddled together, forming the center of a loose formation of ranged mechs that all pointed their weapons outward. Circling around them, the melee mechs brandished their weapons as they adopted postures that would help them deflect or withstand any pounds from a huge cat. In this circumstance, the mechs couldn't afford to evade or dodge an attack. Neither the ranged mechs or the legged transports were built to withstand the raw fury of even a regular huge cat for more than a couple of seconds. It's coming! The bushes to the west parted as a huge cat pounced at the nearest machine, which happened to be a night mech immediately placed upon the spot. The cat did not utter any roar at all, perhaps thinking that its attack hadn't been noticed at all. In truth, the hunting team already locked on the creature's noise, heat signature, and other indicators a while ago. Even if the huge cats were genetically modified to make them harder to detect, that only worked in distances ranging to kilometers. This close, their huge bulk made it untenable for them to remain undetected. As the huge cat, which looked like a green and orange panther, pounced, the night mech which stood in the way began to bend its stance and angle its kite shield. Clang! The colorful panther's claws raked across the surface of the shield and deflected to the side. The rest of the huge cat's body partially slammed against the shield as well, but due to the clever angling, started to bounce aside as if it was a stone skipping across water. Yes! The cat fell for it! He's dead meat now! The hunting consultant's words proved accurate. The panther, who looked like an abomination of a kid's doodling, had been thrown so off guard by the failed pounce that it failed to react in time to the threats approaching its flanks. Two spearmen mechs flanking the night mech charged forward and rammed their weapons through the thick hide of the huge cat. Ayo! The huge roar emanating from the injured creature was so forceful that Ves had the illusion that it rattled his bones. He picked up Lucky and hugged his cat close to his chest. "Look, Lucky! That's what happens to big, dumb cats. I'd better hope you don't grow up as large and stupid like this genetic failure." Meow! Just look at the awful coloring of its coat. The biotech researchers who cooked up its genes have no artistic sense at all. Anyone who takes a look at it will immediately develop the impression that it's a clown. Considering its idiotic decision to ambush a hunting team, I'm not surprised it's lacking in the intelligence department. Once the cat suffered 2 deep puncture wounds, the hunting team adopted a conservative and vigilant posture. Only the night mech and the 2 spearmen mechs sparred with the bleeding panther. The other mechs, including the kinslayer, vigilantly faced every other direction in case any other hidden cats lay in wait to pounce. Just because some huge cats were stupid didn't mean every specimen charged at their deaths. Most cats, especially the more mature and older ones, develop sentient or near-sentient intelligence. This made them especially dangerous as their planning and cooperation exceeded the norm of regular exobeasts. Perhaps the most fearsome disaster that could befell a hunting team was being ambushed by a pride of multiple huge cats. When each of these massive creatures consciously and proactively hunted together, then the battle power they could exert increased exponentially. Fortunately, it appeared that the colorful panther brought no friends and backup. The night mech easily fended off the weakening panther's instinctive attacks while the spearman mechs continued to poke more holes into its flanks and rear. After 8 minutes of steady dancing, the panther finally developed second thoughts. Though it attempted to escape multiple times, the hunting mechs did not allow it to escape with its life intact. The green and orange panther might develop a grudge against the Felixia cat strikers or other hunting teams. To prevent the resentful cat from taking revenge in the future, the cat strikers had to nip the attacker in the bud. "It can't run!" Stabbed by spears from both flanks, the huge cat had bled out so much from its puncture wounds that it could no longer summon up the strength to stop the night mech from stabbing through one of its eyes with a sword. "It's dead!" Despite this small accomplishment, none of the hunters expressed any excitement. In fact, the hunting team outright ignored the carcass of the panther and quickly started to get back on the move. "Why are we leaving the carcass behind?" Ves frowned. "The huge cat is only an adolescent of its species." The hunting consultant shook his head. "Lady Miralix won't earn any prestige for hunting such a weak prey. Zygra is our only target. We are to avoid any lesser huge cat as hunting them down provides no benefit to our hunting team." The cat that pounced on them just a moment ago turned out to be young, inexperienced and weak. The fury and combat prowess of a crowned cat definitely surpassed that of this trivial panther. What they encountered was just a taste of what was about to come. "Is it unusual to face a lot of ambushes by other huge cats?" "It's as normal as any other hunting environment." The hunter smiled. "Many times, hunting teams that set out to hunt down a specific cat will return with the carcass of another cat on their transports. Every cat in every hunting zone is our enemy. Some are clever and know better than to confront a team of mechs, but other cats like the panther just then are compelled to attack anything big that moves. Even if they face a bunch of mechs that they can't eat." Ves scratched his head. The hunter's smile turned into a grin. "There's us humans inside those mechs, you know? The transports like the ones we are on right now carries a lot more humans. Some cats are really hungry for human flesh. Others deliberately target us because they're smart enough to realize that they're nothing but prey that exists solely for our amusement." Now that he thought about it, the fate of most huge cats on the Asco continent was kind of tragic. A lot of huge cats emerged from test tubes instead of born from actual mother cats. Knowing no love, They grew rapidly as their genes compelled them to eat and eat until they grew to an immense size. This hastened and industrial-like upbringing did the mental states of the cats no favor. The smarter the cats, the more they comprehend the nihility of their existence. Their entire lives came into being for the sole purpose of giving us humans some feisty prey to hunt. The way the hunter gleefully talked down on the huge cats made it clear to Ves that some hunters were in it to satisfy their need to take down something bigger and stronger than them. Humans were so small compared to the size of the huge cats that it gave the former a power rush whenever they took down something so enormous. "Don't you think that some of these cats deserve better?" Ves cautiously asked. The hunting consultant threw an ugly look at him. Prey is prey. No matter how deadly they are and how smart they grow, the cats are always destined to turn into our fur coats and hunting trophies mounted on our walls. In the parlance of mech designers like you, they are prey by design. House Laterna designed the vast majority of the huge cats on the Asco continent to serve as hunting fodder. In no instance did the biotech researchers and the hunters ever think that the huge cats deserve any chance of escaping this fate. For some reason, Ves felt inordinately sad for the huge cats. Meow! Of course, Lucky didn't see it that way. To him, the huge cats were merely mutations that deviated enormously from the ideal cat. Chapter 1404 Beyond Purpose. The hunting team rested only for a short period after taking down the huge panther. As Mech started to remain on guard, Ves and a handful of mech technicians exited their legged transports and performed perfunctory maintenance and repairs on the mechs engaged in battle. Only the night mech that faced the brunt of the panther's charges required some minor fixes. The mech had been designed to absorb a lot of shock, and it had properly braced and angled itself to redirect a large portion of the forces slamming into its shield. "All right, it's done!" Ves shouted as he recalled the mech technicians who replaced a few minor broken subcomponents. The work they performed amounted to nothing but an emergency patch. Only after they rested for the night would the maintenance crew be able to perform more thorough maintenance. Right now, the carcass bleeding and stinking all over the place made this location a very poor resting spot. Who knew how many hungry cats would converge on the site? The hunting team departed within an hour. Lady Miralix declined to take any trophies from the corpse of the brightly colored panther. The noblewoman and her hunters considered the huge cat to be too young, juvenile, stupid, and unworthy to celebrate its death. Back inside the legged transport, Ves harbored mixed feelings about the attitudes expressed by the hunting consultants and other people on the team. Their callous treatment of huge cats like the panther made it clear that they saw every huge cat in the hunting zones as prey and only prey. The only value the huge cats offered to the hunters was how much bragging rights they provided to the hunters. It was as if every huge cat wandered around with a floating label on top of their heads which signified how much reputation and prestige they provided. The panther they just defeated evidently provided so little value that the hunters outright dismissed the kill. What do the geneticists and exobiologists who designed this ugly panther think about their creation? They likely care little to nothing about their own creations. They cooked up so many different species of huge cats and dumped them onto the Asco continent in order to collect experimental data. The more successful species that grew into crowned cats received the bulk of their attention. The lesser ones who fared less well against the hunters were probably regarded as genetic trash that needed to be cleaned up to make room for deadlier and more successful prey. Normally, Ves cared little for the methods and machinations of biotech researchers. The crazy specialists constantly played around with genes sampled from newly discovered exobeasts or synthesized entirely from their labs. The type of work they did differed significantly from the work of a typical mech designer. One played God, while the other designed machines. Yet the difference isn't so clear now in my case, he whispered to himself. He cast his eyes down his firm and dexterous hands. For now, he designed mechs with his hands. In the future, he might be able to shape more than mechs with his limbs. Perhaps he might directly create a new life form with a few gestures of his hands one day. Having read the research data and files that Lucky had once lifted from a hidden research outpost, Ves knew that the attitudes held by the hunters were also shared among the specialists. Who created the cats? There are very few people who actually respect the huge cats. Only the hardcore, professional hunters who lived by the hunter's creed respected every creature they felled. Sadly, Lady Miralix declined to hire any of them on her hunting team. To her, rigid traditions had no place in her current mission. All she cared about was hunting down a notable crown cat to provide a powerful boost to her career. In a way, the huge cats are fulfilling their purpose. Why should I pity their existences? No matter how much he tried to dismiss the issue, his doubts continued to come back to haunt him. This was because his recent experimentation drew obvious parallels with the work of House Laterna's biotech researchers. Both of them created new forms of life. While their methods and their products diverged, the implications of their work were remarkably similar. What is the responsibility of a creator to their work? Ves struggled with this question ever since he became a mech designer. Sometimes he washed his hands of them as soon as they fell into the hands of his customers. This applied the most to his mass-market products. Sometimes he cared a lot about how they were being utilized. This only applied to some of his custom mechs and gold-label mechs. The somewhat inconsistent approach made it clear that Ves had never really come up with a good answer to this difficult question. On top of that now came the consideration of how he should approach the creation of spiritual products. Even though he called them products, they were just as alive as the diverse species of cats created and spread throughout Felixia. It was easy to abuse a lifeless object. If Ves held a nutrient pack, for example, he had no qualms about throwing it on the ground and trampling it with his foot. If he instead wanted to do the same with a cuddly house cat, he wouldn't be able to bring himself to exhibit such cruelty. Well, it's different if it's a nasty bug, but whatever. The point was that living and potentially sentient life forms possessed intrinsic rights. They deserved better treatment. Ves constantly thought back on his first spiritual product, and how he should regard it during every stage of its existence. A product is created to fulfill a specific purpose. Yet does life have a purpose? Meow. He scratched Lucky's ears. Heh. Even pets like you have a purpose, you know. Even if Lucky had been designed to eat minerals and convert them to gems, Ves thought of his cat as something more than a production machine. Lucky was his friend and companion. His liveliness and his capacity to exhibit emotions such as love, hate, irritation, and amusement made him part of the family. If Lucky could become a beloved companion, then what about the spiritual fragments he procured and the spiritual products he intended to produce in the future? Does life have to fulfill a specific purpose? What if its job is done? What happens next? The struggles he faced with regard to continuity, free will, and control all became more acute the more he delved into the path of life. How much responsibility should he show to his living spiritual creations? How many rights should he bestow to his spiritual products, and how far should he go in considering their well-being? If they are merely products, this would be so much easier to deal with. But they're not. They're alive. Not only were his spiritual products alive, but they were also sentient. So far, Ves had never encountered a spiritual entity that wasn't sentient, or emerged from a sentient being. This complicated the matter further because it cut off the convenient option of treating his spiritual products as mundane as livestock, which solely lived to produce meat for consumption. After a bit of thinking, Ves decided to hold off on declaring a Bill of Rights for spiritual existences. Instead, he tentatively developed a number of principles that eased his conscience and made him feel better about his future works. First, as spiritual products were meant to serve as vital components of his mechs, he extended the same regard he held for mechs. Without a design spirit, his mechs were unable to come to life. For this reason, the spiritual fragments and products that fulfilled this role deserved to be considered living beings rather than something lesser. Rather than consider them objects that just happen to be alive, it's better to treat them as living beings that are hired to perform a specific purpose. Ves already treated spiritual entities such as Kalankso's spiritual fragment and Prophet Ilvain's spiritual fragments in this way. In essence, he was merely formalizing what he already believed in and extended the same treatment to the lesser designed spirits of his older mechs. Each of them, no matter how strong or weak they became, deserved the basic respect of a living, sentient being. Secondly, the existences of his spiritual creations encompassed more than fulfilling their purpose. Each spiritual entity was alive. Each of them possessed their own hopes, dreams, ambitions, and priorities. While Ves really wanted them to serve as the design spirits of his mechs and mech designs in perpetuity, there may come a time when they wanted to move on and do something else in their spiritual lives. Of course, Ves couldn't allow them to quit their jobs willy-nilly, especially if the mech models they enhanced were still current and widely used. I have to make a compromise here. Total freedom and total control are both untenable. He did not wish to enslave his spiritual products and force them to labor on his behalf when they really wanted to do something else. However, as a mech designer, he deeply relied on design spirits to elevate the quality of his mechs in a way that no other competitor could match. For this reason, extending total freedom to his spiritual products and allowing them to express their free will would certainly lead to many disasters. Instead of choosing between one direction or the other, Ves decided to straddle the middle line. As long as his design spirits fulfilled their duty for a certain period of existence, Ves would allow them to resign from their work and find a different purpose in life. I can always create another product to fulfill the void left behind, he muttered. Offering hope to his spiritual products and promising that they would be able to take the reins of their own lives after fulfilling their obligatory duties would hopefully keep them motivated. They'll stay honest and dutiful as long as they are incentivized to do so. Perhaps some spiritual products like to work as design spirits and would voluntarily choose to extend their employment contracts. Others might decide they wanted to explore the galaxy or the imaginary realm. Whatever they decided, Ves wanted them to make their own choices. Only by being empowered to choose their own future would they be willing to work for him in earnest. This summed up his third principle, which was that spiritual entities were obligated to do their jobs and not slack off or quit prematurely for the duration of their employment contracts. Ves snorted. Would spiritual entities even abide by contracts? Maybe he should find a way to form a binding spiritual contract. With all of the potential that spirituality offered, something as simple as a contract that bound two parties to a specific set of terms ought to be possible. In any case, the three principles he formulated this day would henceforth act as his guiding approach. It was as if a huge weight lifted off his shoulders. In the end, he took a radically different approach to his creations than the biotech researchers of House Laterna. He managed to come up with a simple set of principles that safeguarded his right to exert control while at the same time granted some fundamental rights to his spiritual products. This ought to be sufficient. The principles aligned closely to the path of balance that he currently followed. The path of determinism would seek to impose absolute control over his spiritual products, to the point of robbing them of the vitality that life had to offer. What's the point of life if they can't express themselves? They'd end up as sad as the huge cats in Asco, who were only formulated into existence to provide hunters with trophies and research data to house Laterna's research institutions. In contrast, the path of life would obligate him to surrender full control and let his spiritual creations choose their own purpose. While this kind of unbound forms of life held the highest potential to produce something remarkable, the lack of order and predictability made them far too hard to work with in the long run. All of his mechs ought to be reliable. Ves would not be able to stay in business if the quality of his mechs fluctuated wildly from model to model. The 3 principles of life he formulated avoided these undesirable outcomes. Though not everyone got what they wanted, no one received unfair treatment. Chapter 14:05 Newborn Implications. His mood significantly improved after he formulated his principles of life. Not only did they match with the principles of his design philosophy, but they also merged with it. By becoming a newly merged aspect of his expanding ideology, Ves had taken one step closer to advancing to senior. Becoming a senior isn't all about designing mechs. He reiterated the lessons he learned from talking to various high-ranking mech designers. It's about achieving the impossible, taking one step at a time. His recent insights prompted him to look at the Kinslayer in a new light. As the hunting team steadily followed Zygra's tracks, Ves constantly kept an eye on the Kinslayer. He continually kept up a projection of its telemetry in his view, and specifically monitored the fluctuations of Lady Miralix's neural connection to her mech. Even if he didn't understand the majority of what was being measured and what it meant if some lines went up or down, he still gained a general sense of what took place. One of the regrets he held about the Kinslayer was that he hadn't managed to replace her neural interface. Just like every other mech in civilized space, the Tiger mech utilized a standard neural interface model published by the MTA. From the telemetry he received so far, Ves observed that the neural interface model leaned somewhere in the middle. It was either too dangerous or too limited. The neural interface was simply a bog-standard piece of equipment that provided no advantages or disadvantages. Boring, Ves flatly declared. Even so, Ves saw some signs that Lady Miralix had begun to deepen her relationship with the Kinslayer. This was especially so once he extended his spiritual senses towards the Tiger mech when Lady Miralix actively piloted it. Even if she wasn't aware that a spiritual existence occupied the mech, her fondness for her mech increased after every piloting session. The Kinslayer is maturing. Don't you think so, Lucky? Meow! The cat held in his grasp turned his gaze away from the Tiger mech in view. A giant mech in the form of a cat was still inferior to his own existence. Nonetheless, Ves sensed that Vesca's was rapidly starting to mature. Its frequent bonding sessions with Lady Miralix helped enormously. Vesca's already exhibited some affection towards Miralix, as her mind had been the birthing chamber of its existence. The spiritual product subsequently grew smarter and more sophisticated due to its ability to access Miralix's mind and the knowledge stored within. Observing this interaction from the side revealed something important to Ves. The newborn spiritual product's development drew heavily from its environment. This meant that Lady Miralix unwittingly indoctrinated the rapidly maturing Vescas with her own values, principles, beliefs, and biases. Though Vescas retained a lot of instincts, beliefs, and knowledge from both the dragon cat and Ves, these were merely inherited from its parents. Now that Lady Miralix became its only other caretaker, the spiritual product began to take on her beliefs and view its inherited values from the perspective of a noble hunter. Ves didn't know what to make of this phenomenon. On one hand, if mech pilots raised newly born spiritual products, their compatibility continually improved and might possibly reach a monstrous height over time. On the other hand, the spiritual products also diverged from the values and principles instilled into them by him. How much would Vescas even hold on to aspects of Ves and the dragon cat? It feels like I'm giving my newborn baby for adoption to someone else. The baby might share my DNA, but her upbringing reflected that of an entirely different person. Despite the mixed feelings this brought to Ves, he did not oppose this novel development. In fact, the promise of high compatibility reminded him of his third mastery experience. Back then, he witnessed Venerable Eloise Pelican maintain a very tight relationship with her space knight. The bond between them was so tight that Venerable Pelican and her mech managed to achieve the legendary state of complete resonance. Though this remarkable condition only came about after Kalanxo's spiritual fragment gave them a firm push, complete resonance could have never taken place if Venerable Pelican did not trust her mech to such a high degree. There's value in this phenomenon. Ves saw great value in this kind of development in custom mechs. With mechs designed to accommodate a specific mech pilot, compatibility mattered more than anything. Having a design spirit that gently familiarized and grew alongside the mech pilot was extremely beneficial to the performance of the custom mech. Ves expected much greater synergies to arise out of mechs like the Kinslayer if they continued to be used. Previously, Ves deduced that Lady Miralix only saw her Kinslayer as a one-use mech made solely for the purpose of taking down a crowned cat. Now, the deepening affection she shared with the Kinslayer made Ves suspect that she was starting to change her mind. He couldn't help but smile when he observed this change. His work propagated his principles. He had already converted another mech pilot into adopting his insistence that mechs ought to be valued as living companions rather than disposable commodities. He sighed. If only every mech can start off with an impressionable mind. Sadly, Ves did not see any way this could be viable for his mass-market mechs. Both the military and private outfits saw mechs as their possessions instead of the possessions of mech pilots. This was an important distinction. Despite the fact that mech forces mostly assigned mech pilots to specific mechs, they might be shuffled around one day. If a specific mech developed to the point of adoring only a single mech pilot, what if a mech officer chose to put a different person in the cockpit? The results won't be pretty. Ves grimaced as he imagined several unpleasant scenarios. Mech pilots died, retired, and transferred all the time. Even the avatars of myth routinely rotated their assignments, as some mech pilots earned the right to enjoy some leave so they could spend some time with their families. Since it would be an awful waste to leave their mechs unattended, Melker or another officer would just assign another mech pilot to use the unoccupied mech. For this reason, Ves decided to avoid replicating this phenomenon when he designed a commercial mech. Besides, what will happen if it is being raised by thousands of parents at the same time? If Ves released a new mech model with a newborn spiritual product as its design spirit, then thousands of customers would collectively shape its perspective as it matured. He could hardly imagine the horror that all of this chaos might result. For this reason, Ves resolved to put mature spiritual entities in charge of his commercial mech models. Their flexibility and adaptability will be much less, but it's essential to retain their universality. A mech that turned useless upon the death or departure of its main mech pilot was an awful product to most outfits. Unlike custom mechs, ordinary mechs had to offer consistent and reliable performance as long as any skilled mech pilot entered their cockpits. As Ves continued to muse about the various implications of his recent innovations, the hunting trip continued to creep closer to Zygra. The powerful crowned cat never made a habit of hiding its presence. It rarely hid its tracks as it was already the most powerful creature in the hunting zone. Zygra feared nothing. Any cat or mech that wanted to challenge the king of the forest was welcome to try. We're getting close, Lady Miralix announced with a serious expression. The noblewoman and her closest confidants gathered in a cramped conference room in one of the legged transports. Ves observed the map projected above the center table. It depicted the surrounding terrain and outlined the tracks they observed. The line representing the tracks led forward until they neared a small lake. A hunting consultant started to brief everyone on what they discovered. The lake up ahead is one of the most desirable water sources for the beasts in the hunting zone. It's laced with a high concentration of desirable minerals to the huge cats. Even a crowned cat like Zygra likes to linger around the lake. Right now, we are reasonably certain we can find our target in the vicinity, though pinning down his exact location can't be done without approaching the site. Everyone present knew that the critical first round of battle loomed close. Forgive me for asking, but is Zygra nocturnal? Ves asked. We don't know. Huh. To be more precise, we haven't been able to discern a pattern from the information we've obtained about Zygra, Lady Miralix explained. The organic products produced by the lab show a high amount of variance. Right now, we can't make any assumptions about Zygra's sleeping patterns. This meant that they had no idea whether Zygra was at his most alert state when it was day, night, dusk, or dawn. When will we launch our attack, then? The noble switched the projection to depict a simulation of an attack launched in broad daylight. Since it is not viable for us to scout and observe Zygra without revealing our presence, we will commence our attack in a timing that best suits our hunting team. My hunters and I are still accustomed to a normal sleeping pattern. This means we are most alert and primed for combat in the late morning, which is the best time for us to confront the crowned cat. Lady Miralix and a number of hunters proceeded to explain the plans they made for the first round of attack. The projection demonstrated various scenarios that might happen. The Felixia cat strikers had to be prepared for every eventuality. What if Zygra wasn't alone and enjoyed the company of another huge cat? What if the crowned cat sniffed out their presence long ago and quietly slinked away? What if Zygra turned out to be stronger than anticipated and pressed the cat strikers back? What if Zygra avoided the mechs and instead launched an ambush towards the vulnerable legged transports? Emphasizing good preparation, Lady Miralix demanded a ready answer to all of these questions and more. The leadership and competence she exhibited soothed everyone's nerves. She possessed a good foundation to take charge in her future roles in the Sentinel Kingdom's military. As you all know, the first round is critical. Even if we don't encounter any surprises, Zygra may still be able to overpower our mechs through sheer brute force. No one wanted to see this happen, especially not during the first round of combat when Zygra fought at his peak. If worse comes to worst, my kinslayer and I will step in to push Zygra into retreat. No! That's too reckless. Your mech won't be able to hold when it matters the most. Silence! The woman strongly pressed everyone into shutting their mouths. She glared at everyone who expressed their doubts. I know what you are afraid of, but that was when we still had our old mechs. It's different now. Remember that we have a new guest among us. We are in the company of a mech designer who is famed for creating miracles and has an abundant amount of experience in repairing mechs in the field. Everyone turned their attention to Ves, making him feel very uncomfortable all of a sudden. Mr. Larkinson here will make sure that any deterioration my mech might suffer will doubtlessly be remedied for future confrontations. Isn't that right? Ves offered a nervous smile. I appreciate your compliments, but the spare parts, supplies, and equipment you've brought can only do so much. I can probably patch or jury-rig some minor damage, but if Zygra rips off an entire limb from the kinslayer, repairing such heavy damage is beyond my capabilities. I'll make sure my kinslayer won't be pushed to that point. She grinned back. You can rest at ease, Mr. Larkinson. Everything is under control. If there was one thing the Laternas excelled at, it was in maintaining control. Chapter 1406 First Round. The lake the mechs of the hunting team approached could only be called small to huge cats and giant mechs. For regular humans, the lake encompassed an area the size of a small mech arena. Hardly any animals and critters approached the glistening mineral-rich water to quench their thirst. Even if many of them knew that they'd be able to boost their growth if they continued to drink the valuable lake water, the apex predator that claimed the lake as his own had left his scent all over the place. This was Zygra's territory, and any creature that dared to sample the lake water did so at their own peril. As the local star continued to rise above the sky of Felixia, the waters began to glisten, sparkle, and reflect a considerable amount of light. The humid air and mist added a mystical quality to the entire scene. If not for the dangerous cats and other predators that roamed the forest, Ves would have mistaken the site as an idyllic relaxation site. Unfortunately, Ves doubted the pristine site would remain so picturesque. The Felixia cat strikers had begun to move according to the plan they formulated the previous night. Half of the mechs of the hunting team cautiously approached the clearing around the lake. The mechs had already been adapted for hunting purposes. Each mech made as little noise as possible as they moved. They avoided every tree and took detours around bushes. Their mech pilots, all young but very well prepared, skillfully navigated the rough terrain without impacting the terrain too much. Some huge cats were very skilled at reading the tremors propagating through the ground. Many ambushes failed when the huge cats had put up an act but turned around and clawed the attacking mechs at the last moment. "We don't expect we can take Zygra by surprise," one of the hunting consultants explained to the inspector who worked on behalf of both the Royal House and the Galactic Hunting Club. "We are merely aiming to place our mechs close enough to limit the amount of plans the Crown Cat can form in response to our approach." The inspector, who happened to be a noble, nodded in understanding. "I see you have only sent out a single night mech in the first wave. That is a bold choice. Lady Miralix has faith in her mech pilots and the mechs she procured for them. Mr. Larkinson here has also endeavored to sharpen them up for the coming confrontation." That caused the inspector to glance briefly at Ves before turning back to the projection. For his part, Ves felt rather put out that Lady Miralix and the other members of the hunting team put way too much stock in his abilities. Did they think he was a miracle worker or something? He was just a mech designer. There were limits to how much he could do, especially on short notice and under severe cost and resource constraints. Lucky, who sat on his shoulder, rubbed nervously against his head. "Meow. I know. I have a bad feeling about this too. When was the last time a hunting team made a stab at Zygra? We know how strong he was back then, but how much has he grown since this time?" The cat strikers already took Zygra's growth into account. They anticipated that he had grown up to 20% more powerful since his last confirmed battle against a hunting team. Ves hoped that whoever made those estimates knew what they were doing. "We've caught sight of a large signature at the other end of the lake. We have a confirmed sighting of Zygra." The projection shifted towards depicting a huge cat lounging on a low, grassy knoll by the side of the lake. The massive beast squinted his eyes and basked in the sunshine pouring down on the lake and the clearing. "That's a very enormous and dangerous-looking cat," he muttered. "Meow. Do you think you can still take him on?" "Meow. Hee hee. Seeing is believing." Compared to how the newest crowned cat appeared in previous footage, the cat obviously underwent some development. Zygra's rust-bronze-colored fur coat looked significantly richer and magnificent. Faint spots of deeper red added a remarkable texture to the crowned cat's luxurious fur. The cat's massive and heavy tail lazily swished about as if the huge cat had nothing to worry about this fine morning. However, the cat strikers weren't fooled by this peaceful facade. "We've detected several elevated life signs from the huge cat. He has definitely detected our first vanguard. Shall we attack, Commander? Not yet. Lady Miralix spoke over the channel. Let's wait until our flanking mechs are in position. The attack planned by Miralix and her mech pilots sounded simple. Instead of throwing all 11 humanoid mechs of the Cat Strikers at Zygra all at once, they would begin with only half of that number. The 6 mechs they sent forth first consisted of 3 ranged mechs, 2 spearman mechs, and a single knight mech. There was no way such a paltry force could defeat a beast that weighed more than a heavy mech and charged as fast as a lancer mech. But that was not the point. The Vanguard's main purpose was to probe Zygra's capabilities and determine how much the crowned cat had grown. Minutes passed as everyone grew more tense. Even the royal inspector looked uneasy. If the Zygra turned out to be stronger than expected, the formidable king cat might take out his ire on the hunting team by smashing aside their mechs and tearing apart the legged transports. Ves and everyone else aboard the transport vehicles would be in big trouble if that happened. As Ves thought that the Cat Strikers would be content in maintaining the status quo for hours if need be, Lady Miralix finally issued a decisive order. Launch the attack! Follow the plan! All of the mechs stopped their hiding measures and rose up from behind the concealing bushes. The 3 melee mechs all stood ready to react to anything that might get thrown in their way as the 3 ranged mechs aimed their ballistic rifles at their prey. Most hunting teams in ASCO favored ballistic rifles as their ranged weapon of choice. Laser weapons could output a lot of damage, but they fared best in sustained battles, which rarely happened during hunts. While they brought a considerable amount of firepower to the table, especially against cats that didn't specialize against fending off energy attacks, the damage accumulated too gradually most of the time. In contrast, ballistic and kinetic weapons achieved much more immediate results due to the impact damage they dealt. Powerful shells and projectiles not only hit like a good blow from a melee mech, they also rattled the huge cats and incited worry. No matter how formidable they appeared, no creature liked to be peppered with painful rounds. Fire! The ranged mechs unleashed their first salvos. Having read up on the specifications of the ballistic rifles, Ves knew that they fired specialized shells designed specifically to deal damage against exobeasts with resilient exteriors. As soon as the rounds impacted against the seemingly oblivious crowned cat, the enormous creature roared in pain and irritation as 3 loud explosions impacted his flank. Minimal damage! Oh, he's angry! Keep firing! We knew Zygra's hide is harder than it looks, but the damage will add up. According to the analysis performed on Zygra's past battles, one of the more remarkable aspects about the cat was how much damage he resisted. The cat's hide incorporated a lot of exotics and materials ordinarily seen in mech armor. While every huge cat developed by House Laterna's biotech researchers incorporated this ability, Zygra was vastly more efficient in ingesting and transforming materials into hardening his hide. In their previous encounter, the Cat Strikers easily defeated an ambushing huge cat by impaling it with simple spear thrusts. Against Zygra, it was much more likely for the spear point to break before the crowned cat's hide got punctured. Fire at will! Weaken his hide as much as possible! One of the reasons why the Cat Strikers wanted to confront Zygra over at least 4 rounds was because they needed time to chip away at his defenses. A single round of combat didn't offer enough time to create a serious vulnerability in his defenses. Leaving aside whether it was possible to keep the ranged mech safe against a raging crowned cat, their rifles would probably run out of ammunition before they dealt enough damage. For this reason, the Cat Strikers heavily preferred tiring Zygra out over multiple rounds. Otherwise, the ranged mechs wouldn't be able to replenish their ammunition. He's coming! Damn it! He's diving into the water! What? While the lake wasn't very big, it was still deep enough to encompass an entire crowned cat. The ranged mechs continued to fire at the underwater cat. Their firing systems automatically compensated for the angles they needed to adopt to hit the fast-moving cat, but even then their rounds encountered a lot of difficulties. Ves knew that the ballistic rifles hadn't been designed to fire into the water. Sooner than he expected, the powerful crowned cat emerged on the side of the bank where the vanguard made their stand. Damn it! Our flanking mechs are out of position. We thought Zygra would have chosen to sprint around the lake. It will take a little more time for our flankers to get into position. The 6 mechs of the vanguard faced a very tough test right now. They had to contain and withstand the powerful crowned cat. Fortunately, his relatively young age meant he lacked the rich battle experience of the older crowned cats. Zygra directly pounced against the night mech with his claws ready to grip and tear at the defensive mech. Just like last time, the night mech did not attempt to fend off the attack head-on. Zygra's pouncing momentum was way too dreadful for any mech to withstand directly. Instead, the mech quickly took a few steps back and angled to the side. The night mech held its curved shield with both arms, having never unsheathed its sword. There was no way the night mech would ever be able to hurt Zygra even if it swung its sword 100 times. SKRT. An awful sound screeched as Zygra's claws raked across the surface of the shield. If the previous huge cat barely left any marks on the shield, Zygra was entirely different. His sharp claws and powerful momentum inflicted a very deep pair of grooves behind. Zygra managed to penetrate multiple layers of armor with his first attack. Everyone looked frightened at the might of the crowned cat. If Zygra continued to cut and pound at the damaged sections of the shield, it would surely succumb in minutes. Fortunately, while the shield took a serious beating, the night mech itself managed to smoothly ride out the impact pressed upon its frame by moving backwards and bending its legs to shunt the force to the ground. "Get up!" Lady Miralix commanded. "Zygra has already recovered. He's attempting to attack our rifleman mechs." Despite its remarkable stance and techniques, the night mech endured such a heavy impact that it required several more seconds to recover. This was way too much time as the energetic crowned cat already started to close the distance to the ranged mechs. The rifleman mechs had already started beating a retreat, turning around their upper torsos to fire at Zygra's massive bulk while doing so. Nonetheless, their running speed paled in comparison to an apex predator that had reached the top 20 of the ranking. The spearman mechs had no choice but to move into action. They rushed forward and tried to threaten Zygra in order to force him to confront the more immediate threat. "Zygra is attempting to bypass our spearman mechs." The cat was smart enough to realize that the ranged mechs posed a bigger threat. The longer they fired at his hide, the more his defenses deteriorated. Just as the spearman mechs launched their thrusts, the cat released a powerful roar. Immediately afterwards, one of the spearman mechs inexplicably tripped. No! Chapter 1407 Ferocious CA. One of the 2 spearman mechs in charge of holding up Zygra as the beast went after the rifleman mech tripped. It shouldn't have happened. Ves and everyone else gasped as they witnessed one of the mechs falter in such a critical moment. How could a mech that had only faced one brief moment of combat jumble its footing in such an idiotic manner? Was it the mech pilot? Almost certainly not. From their academy days, mech pilots spent thousands of hours practicing the right footing for their mechs. With the consequences of falling due to improper footing so grave, the mech instructors thoroughly forced their mech cadets to learn how to walk, run, sprint, and sidestep on even the most rugged and uneven simulated terrain. Though the mech pilot of the spearman mech was fairly young, this proper footing should have still been a critical graduation criteria for even the most basic mech pilots. Suspicions rapidly turned towards the mech. As the mech designer who supervised the condition of the mechs, Ves began to receive some unwelcome glares from the others in the command center. If a mech carried a critical flaw that might have led to a mech losing its footing, then he should have caught it well before the battle commenced. Aware of the blame he might receive, Ves immediately manipulated the projected interface to call up the logs and telemetry from the tripped spearman mech. Having studied Zygra extensively, he had already what kind of tricks the crowned cat might pull off. This wasn't the first time a mech faltered before the powerful organic product, but it never happened so quickly and abruptly. While Ves tried to seek out the reason for the spearman mech's sudden fall, the battle rapidly progressed. With just one spearman mech left on its feet, its mech pilot continued pushing the machine forward despite the fall of a partner. However, Zygra exhibited no concern towards the lone spear targeting its eyes. Belying its prodigious mass, the beast easily sidestepped the thrust and continued charging onwards to the vulnerable rifleman mechs. Fortunately, the mech pilots of the rifleman mechs had already started moving even before Zygra closed in. They split up in different directions and spent more time on sprinting away than firing potshots at the creature. Zygra roared in fury and kept charging forward, determined to chase after at least one of the hunter mechs. "Run! Maximize your speed by any means possible," Lady Miralix urged. "Backup is on the way, but it will take time." Zygra's mobility posed lots of problems to the vanguard as the huge cat had cleverly threaded a hole in their formation. One spearman mech wasted precious seconds trying to raise itself up its feet, while the other desperately sprinted after the speeding beast. The night mech chased after the cat as well with its rake shield, but its bulky armor did its speed and acceleration no favors. There was no way the night mech could ever catch up to an organic product optimized for chasing after prey. Zygra wanted to kill the rifleman mech in the center of his vision so much that he began to sprint like a cheetah. His hind limbs pushed off the soil almost simultaneously, pushing forth his immense bulk with powerful force. His forelimbs landed and pressed against the soil soon after, stabilizing his feline bulk just enough for his hind limbs to push forth again. The sinuous undulation of his back during his dash possessed a mesmerizing quality. The crowned cat's pleasing aesthetics only added to the intimidation factor of the creature. Practically every mech pilot engaged in battle against the beast already started to quiver. The rifleman mech that became Zygra's target ran as fast as possible, so much so that it decisively tossed away its ballistic rifle in order to sprint faster with the aid of its arms. Yet no matter what kind of running technique its mech pilot employed, its speed still fell short of Zygra's dash. "Fire at its limbs! Disturb Zygra's footing as best as you can!" The two riflemen mechs that ran on opposite sides to the dashing cat stopped their flight and turned around to aim at Zygra's limbs. Their rifles barked out, but the round impacted only empty ground. They missed. It took an agonizingly long time before the rifles fired again. One of the powerful rounds exploded a distance away from the cat as Zygra cleverly juked at the last moment. Another round fell close enough to encompass one of the limbs, but the damage was too weak to deter the cat from his determined attack. Lady Miralix and everyone else saw with increasing horror as Zygra resolutely dodged or withstood every round thrown in his way. It took vastly more damage before his hide and his flesh degraded. The brief window of opportunity at the moment was far too short to push Zygra to that point. "Stall Zygra as best you can before you eject." The pilot of the rifleman mech kept withdrawing, hoping to stretch out the chase as much as possible. However, just as it seemed it would take Zygra half a dozen seconds more to close the distance, the rifleman mech jerked and stumbled upon its feet. "Eject!" Just before the rifleman mech tumbled completely onto its face, the mech pilot had already issued the emergency eject command. The cockpit blasted out the back of the rifleman mech and flew out of Zygra's grasp just as the furious crown cat pounced on what remained. A triumphant roar bellowed from his throat as Zygra savaged the rifleman mech with savage glee. The crown cat showed no mercy to the pilotless mech as he tore through its vulnerable rear armor and made an absolute mess of its internal parts. Ves looked sick as Zygra inflicted an incredible amount of destruction to numerous critical components. He suspected that Zygra knew exactly what he was doing as the cat deliberately savaged as many parts as possible, even though he constantly suffered repeated impacts from the rifles aimed at his sides. In addition, not only did the crown cat destroy the mech with his claws, he also took several meaty bites out of it. An entire arm got ripped apart as Zygra clamped the rifleman mech's shoulder and ripped straight through its armor plating. "He's eating the mech! He's feeding himself!" In fact, Zygra became so preoccupied with thrashing and digesting mouthfuls of the mech that the flanking force finally arrived within range. One more rifleman mech added to the firepower of two of its surviving comrades. With 3 ballistic rifles coordinating their firepower, Zygra began to accumulate increasingly serious damage. His prone state made it exceptionally easy for the ranged mechs to layer their fire on the same spots they already struck, thereby compounding the damage further and further as time went by. A pair of axeman mechs led by another night mech approached from the crown cat's left. They closed in even as Zygra greedily kept ingesting choice bits of metals and alloys from the badly mutilated mech frame underneath its limbs. "Careful! He might be putting on an act!" The warning issued by Lady Miralix proved prescient as the crown cat abruptly turned and spat out the contents of his mouth at the approaching night mech. The defensive mech raised its shield and blocked the saliva-covered debris without any effort. The mech slowed down as it came close, though, unwilling to charge a cat that was bigger, stronger, and bulkier. Nonetheless, the defensive mech's proximity succeeded in drawing Zygra's attention, enough for the flanking axeman mechs to charge at his sides and slam their axes down in unison on the creature's wide flanks. "Careful! He's launching an attack!" Zygra's huge eyes glinted in savage cunning as he rapidly whirled his body around, abandoning his mutilated prize in favor of batting aside an axe with his paw before chomping his powerful jaws straight onto one of the arms of the axeman mech. With a powerful heave, the crown cat ripped the arm straight off the shoulder of the caught mech. However, Zygra's choice had left the other axeman mech in a prime position to attack the creature's rear. Its mech pilot exploited the opportunity by landing a savage chop with all of the strength and momentum of the charging mech behind the blow. A painful roar escaped the rust-red-colored cat as the prime axe chop landed straight onto the small of his back. His seemingly invincible hide suffered a modest but very welcome cut. "We've bled the cat!" Unfortunately, the damage and the trickle of blood that escaped from the cut failed to impact its spine, which might as well be as hard as ship-grade armor plating. "His bones are too tough to break. We already knew that. Concentrate on the flesh. We have to damage his flesh and bleed him dry." Perhaps Zygra himself did not expect to get hurt so much, because the cat lost his composure and started lashing out in a mindless flurry of attacks. Though his savagery increased, the melee mechs that finally caught up managed to keep the berserking cat occupied without suffering any further damage. A minute passed as 2 night mechs, 2 axeman mechs, and 2 spearman mechs each surrounded Zygra in a circle. Whenever the cat targeted a mech, the machine in question would do its best to pull back and avoid getting hit. In the meantime, the other mechs took advantage of the opening by landing hasty attacks onto Zygra's vulnerable flanks and hindquarters. Most of the attacks concentrated on the limbs or the cut on his back whenever possible. Despite the flurry of attacks, the mechs were unable to exert much force or momentum in their blows. Zygra's hide absorbed most of the blows without too much issue. The damage is accumulating. Keep going. The encirclement did not manage to press Zygra enough, though. One of the axemen mechs swung its hefty axe with just a single arm, which significantly hampered its combat effectiveness. Meanwhile, the spearman mech that recently tripped but climbed back on its feet exhibited far too much caution with its footing. The mech moved too slow to keep up with Zygra's rapid maneuvering. In addition to all of this, the ranged mechs no longer dared to open fire, as the risk of hitting the melee mechs became too great. The rifleman mechs instead took advantage of the lull by repositioning themselves while they changed their magazines. Just as everyone thought they were succeeding in piling up an increasing amount of damage onto the crowned cat, Zygra roared yet again. Though the mech pilots had long grown used to the intimidating roar of their prey, the knight mech with the rake shield inexplicably jerked to a halt. Its mech engine has stalled! Ves shouted with alarm. Zygra instantly pounced at the knight mech, raking its shield again before batting aside the slowed and weakened mech as if it was a light mech. He's running! Apparently, Zygra no longer wanted to tussle with the mechs and attempted to beat a retreat. He might be putting on an act again. Stay in formation and don't reveal any vulnerabilities. The crowned cat continued to dash away from the lake clearing and entered the dense forest. The thick and immense trees blocked many of the shots from the rifleman mechs as Zygra cleverly maneuvered his body behind the natural cover. Just a minute later, the cat managed to sprint out of range. He's gone! Stay alert! He might be circling around us for another offensive. Do not lower your guard. Nothing happened in the next couple of minutes. Zygra was well and truly gone. The first round had ended. Yet, no one looked happy. Ves continually studied the logs of the stricken mechs but kept one eye on the faces of the hunting consultants and other personnel monitoring the battle in the command center. The Felixia cat strikers managed to bleed Zygra and land plenty of blows against his resilient bulk. Yet at what cost did they secure the first round? Chapter 1408 Deserving Crown. The first round between the Felixia cat strikers and Zygra ended abruptly after the latter's departure. Some of the cat strikers privately felt relieved as the worst-case scenario hadn't occurred. When the humanoid mechs of the cat strikers managed to surround the crowned cat, they inflicted a considerable amount of damage, weakening the structural integrity of Zygra's resilient fur by an uncertain degree. This probably led the huge cat to conclude that it was in his best interest to depart. As a precaution, most of the mechs still remained on guard in case Zygra wanted to start with the second round right away, but for all intents and purposes the battle was over. The legged transports moved into the clearing and poured out a host of mech technicians and equipment in order to perform emergency repairs on the mechs that suffered serious damage. Lady Miralix opted to remain inside her kinslayer in order to guard the legged transports. That did not prevent her from projecting her body onto the battle site to observe and help supervise the aftermath. A lot of questions welled in her mind. The first round may not have led to the total disaster that everyone feared, but the damage the cat dished out seriously impacted their battle effectiveness. Perhaps the most tragic casualty of the first round was the rifleman mech that got caught out by Zygra. Not only did the brutal cat tore out practically its entire internal guts, but the cat also chomped significant chunks of alloy from the mech. As Ves depressingly studied the wreck of the downed rifleman mech, Lady Miralix's projection floated up to his side. I don't need a mech designer to know that there's no way that this mech will get up again, she began. What happened? Do you mean the incidents where two of the mechs had tripped? Yes. What happened? Have you heard of the rumors surrounding Zygra? Do you mean to say the claims that Zygra possesses the ability to corrode the parts of a mech is true? With the evidence I've gathered, there's no more room for doubt, Ves declared. Zygra truly does possess the ability to induce targeted corrosion and weakening of specific parts. He began to summon up a projection from his comm and pointed at specific log data points which indicated that moments before the spearman mech and rifleman mech tripped, small but critical subcomponents had already started to send out small alerts. With the help of his explanation, Lady Miralix managed to understand what had happened. Her eyes widened in alarm. If this is true, then it only took seconds for a number of critical components in their legs to fail. That's too fast. According to the rumors of the previous hunters who attempted to hunt down Zygra, it took several minutes of contact before incidents like this occurred. Either they underestimated this possible effect, or Zygra has become far more adept at wielding this special ability. The implications weighed heavily on their shoulders. Hunting down a ferocious crowned cat became a lot harder if Zygra continually sabotaged the functioning of the mechs of the cat strikers. How does it work? Can we block Zygra from utilizing this corrosion ability? Ves helplessly shrugged. Beats me. I'm a mech designer, not an exobiologist. You'll have to ask the developers of Zygra's species if you want to know more. I doubt they know anything, the lady sighed. Half the products they cook up in their labs perform vastly out of their expectation. Every crowned cat is pretty much a product of accident, coincidence, and chance. Biosciences are always subject to the chaotic whims of nature. Besides, I'm not allowed to gather inside information, and any contact to the outside universe is blocked in the hunting zone. We can only rely on ourselves for answers. The cat strikers did employ some unaffiliated biotech specialists, but none of them had any idea how Zygra could possibly corrode the parts of a mech at a distance. As soon as Ves disseminated his explanation, the suspicious glances directed at him lessened. The evidence he provided made it abundantly clear that the mech technicians and him hadn't been negligent in maintaining the mechs. Still, the worried mech pilots still remained upset as Ves hadn't been able to come up with any solution to block this insidious attack. The mechs would continue to be vulnerable to Zygra's hidden machinations. They would have to continue battling the crowned cat, all the while aware that their mechs might falter at critical moments. Everyone's morale inevitably took a serious hit. This single extra complication had already led to the premature destruction of a rifleman mech. Another axeman mech would have to make do without a vital arm, while the spearman mech that tripped required an extensive amount of tedious light repairs as its entire frame got rattled by its fall. What an awful mess! The cat strikers knew the first round would be the toughest, but after facing Zygra's surprising strength and abilities, it became clear they still underestimated the challenge of confronting it in battle. A lot of analysis and speculation went on in various meetings. Ves only attended a number of them as he became more preoccupied with directing the emergency field repairs on the mechs affected by the battle. Because pressing Zygra quickly was crucial to tiring out the beast, the repairs only lasted for around 6 hours. The mech pilots maintained a rotation of patrols in order to grant everyone crucial time to sleep and rest. By the time Lady Miralix commanded her hunting team to follow Zygra's tracks, the cat strikers continued forth with one less mech. There was no way for Ves to restore the badly mangled rifleman mech. Since the wreck wasn't going to be moving and fighting on its own strength anymore, he instead recommended the mech technicians to salvage some intact parts that might prove useful in fixing up the other rifleman mechs in later battles. Zygra may have fled, but he shouldn't have run too far. March carefully and stay in formation. As the mechs and the legged transports cautiously entered the tropical forest and followed Zygra's tracks, Ves returned to the observation room and began to study the logs of the battle once again. Previously, Ves only managed to witness Zygra in battle through publicly available archival footage. The fidelity of the recordings had been deliberately lowered in order to avoid giving too much away about the hunting mechs. The footage had also been cut and edited to remove parts the hunters didn't want to reveal to its rivals and competitors. Now, his inside access to the database of the Felixia cat strikers meant he could call up all the data he wanted. Ostensibly, he claimed that he was studying the footage in order to determine whether he could implement any adjustments to the mechs to make them less prone to corrosion attacks. In truth, Ves wanted to determine whether Zygra truly sabotaged the mechs with a spiritual ability. With all the strange things that Exabeast could do, he couldn't quite rule out whether Zygra possessed a significant degree of spirituality or not. Ves found it very difficult to determine the answer to this question through watching the footage. The distance hasn't helped at all. In the name of safety, the legged transports had been placed well out of the way from the battle site with the Kinslayer standing guard. While Ves agreed with the precaution, the sheer distance also hampered his ability to extend his spiritual senses in the surroundings and put Zygra under direct observation. Still, Ves tentatively guessed that even if Zygra developed a measure of spirituality, it probably wasn't too strong. The huge cat was still young and lacked the experience and accumulation of the higher-ranking crowned cats. Instead of anticipating a resemblance to Kalanxo, Ves revised his expectations downwards. He began to lean towards the assumption that Zygra's spirituality probably wasn't much stronger than the spirituality of the dragon cat. The fact that one is alive and the other had been dead for days before I got to her matters a lot, though. Ves still hadn't given up on his ambition to harvest as much spirituality from Zygra as possible, but he still had to be patient at the moment. At this time, he absolutely couldn't afford straying close to the site of the battle. The crowned cat's strength and abilities exceeded everyone's imagination. It was easy to imagine that the king of the forest would eventually rise to the top of the rankings with a few more years of maturing. Zygra deserves to carry his crown. As Ves continued to pore over the logs, he failed to detect anything pertinent. The parts that abruptly weakened in a matter of seconds just lost their integrity out of the blue. Even when the mechs were on the move, the parts still deteriorated as if Zygra possessed an uncanny view. He reported his meager findings to Lady Miralix during a short break. Zygra has the ability to target specific components and subcomponents of a mech. Ves began to explain to her projection. His corrosion ability, for lack of a better description, is capable of targeting precise internal components without requiring direct vision. No matter how much armor plating or other parts are in the way, he is always able to affect parts that are ordinarily shielded and protected deep within the mech. Lady Miralix's projection looked grave. Can Zygra do more than sabotage the legs of our mechs? I think his control is not as outrageous as you think it is, Ves cautiously replied. First, Zygra may be clever, but he's far from matching the knowledge of a mech designer. I don't believe he is very clear about what all of the parts inside a mech actually does. My guess is that he's probably targeting the mobility of our mechs because that is what his instincts as a predator tells him how to best hinder his prey. What if he targets something else besides the legs and engines of our mechs? Then we better hope he doesn't mess with the power reactor or a couple of other critical components, my lady. If Zygra knows as much about mechs as a typical mech technician, then he could employ his abilities to much greater effect. Facing the mech cruncher was a nightmare to every mech. Each one that entered battle against this formidable cat constantly had to be ready for sudden and drastic failures. The stress this put onto the mech pilots grew unimaginably burdensome. Nonetheless, under Lady Miralix's leadership, none of the mech pilots lost their nerves. They still became determined to resume the hunt and take revenge against the cat. Their pride as hunters wouldn't let them give up so early during the hunt. Let's move! We're getting closer to Zygra. Stay on your toes and be prepared for battle at any moment. A few days passed by as a game of cat and mouse ensued. The Felixia cat strikers unerringly tracked Zygra in an attempt to prevent the cat from resting and recuperating. The crowned cat wasn't the only entity to be deprived of sufficient sleep. All of the mech pilots constantly stayed awake and alert throughout the hunt. Stimulants and other measures ensured they retained most of their alertness, though their battle effectiveness still eroded over time. During the chase, the cat strikers confronted Zygra 2 more times. Each time, the cat strikers suffered greater damage than the crowned cat. Zygra's resilience and endurance turned him into a very difficult opponent to tire, and his corrosion ability continually tripped and sabotaged the mechs in his vicinity at the worst possible moments. By the time Zygra beat a rapid retreat at the end of the 3rd round, the cat strikers were only left with 6 functioning mechs. The hunting team lost half of the mechs they brought into the hunting zone. Serious questions and doubts started to arise among the hunters and the support personnel as they began to lose faith in the hunt. Unlike the hunting team, which visibly lost half of its strength, Zygra still fought as vigorously and energetic as ever. Despite his accumulating wounds and deteriorating hide, the crowned cat still retained most of his battle effectiveness. Chapter 1409 Test of Leadership. No one in the hunting team thought the hunt for Zygra proceeded well. Over the course of 3 rounds of battle, their mechs managed to unload a lot of damage onto the crowned cat. However, his exotic and mineral-enhanced hide proved to be as tough as the armor plating of a heavy mech. The sheer resilience of the crowned cat along with his formidable mobility meant that Zygra absorbed or evaded most attacks directed against him without any apparent results. Even if the exobiologists and other experts claimed that their efforts succeeded in wearing Zygra, the mech pilots all suffered from the illusion that they faced Zygra in his peak condition. When one side visibly grew weaker while the other side still fought close to peak condition, the latter became increasingly unfathomable. No amount of analysis and expert opinions could shake the impression that had rooted into the minds of Lady Miralix's closest companions. Her former classmates in the academy finally exhibited the weaknesses resulting from their lack of tempering and experience. More and more, the mech pilots began to demand an end to the hunt. Who cared whether they failed? They could always try next time. The price of retreat was no big deal to the mech pilots, but the same didn't apply to their commander. Lady Miralix urgently wanted to conclude the hunt. The faster she hunted down a crowned cat, the sooner she received permission to leave Felixia and pursue a career in the wider Sentinel Kingdom. She was well aware that the late 20s and early 30s proved pivotal to the careers of many mech pilots. This was a time where the most ambitious and successful mech pilots grew the fastest and attracted the attention of a patron who might take a promising mech pilot under their wing. While there was no harm in wasting a year or 2, this was unacceptable to the most ambitious mech pilots. Every year mattered. It would be hard to make up for lost time, as Lady Miralix might enter the service of Sentinel's military at the starting line, while most of her fellow peers of the same generation had already been promoted to mech lieutenants or mech captains. Due to these considerations, declaring an end to the hunt, while they still possessed a number of functioning mechs, was completely unacceptable to Lady Miralix. I would not call 1 rifleman mech, 1 knight mech, 2 spearman mechs, 1 axeman mech, and 1 tiger mech a qualified hunting force against the crowned cat, one of the mech pilots argued. Unless you argue otherwise, all of our mechs barring your own are already falling apart. Due to the enduring complaints, Lady Miralix decided to call every mech pilot to a meeting. Of course, considering the danger of leaving their hunting team exposed, they attended the meeting via projections. All 6 mechs that were still fit for battle deployed around the vulnerable legged transports. Fortunately, Zygra's preoccupation with demolishing and taking bites out of the mechs in front of his face prevented the cat from going after the vulnerable transports parked in the distance. However, it was exactly due to Zygra's focus on their mechs that forced Lady Miralix to confront her mech pilots over their demands to retreat. "We can still fight," she stated, her face marked by the stress and exhaustion of keeping the hunting team together. "We entered this hunting zone to slay a crown cat, and we will not return without his carcass in our possession." "Madness! Zygra is too strong. We're not good enough." "Lady Miralix!" one of the female mech pilots who lost their mech shouted over the crowd. "Let's face it, our plan has failed. The battle of attrition that we waged against Zygra has weakened us more than this darned cat. He's practically immortal. Every time we face him in battle, it's as if all the damage we've dealt to it before has been wasted. According to your own exobiologists, the damn cat has been eating huge chunks of our mechs to restore the integrity of his hide. A drawn-out chase is exactly the wrong approach to take against this monster." The woman's words resonated with the others in the meeting room. The exobiologists carefully studied the data captured by the sensors and found out after the third round that the cat's hide already incorporated a significant amount of exotics and metals it previously ate from their own mechs. Ves sat in the back of the room and observed the meeting while Lucky yawned and napped on his lap. If Genevieve was here, Lucky would at least be able to enjoy the company of a fellow cat. Sadly, Lady Miralix declined to bring her pet along the expedition, knowing that she would be forced to remain in the cockpit of her mech for days on end. As the mech pilots continued to convince Lady Miralix to call for an end to the hunt, Ves began to entertain his own doubts. He developed his own judgment based on how the first 3 rounds developed. Both sides increasingly became more familiar with each other. Just as the Felixia cat strikers gathered a wealth of data on Zygra, so did the cat learn how to better defeat the opposing mechs. In the first round, the cat strikers lost just a single mech. In the second round, the hunting team lost 2 mechs. In the third round, they lost 3 mechs. It didn't take much imagination to suspect that the hunting team might lose all of their remaining mechs. A key factor that depressed everyone's expectations was the condition of the surviving mechs. Every mech aside from the Kinslayer lost at least 20% of their battle strength. Some mechs fared worse, such as the Axeman mech that lost its arm in the first round. Despite the best efforts of Ves and the mech technicians, they only managed to make rudimentary patchwork repairs on the surviving mechs. No matter how many spare parts they salvaged from the wrecked machines, the lack of time and heavy equipment severely hampered the extent to which they could repair a broken mech. With so little amenities, Ves already thought it was a miracle to ensure the hunting team could still rely on 5 functional humanoid mechs. "Give it up, please," one of the mech pilots begged. "While we've all managed to eject from our cockpits in time, if we lose all of our mechs, how can we deter Zygra from finishing us off?" A human running on foot could never possibly outrun a vengeful huge cat. The legged transports wouldn't be able to get away either, as they were optimized for capacity rather than speed. Lady Miralix glared at her subordinates. Many of them used to be her buddies at the academy. "My answer remains the same. A hunt is always marked by peril. That's what makes them worthwhile. Haven't we all agreed to persevere and put our utmost into succeeding in this hunt? Don't forget how much we'll benefit from having a successful crown cat hunt in our records. Our future colleagues will envy us. Promotions will shower down on our heads. Make no mistake. Killing Zygra and returning in triumph is an opportunity that will only come once. Commander, we don't have to hunt him this year. We can try again next time. With all of the things we've learned about Zygra, we can adjust our mechs and training to counter his strong points while exploiting his weak points. For example, we've learned that a battle of attrition isn't ideal against this cat." "No!" Miralix angrily erupted. "We will not end this hunt at this moment. We still have a chance." Her outburst quieted the meeting room. The woman took a deep breath. If we turn back now, everything we've learned would be moot. Zygra is a fast-evolving cat, and he has already started showing some progress after each and every round. Give him a few months or years, and he'll no longer be the bottom-ranked crown cat. Entering in the top 10 is not impossible as long as he turns the tables on additional hunting teams. Once a crown cat entered the top 10, the Felixia cat strikers no longer stood any chance of hunting such a formidable creature. Only the top hunting outfits with years of experience and an abundance of skill could challenge these true apex predators. Some of the mech pilots sent knowing glances at each other. One of them eventually spoke up with a fatalistic tone. We've already sounded each other out in private. I'm sorry, Lady Miralix, but we can't support your ventures any further. There is no shame in conceding defeat against a formidable crown cat. In fact, the fact we tussled with the monster and returned with our lives is enough for us to earn a bit of fame. That's nothing. That's just a consolation prize that essentially celebrates our failure. I will not have such a stain marring my record, the lady shouted. You're being too unreasonable. All of us understood how much you depend on this achievement, but hunting crown cats is hard for a very good reason. In your obsession with earning glory and fame, you've lost sight of how most hunts against these top monsters fail. We were too overconfident, another mech pilot interjected. We're all young and we've never fought a crown cat before. Zygra is completely different from the other cats we've hunted for practice. It became clear to Ves that Lady Miralix's subordinates had already collectively decided to pull back. They merely wanted to get Lady Miralix to concede and give the order to retreat. However, her obstinance and her strong belief that they still stood a chance against Zygra threw a wrench into their plans. The relations between Lady Miralix and her mech pilots continued to sour as they both held their ground. Lady Miralix wanted to continue to chase after Zygra. Her subordinates no longer wanted to do anything with the hunt. The two held completely opposite opinions. Despite Lady Miralix's high birth, every mech pilot was more than aware that she only wielded a limited amount of power right now. As an untested mech pilot with a noble pedigree, Lady Miralix couldn't draw on the authority of House Laterna to force anyone on the planet to comply. This hunt was supposed to be a trial that put her leadership and combat capabilities to the test. Right now, Lady Miralix was badly failing this critical leadership checkpoint. Ves quietly shook his head at the increasingly acrimonious fight between the two sides. Lady Miralix practically stood alone as her staff and other non-combat personnel started to take the side of the mech pilots. No one wanted to die in order to satisfy someone else's vanity. The fame and prestige that everyone stood to gain from slaying Zygra was only attractive if they got to live at the end of the hunt. As everyone's tempers flared, Lady Miralix increasingly found herself isolated. She found no support among even one of her mech pilots. Her projection increasingly looked more upset. It was as if she was being driven mad by her own men. I won't repeat myself. The Felixia cat strikers still have a chance. I will not order a retreat even if we only have one functioning mech left. Then you can go hunt Zygra on your own. A mech pilot threw back. Our mechs and our legged transports will return to Kemela without you. If you're so eager to charge at Zygra and throw your life away, then by all means go ahead. Just don't drag us with you in your suicide attempt. The Felixia cat strikers had enough. After 3 arduous rounds against Zygra, they were ready to throw in the towel. Sitting in the back, Ves quietly snorted. Lady Miralix opted to form her hunting team entirely around young and inexperienced mech pilots. Regardless of how well they performed in the mech academies, their resolve was no different from any other rookie mech pilot. Chapter 1410 Negative Synergy. Ves observed the meeting from a detached perspective. Despite the stakes and the repercussions to his own plan, he chose to spectate rather than wade into the discussion. Most of his attention fell on Lady Miralix. Before, she came across as an ambitious noble scion who maintained impeccable control. His interactions with her had always been pleasant, though that was mostly due to how much she needed his help. Even then, she never lost her composure. Her dignity remained inviolable. All of that went out of the window today. With public opinion going against her, she became increasingly more desperate. Her eyes glared accusingly at the academy buddies she assumed would have her back. In this critical moment of the hunt, her comrades all wanted to disregard her wishes and return home. The collusion and open insubordination among virtually every subordinate made it clear that while Lady Miralix held all the money and the authority, she was just a solitary human at the moment. A leader would be able to command a team of 100 people. A single individual had no way of stopping a group of people from doing what they wanted. Stripped of her power, Lady Miralix could truly do nothing to stop the mechs and legged transports from leaving. If the humans that crewed and piloted them really wanted to stop risking their lives on what they consider to be an increasingly doomed hunt, then no amount of orders would keep them in place. "This is treason!" her projection yelled at the other mech pilots, some of whom attended in projection form. "We agreed to risk our lives on this hunt in order to obtain an opportunity to earn fame. Think of what is at stake." "Our lives are at stake," one of the mech pilots angrily retorted. "We all got on board with your project because we believed in your claims that you could take down a crown cat. Now that we're actually putting your claims to the test, it turns out that your pedigree means nothing here. You vastly overstated the advantages you enjoyed as a member of House Laterna and hoodwinked us all into throwing our bodies against a monster that's at least half as dangerous as an expert pilot." A mech pilot who recently lost his mech slammed his fist against the conference table. "We all knew it was a challenge, and we all agreed beforehand that you'd order a retreat if the hunt becomes untenable. Now is that moment! With just 5 half-broken mechs and your lone pristine tiger mech, there's no way we can take down a freak of a huge cat like Zygra." "Cowards!" Not every mech pilot was present in projection form. Half of the mech pilots who lost their mechs in the previous rounds against Zygra were physically present. Some of the most senior support staff attended the meeting as well, though all of them looked like they would rather be elsewhere. Being forced to choose sides and piss off their employer at this sensitive time would certainly incur repercussions in the future. Still, when it came down to it, the opinions of a mech technician or a hunting consultant didn't matter. Since the mechs did all of the fighting, only the will of the mech pilots mattered in the greater scheme of things. Sadly, Lady Miralix adopted a belligerent and accusatory stance, which completely rubbed the mutinous mech pilots the wrong way. Far from bending their will in her favor, her demanding and spiteful attitude repelled them even further. Again, Ves shook his head at the sight. Someone like Major Verl of the Flagrant Vandals would never let the meeting devolve into such a counterproductive fashion. Having watched the maestro work his manipulation upon the unsuspecting Vandals many times, Ves picked up some lessons on how to rein in unruly subordinates and keep them motivated to work towards a common goal. Major Verl also taught him the importance of maintaining morale. This abstract but very real quality determined the willingness of subordinates to go above and beyond in performing their duty. During the entire hunt, Lady Miralix completely neglected to keep up everyone's spirits. Her lack of attention into encouraging her mech pilots and pepping them had now come back to bite her in this crucial meeting. Her stubbornness and tone deafness seemed uncharacteristic to his past impression of her. The more he observed her like a researcher observed a test subject, he recalled that she was indeed his current test subject. "The Kinslayer!" he whispered. He suddenly realized that between now and then, he induced a critical change in her circumstances by instilling her mech with a design spirit. Vesca's originated from his attempts to create a fusion between his own spiritual energy and the dragon cat's spiritual energy. The resulting spiritual product became a new entity that continually bonded with Lady Miralix during her extensive piloting sessions the last few days. What attracted his attention right now was the traits that Vesca's inherited from its birth parents. The aggressive dragon cat needed no elaboration. The alien exabeast personified fury when she was still alive, and she allegedly possessed the ability to induce others to embrace their rage. As for Ves, while his spiritual energy revolved highly around mechs, it also carried some of his other traits, including his penchant for taking risks and his love for big gambles. His eyes widened. Combining this flaw of his with the dragon cat's fury complemented and amplified their effects. If his guess was right, then Vesca started off with an extreme inclination for recklessness upon his birth. Instilling him as the Kinslayer's design spirit therefore had the unfortunate consequence of passing on this trait to Lady Miralix during the long days since the start of the hunt. Ves smacked his face with his palm. He hadn't thought that something like this would happen. He hadn't considered the full repercussions of blending his traits with the traits of another spiritual entity. Any spiritual product he created in the future would carry both his positive traits and his negative traits. If paired with a spiritual entity that was already inclined towards imprudence, then the resulting combination would synergize into an even greater degree of recklessness. This was one of the few instances where synergy worked against his intentions. In a man-machine connection, just as Lady Miralix influenced the mech also influenced Lady Miralix. Most of the time, Ves viewed this as a beneficial and positive relationship. What was the harm of letting mech pilots bond with their mechs? Yet after his talk with Old Man Terrence, he recognized the dark side of this equation. What if one side of the bond possessed an undesirable trait? It would get passed along to the other side regardless of whether it was a good idea. This was true spiritual contamination. Since the process took place over a man-machine connection, Lady Miralix's mind had been completely exposed to the influence of the other side. As Ves continued to palm his face, he let out a deep breath. Next time, he should pay more attention to the overlapping traits that he put in his spiritual products. God damn it! I'm such an idiot! Stupid me. I want to hit my old self. What's so funny, Mr. Larkinson? A mech pilot confronted him all of a sudden. What? Ves quickly lowered his palm and looked at the mech pilot, pointing him in an accusatory manner. Are you mocking us? Do we look like clowns to you? We are fighting for our lives here. Lady Miralix is completely being unreasonable, and all you're doing is sitting in the back as if you are watching the show. A befuddled expression came over his face. At this moment, Lady Miralix's projection turned towards him as well. Mr. Larkinson, help me convince these numbskulls that they're missing the opportunities of their lifetimes. Don't forget our deal. Ves sighed. If the mutineers had their way, he could kiss goodbye to the heavy concessions Lady Miralix promised to him. There would be no opportunities for him to trade with organizations like the Sentinel Peacekeeper Association and the Circle of Mota. He'd also miss out on other benefits. Though he still possessed some misgivings about continuing the hunt, he eventually decided to side with Lady Miralix. He was familiar with the Kinslayer's capabilities, and judged the hunting team still stood a chance of defeating Zygra as long as Lady Miralix put her entire heart and soul into the battle. As Ves viewed the discontented expressions of everyone around the conference table, he knew it was time to dust off his old devil tongue. He condescendingly sneered towards the mech pilots. I can hardly believe the bunch of you are mech pilots. Do you think a situation like this is untenable? The military mech pilots that I've served alongside with for several years during the Bright Visual Wars would be ashamed of your timidness. Are you calling us cowards? Ves shook his head. Not necessarily. To be honest, your concerns are valid. The hunt has indeed taken a risky turn. Yet the resolve that you are showing today is incredibly disappointing. That riled up the mech pilots even more, but Ves didn't care. He began to place Lucky down in order to stand up from his seat. With deliberate steps, he approached the center of the meeting room. Meanwhile, he concentrated his mind and roused his spirituality. He automatically constructed an image of confidence, superiority, and above all the leadership that Lady Miralix lacked. He had become so adept in this process that it only took seconds to form a basic image, but it was sufficient for him to don it as a mask. The invisible aura that emanated from his body caused some of the people present to pause and back off. The people standing in the way subconsciously parted to the side, allowing him free passage all the way to the side of the conference table. The spontaneous parting added more weight to his presence. It was as if he demanded everyone's attention. Are you proud of yourselves? He began, staring down in the eyes of each mech pilot in succession. Is this what you imagined yourselves to be when you were attending your fancy mech academy? From what I've heard of Lady Miralix, each and every one of you scored high in your classes at your mech academy. This is exactly why we should turn back. We can't waste our skills in this doomed venture. Ves crossed his arms. Waste? Is that the extent of your resolve? What's wrong with that? So what if we chose to retreat? You're not the one who is risking your life by confronting Zygra up close. It must be nice to be a mech designer, right? All you cowards do is sit back in the rear and use those big brains of yours to calculate whether it's better to coat our mechs in green or red. A brief moment of silence ensued after a mech pilot made this remark. The air grew tense as some people began to sense an unsettling feeling in the air. Ves narrowed his eyes. Did you just insult my profession? I repeat, did you just insult my profession? His outburst momentarily suppressed every mech pilot. You mech pilots are a disgrace, he continued. Do you think you're entitled to honor? Do you think that battles where you hold the advantage are the only ones worth fighting? It makes sense too. Shut up, you sad excuse of a mech pilot. Ves clenched his hand into a fist and banged it against his heart. I know many mech pilots. I come from a family of mech pilots. I served alongside mech pilots. I sell my products to mech pilots. Of all the ones I've interacted with, the bunch of you are some of the most disgraceful I've ever met. The accusation that Ves threw at the feet of the attending mech pilots did not endear him to them. Even so, Ves still expressed his opinion without hesitation. Chapter 14:11 Wallowing in Mediocrity. You should be ashamed of yourself. Ves theatrically shook his head in disappointment. Do you know why? Because you are a bunch of pampered kids. The stares of resentment from the mech pilots attending the meeting grew more severe. Their acrimony towards Ves continually increased as he continued to disparage them in various ways. Even Lady Miralix looked astonished. If Ves continued to pile up insults onto her mech pilots, they might decide to depart right this instant. That was the last thing she wanted to see. Yet as soon as she thought about opening her mouth to reprimand the mech designer, she simply failed to sum up the courage to do so. Her heart quivered each time she was about to speak. Ves ignored the noblewoman's distress and transmitted his full ire towards the mech pilots. Each and every one of them began to feel ashamed when they met his eyes, though they didn't know why. Do you think you are real mech pilots? Just because you've graduated from a mech academy doesn't mean you amount to something. Even the shabby pirates in the frontier are superior to you. Do you know why? It's because they have the courage to fight even under the most awful circumstances imaginable. His rebukes continually battered at their self-esteem. While Ves had to admit that he was taking some liberties with the truth, he really wanted to teach these brats a lesson. "Let me ask you again," he spoke. "Do you have the guts to consider yourselves to live up to your profession?" Silence. "Where is your courage? Where is your willingness to push yourselves? I don't see any of that here today. Let me tell you what I've witnessed from true mech pilots. They're willing to fight when ordered to, even when they're outnumbered by 2 to 1. I've seen real soldiers throw themselves into battles when the odds of victory are against them. These men and women in uniform are true mech pilots. You have no right to look down on us." Someone finally summed up the courage to respond. "War is war. Mech pilots are expected to do their duty. This is different. Hunting a crowned cat is nothing more than a selfish pursuit. We aren't harming anyone by beating a retreat." Ves grinned like a shark. "Are you sure about that? In my judgment, the odds are 50-50. Zygra has as much of a chance of winning as us. Are these odds too low for you spoiled brats? It's not worth it for us to gamble our lives for a bit of fame." Bang! "There is more than fame and prestige on the line here," Ves burst out while slamming both of his knuckles against the surface of the conference table. "You goddamn mech pilots all dream of building up a wonderful career for yourself, but promotions won't come by if you lack the persistence to fight for opportunities. This hunt has always been a golden chance for you all, but at the first sign of difficulty, you've all turned into sniveling cowards. I object to that. You have no right to call us cowards. I'm not painting you as cowards. Your own conduct has painted you as cowards." Ves pointed at the mech pilot who spoke back at him. "Don't you see what you people are turning your backs against? This is a rare opportunity to test yourself and push your resolve to the limits. The entire reason why House Laterna imposes this challenge to every mech pilot who bears their name is because a trial like this separates the warriors from the braggarts." A part of Ves felt kind of bad to paint their prudent decision in a bad light. Personally, he thought that they made a rational choice by objectively weighing the benefits and risks. What Ves was doing right now amounted to appending their calculations by bombarding them with additional considerations regardless of whether they were relevant or not. Even if the mech pilots didn't agree with his words, a sliver of doubt would still chip away at their determination. "From what I've heard, Nixian pirates are some of the most dangerous scum you can fight against in the Komodo Star sector. Do you think you're ready to confront them in battle when they've stacked the deck against you? There are many situations where they don't play fair. When you inevitably face a situation where the odds of victory can be as low as 20%, are you willing to fight your way out or put yourselves at the mercy of the most ruthless and despicable pirates in the region? We'll never be placed in such a situation." "Oh really?" Ves snorted. "Has every battle the Sentinel Kingdom engaged in been fought on favorable terms? Can you state with confidence that none of the peacekeeper outfits have ever been led into a trap?" Another moment of silence. "Do you see now why I think you're shaming yourselves? You would never last on the battlefield with your pampered attitudes. The worst thing about it is that every colleague who you'll work with in the future will all be able to see how little you can tolerate discomfort. Any adverse situation you encounter, you'd rather cease and pull back rather than grit your teeth and push through." The arguments that Ves made use of partially drew on the indoctrination that every mech pilot went through in their academy days. As a Larkinson and someone who frequently interacted with mech pilots all his life, Ves knew exactly what kind of ideals the mech academies wanted to instill in their mech cadets. Courage, honor, duty, fealty, brotherhood, sacrifice, and more were just some of the common values that every mech pilot internalized from their mech instructors. Mech pilots were expected to fight. In order to make them willing to put their lives at risk and perform the dreadful act of killing other people, their minds needed to be stuffed with specific beliefs. These ideals also served to anchor the morality of the mech pilots in a way that benefited society. Mech pilots trained to kill without any other considerations were much more likely to join a criminal or pirate gang. While Ves wasn't familiar with the precise curriculum that Sentinel potentates had to go through, he could make an educated guess. The kingdom's strong animosity towards pirates almost certainly led to a very intense focus on shaping the norms and values of every mech cadet. This meant that when Ves disparaged the mech pilots in such a direct and confrontational fashion, he directly targeted their hearts. The mech pilots found it harder and harder to respond against Ves. For some reason, they began to feel they truly didn't deserve to be regarded as real mech pilots. It's true that the prospect of battling Zygra once again is not a sure bet. Ves spoke while constantly sweeping his eyes over his audience. The brief instances of eye contact made it even harder for them to stand up against him. Yet Zygra is not a god. He can be defeated. To turn back on this critical moment is a huge mistake. Why is it a mistake? Do I need to explain it to you, pampered brats? Where is your competitive drive? How can you expect to achieve anything great in your lives when you aren't willing to step out of your comfort zone? The next and likely final confrontation against Zygra will be a battle to the death in the truest sense. Either Zygra dies, or all of us dies. That's exactly why we should retreat, one of the members of the support staff uttered. We've never signed up for a suicide mission. Ves glared at the person who spoke out, who immediately quivered backwards. All hunts against crown cats are suicide missions. You all know damn well what you signed up for. The casualty statistics that the Kemla Hunting Hall has published is easily accessible to you. When Lady Mirlix paid you your fat paychecks, it's because it already includes hazard pay. I don't believe that any of you signed up for this hunting team without being aware of the risks. That shot down most of the support personnel, though their resentment towards him had probably grown. He didn't care. Only the mech pilots mattered. As long as he got through to some of them, the hunting team would still be able to proceed with the hunt. Look, the matter is simple. He spoke, turning his gaze back to the mech pilots. If you are content to wallow in your mediocrity, then go ahead and depart from this hunting team. If instead you think you are capable of achieving more, then stick with Lady Mirlix and trust in her abilities. I know that killing Zygra will be hard, but it is exactly in battles like these that test your courage, your conviction, and your piloting abilities to the limit where expert candidates are born. This was a known fact. Even if advancing to expert candidate was as unlikely as winning the lottery, a lot of those lottery winners tended to emerge in the midst of arduous battles. With his understanding of expert pilots, Ves believed that the combination of intense emotions, extreme pressure, and forcing pilots to exhibit the utmost of their abilities presented an ideal conditions for any mech pilots to make their breakthroughs. Of course, Ves didn't expect any of these dummies to break through the extraordinary threshold during this hunt. He had already scouted out their spiritual potential and found nothing of significance. Just like Lady Mirlix, her subordinates were destined to remain as mortals. Ves didn't tell them that, though. Just pointing out that something like that could happen among them already lifted some of their hopes. Ves had done more than enough to savage their egos. This was the moment where he had to present a light at the end of the tunnel. He knew that abusing people was not an optimal method to motivate people. Ves needed to give them something to look forward to if they played along. Mech pilots come in many flavors. Most mech pilots I've met are adequate soldiers and warriors. I count all of you in this category. Yet is this really what you will amount to in your lives? Who will remember you when you retire after a lifetime of boring service? What deeds will you accomplish when the most impressive accomplishment in your records is an abortive hunt against the crown cat? Is this the legacy that you intend to leave behind in order to make your mark on history? No. Though none of the mech pilots spoke out, Their eyes betrayed their unwillingness. Every mech pilot imagined themselves as heroes in their minds. Piloting mechs was such a great and lauded vocation that it was easy for many mech pilots to believe they were destined for greatness. This was especially so for recent graduates who still hadn't endured the grind and slog of actual duty. Ves deliberately appealed to their desire for greatness because he didn't see any other angle he could use to motivate the mech pilots. In the end, neither Ves nor Lady Miralix could coerce the mech pilots into fighting Zygra. They needed to decide for themselves whether they were willing to risk their lives to earn a substantial amount of reputation and prestige. "Make your choice," he said with a tone of expectation. "Are you brave enough to go through the crucible of heroes, or will you rather run from it with your tails stuck between your legs? Choose carefully. An opportunity like this might very well happen once." He nodded towards every mech pilot before slowly drawing back. Silence reigned in the meeting room as every mech pilot contemplated their options. Each of them viewed their earlier decisions in a new light. In the end, only half of the mech pilots agreed to stay on board. The other half threw in the towel. Chapter 14:12 Treacherous Treatment. "Thank you, Mr. Larkinson." After the fateful meeting where half of the mech pilots decided to stay on board the Felixia Catstrikers, everyone except Ves and Lady Miralix's projection had left the room. The two stayed back in order to hold a private conversation. "I bailed you out to further my own interests, not yours," he flatly replied. By now, he had shed his stern persona which he used to great effect during the meeting. "Don't forget that this attempted mutiny reflects badly on your leadership ability." "Ah, you're right." Perhaps in front of everyone else, she might maintain her belligerent act. However, she couldn't do so against the savior of her hunting ambitions. Ves took a deep breath. After whipping the mech pilots with his devil tongue, he was feeling awfully tired of it all. "Let's move on. We've managed to stem the bleeding to only half of the mech pilots and a portion of the support personnel. What do you intend to do with them, my lady?" She let out a rueful smile. "It's difficult. I can't hold them here. They also have enough crew on their side that they can hijack some mechs and at least one-legged transport, and return to Kemela on their own volition. However, I can't let them do that. I need each and every mech we have to fight the final round against Zygra." This left the Felixia Catstrikers in a very difficult position. The traitors wanted to leave the dangerous hunting zone as soon as possible, but there was no way they could return safely unless they enjoyed the escort of at least 2 functioning mechs. If Lady Miralix granted them a single-legged transport with no escort at all, then the chance they would suffer an ambush from an errant huge cat was very significant. In fact, the risk of dying in a random ambush was probably larger than the risk of remaining with the hunting team when they confronted Zygra. Neither Miralix nor the traitors could afford to compromise on their demands for the mechs of the hunting team. Nonetheless, to Ves, the equation was simple. Just knock the treacherous mech pilots out and stuff them in one of the holding cells of the legged transports. Make sure to post guards at their cells to prevent any sympathizers from freeing them. Problem solved. That will not endear anyone to me," she retorted. Her earlier bravado was nowhere to be seen. "Not only will we be trampling on the demands of those who want to leave, we'll also be instilling more doubts to those who have tentatively decided to stay by my side." "Ha!" Ves grinned. "They're traitors. Each and every one of them has chosen to quit halfway in the middle of a perilous hunting zone. Even if we aren't chasing after a crown cat, their cowardly collusion has threatened the safety of you and everyone else who are determined to fulfill your mission. This isn't a battlefield. While the mech pilots who voted to quit are unquestionably cowards, it's still a step too far to paint them as traitors. This is an extremely serious accusation that will only heighten our divisions even further." Who cares? If you give in to their demands, you'll only be endangering your loyalists, which happen to be the people whose support you need the most. Instead of compromising with the traitors, just lock them up and keep them out of sight until after the hunt concludes. This way, you'll only piss off the people who have already decided to betray you. As for everyone else, the fight against Zygra will quickly distract them from other matters. Though it took a bit more persuasion, she eventually started to come around. Ves purposefully appealed to her obsession to succeed in the hunt. Her chances to kill a crowned cat depended highly on how many mechs she could bring. All of the mech pilots that remained loyal just happened to match the specialties of the humanoid mechs that remained functional. Lady Miralix hardened her eyes after she accepted his arguments. I'll take care of it. All of the cowards have made their wishes known. My security team will move out and secure them somewhere safe where they won't be able to disrupt our operations. She did as promised. After an hour of tension and premature exchange of farewells, the security guards and others who earned her trust ambushed the unsuspecting traitors and put them under arrest. Hey, what's happening? Miralix has gone crazy. She's going to kill us all. We're friends. Why are you taking us down? This is outrageous. We'll be lodging a complaint as soon as we get free. No matter what kind of threats or excuses they muttered, the traitors and cowards succumbed to the stun guns without much issue. The mech pilots may be capable of annihilating entire city districts with their mechs, but outside the cockpit they were unable to muster up any resistance against armored guards. Ves observed the mass arrests from the observation chamber at the top of one of the legged transports. As the person who encouraged Lady Miralix into taking the traitors in her custody, he bore some responsibility if anything went wrong. After all, the mech pilots and support personnel who decided to quit did so because they didn't wish to risk their lives any further. By taking them hostage, the traitors were forced to accompany the hunting team. The only difference was that each of them no longer played any role in the upcoming confrontation. They were not longer in control of their own destinies. They could only pray that Lady Miralix and her loyalist mech pilots were capable enough to kill or scare off Zygra. If the remaining Felixia Catstrikers succeeded, then all they faced was to return to Kemela in disgrace. Their decision to quit the hunting team in the field in this vital stage, while their other comrades continued the good fight, reflected awfully on their records. In fact, if Zygra succeeded in overpowering Lady Miralix and her loyalists before killing the rest of the hunting team, then the decision of the traitors would instead be seen as a prescient choice. In short, the traitors suffer the least amount of damage to their reputation if the rest of the hunting team dies. Ves found an issue with this warped situation. It didn't seem fair for the cowards to root for the failure of the former comrades they decisively turned their back towards. He chuckled. Since you guys are so eager to see us die, then you might as well ride along with us to the end. On the flip side, if the final round ended in Zygra's death, then the traitors would be seen as dishonorable. No one cared whether Lady Miralix hurt their feelings and put them in deadly peril by denying them permission to retreat. In fact, she wouldn't even be blamed for imprisoning the traitors. As someone who succeeded in hunting a crowned cat, her reputation and prestige would almost certainly shield her from the minor irregularities that happened under her leadership. This is the privilege that victors enjoy. Ves realized that as long as someone earned more fame, they were allowed to get away with quite a lot of misdeeds. He experienced this himself back in the Bright Republic and Ilvain Protectorate. Meow. Lucky casually jumped on his shoulder and watched what was happening with a curious gaze. Heh. Pets are just as selfish as humans. You've disobeyed me plenty of times, remember? Meow. The two of them watched as the excitement quickly died down. Fortunately, enough loyalists remained to take charge of the remaining mechs and transports. The hunting team quickly ended their extended break and resumed their march. Zygra was certainly licking his wounds right now. The longer the Felixia cat strikers delayed the final round, the more the powerful crown cat regained his strength. In order to prepare for the final round of combat against the cat, Lady Miralix convened her mech pilots and some of the remaining hunting consultants for a final planning session. Ves also attended the meeting, of course, though he was more interested in stroking Lucky's back than offering any further advice. He had already attracted way too much attention. He did not wish to exert any further pressure on the nervous mech pilots. Miralix began the meeting by projecting the most likely scenario. The plan we formulated before we set out on this hunting trip already took our possible losses into account. However, we suffered a bit more damage than we expected. I don't think it's viable for us to maintain an encirclement with only one ranged mech, one night mech and 3 other melee mechs. If Zygra really wants to run, he could easily slip through one of the gaping holes in our encirclement. If we allow Zygra to run again, it's a question whether any of our mechs still has some fight left in their frames. A mech pilot expressed his concerns. While I'm all for trying to take down Zygra one more time, a second time is. I agree. Lady Miralix surprised everyone by agreeing with the sentiment the mech pilot expressed. We all want to kill Zygra, she continued. As long as we have a realistic chance of success, I'm all for it. That won't be possible if my kinslayer is damaged to the point where it no longer poses a threat to the crown cat. The 4th round will be our last chance to achieve success. There won't be a 5th round. Sitting in the back, Ves quietly nodded in approval. He was relieved that whatever spiritual contamination acted on her, she still retained a measure of her rationality. Continuing the hunt even when all of the humanoid mechs had fallen apart, and her kinslayer was halfway from following in their footsteps was sheer folly. Even if her entire crew didn't rebel, Ves would certainly take matters into his own hands if necessary. Lady Miralix began to instruct her subordinates in the changes to the plan. Since Zygra hadn't been as weakened as they expected, the noblewoman decisively gave up her previous intention to corner Zygra in a one-on-one duel. We need to take the offensive right from the start, she declared with a determined expression. The moment we track Zygra to his hideout, we'll spend a brief moment to top off our energy levels before commencing our assault. Some of the mech pilots looked concerned. Maintaining an encirclement was a lot less risky than participating in an offensive. Some of our mechs won't be able to last against Zygra. I know. Even if Zygra quickly takes out one of your mechs by using his corrosion ability, that means he hasn't used it on my own machine. If there's anything we've learned during the previous rounds, it's that sending in our mechs by piecemeal will only play in the crown cat's hands. We have to overwhelm him with enemies in order to spread out his limited corrosion ability over multiple machines. Unless Zygra held back during the previous rounds, which was a very realistic possibility, the crown cat couldn't use his special power over metals in rapid succession. Zygra always exhibited a delay before he activated this ability again. In fact, the pauses that occurred between his use of his powers lasted longer and longer in each round. This meant that whatever resource or energy Zygra expended to activate his powers, the crown cat couldn't easily replenish what he lost. This observation gave Lady Miralix a lot of confidence. Even if the crown cat was still a tough opponent without his powers, Zygra almost exhausted his trump card. Whatever limits he faced, everyone estimated that he was close to reaching this point. Lady Miralix unabashedly grinned. A crown cat that relies solely on his body is a cat that we can defeat. As long as we work together and display impeccable teamwork, we can end the short-lived reign of Zygra. For the hunt! For the hunt! For the hunt! For the hunt! Chapter 14-13 The Fourth Round. The measures taken by Lady Miralix suppressed the internal turmoil in her hunting team. That did not mean that she solved the underlying issues entirely. It was all well and good for Ves to berate the mech pilots for lacking the courage to challenge their limits when Zygra was still far away. Now that the Felixia cat strikers followed the mech cruncher's tracks to his latest hideouts, everyone's nerves began to simmer again. Both the mech pilots and the support staff started to have second thoughts about this confrontation. With the possibility of dying by getting chomped by an immense genetically modified cat getting closer and closer, morale throughout the entire group started to waver. As for Miralix herself, her urgency and eagerness in slaying Zygra drove her to exhort her team to push forward. She wasn't going to let anyone wallow in their doubts for long. Delaying the battle would only provide more opportunities for incidents to throw another wrench in her plans. Zygra is close, she spoke from her mech. She transmitted her voice to all of her remaining mechs as well as the legged transports parked in the distance. He's just up ahead, licking his wounds. Though he's still able to exert a formidable amount of strength, all of our analysts and experts agree that he is wounded and exhausted. Ves had declined to sit in the command center this time. Because of the importance of the battle, he decided to see if he could lend a hand this time. For this reason, he took Lucky and moved to the empty observation chamber placed at the top of the legged transport. Though the vehicle wasn't close enough to observe the crown cat in person, he already summoned a raft of projections that displayed multiple feeds as well as telemetry from every mech about to go into battle. In truth, Ves paid no attention to the figures and graphs depicting the state of the mechs. He merely summoned them as a smokescreen to hide his real intentions. Considering the uncertain odds of the final round, he decided to contribute to the battle more directly this time. How? By seeing if he could leverage his spirituality to hinder Zygra. After extensively observing Zygra in battle, Ves tentatively concluded that the crown cat ought to be a spiritually strong entity. While Ves hadn't been able to confirm this conclusion directly because he hadn't been able to get close to the cat, there were too many indirect signs that this was the case. His intuition leaned in favor of this conclusion as well, so Ves decided to go through with his radical and potentially dangerous plan. If this little move of mine succeeds, then maybe I'll no longer be relegated to cheer from the sides. It only dawned upon him recently that his spiritual toolbox had become filled with many tools, of which some could be turned into weapons if the situation had grown desperate. Ves felt as if he was about to join a fight between armored knights. Against a confrontation between armored warriors, there was little he could do if he came armed with a pitchfork while wearing peasant garments. Yet even a pitchfork could be deadly in the right circumstances. Well, it's not like I'll have to face Zygra all on my own. I'm merely lending a hand, that's all. The Kinslayer and the 5 surviving humanoid mechs would be playing the leading role in defeating Zygra. Ves only intended to tilt the odds in their favor so that their chances of victory increased. For the upcoming battle plan, the Kinslayer played the leading role. The tiger mech that had recently been enhanced by instilling Veskas as its design spirit remained in tip-top shape by refraining from participating in the previous 3 rounds. That wasn't possible anymore. Lady Miralix needed to enter the fray in person, but under circumstances that Ves thought was less than ideal. The biggest variable that could ruin their chances of winning was Zygra's metal corrosion power. The crown cat's ability to drastically weaken specific subcomponents deep within a mech had been the main reason why the cat strikers lost so many mechs in the previous rounds. If Zygra was smart enough to employ his ability on the Kinslayer right at the start, then the entire outcome of the battle may have been decided right then and there. In order to lessen the chances of this happening, Lady Miralix planned to throw her subordinates straight at Zygra, keeping him occupied for several minutes. Meanwhile, she planned to maneuver her Kinslayer to Zygra's rear and planned to remain out of sight of the crowned cat as much as possible. Ves had a lot of doubts about this tactic. First, Zygra did not require line of sight to affect a subcomponent with his corrosive ability. There was a chance that the huge cat might still be able to employ his ability to a mech attacking from behind. Second, Lady Miralix's subordinates would face the brunt of Zygra's ire, with the resolve of the mech pilots already starting to waver. Ordering them to stand their ground in front of one of the deadliest huge cats on Felixia was asking a lot. Third, Zygra may still be strong enough to fend them all off even if he didn't employ his corrosion ability. Though all of the biotech researchers stated that the previous rounds of battle successfully injured and tired the huge cat, Ves believed the creature would only fight harder when pushed into a corner. "We can't underestimate any crown cat." Meow! Lucky switched his tail in vigilance. Even he knew that this moment would be pivotal to all of them. If the hunting team failed to defeat Zygra in this final round, then everyone left behind on the legged transports would instantly turn into sitting ducks against the crowned cat's ire. "If worse comes to worst, we'll have to sneak our way back on foot," he whispered. Meow. "Yeah, with huge cats and other predators infesting this forest, it'll be a very difficult journey back to Kemela." The most important point was that no one could call for rescue in the hunting zone. House Laterna deliberately turned much of the Asco continent into a communications void. Multiple measures ensured that not even Lucky's sophisticated communication methods could transmit a help signal to Kemela or any vessels in orbit. The sanctity of the hunt had to be preserved. In this way, Felixia's Asco continent retained its solid reputation as a challenging hunting continent. There's no exception. Not even a scion of House Laterna can cheat the hunting process. With their backs to the walls, Ves saw no choice but to initiate another experiment. "Let's see if it works." Time passed as the mechs of the cat strikers slowly trudged to a hilly and mountainous part of the forest. Cliffs, rocks, and other complex terrain features forced the mechs to watch their steps carefully. Ostensibly, the terrain heavily favored Zygra, whose agility and quadruped form allowed the crowned cat to move over terrain that would give many humanoid mechs headaches. However, the Kinslayer agilely climbed and hopped over jagged rocks and cliffs without too much effort. The six mechs slowly advanced to a small cave that barely fit Zygra's prodigious body. As soon as the mechs came within sight of the cave, Zygra's alert eyes already glared at the machines as if the cat had awaited their arrival for a while. "Drive him out of his hole! Open fire!" The battle commenced when their only remaining rifleman mech started to unload onto the cat. A steady salvo of shells blanketed the cave and the cat with loud impacts and explosions. "Ruhar!" Zygra angrily bellowed at the hunters who doggedly pursued him over several days. The crowned cat lifted his mighty bulk and quickly started to accelerate towards the mechs. The battle had begun. Though the approaching crowned cat caused all of the mech pilots to quiver, they had already been psychologically prepared to face such a situation. As the rifleman mech continued to pelt at Zygra, the Kinslayer quietly circled to the side. In the meantime, the remaining four melee mechs adopted a spread formation. The only knight mech the cat strikers still possessed stood bravely in the front with his battered and claw-scarred shield held out in front. "He's veering to the side." Zygra knew better than to waste his time with the knight mech, whose sword and shield hardly posed a threat to his resilient hide and flesh. However, whenever Zygra tried to maneuver around the melee mechs to attack the lone rifleman mech, the cat strikers shifted their orientation so that the knight mech would always be in the way. The constant maneuvering wore at the nerves of the mech pilots and frustrated the crowned cat. Having evidently lost his patience, Zygra roared yet again before dashing forward. If the knight mech was determined to stand in his way, then he would just have to take it down first. "He's coming!" The mech pilot of the night mech endured an enormous amount of pressure as the violent cat closed the distance. Nonetheless, the mech continued to stand in place, only moving to position and angle its shield to properly redirect the impact as much as possible. Clang! The night mech audibly groaned as it endured an immense amount of force. Despite the mech pilot's attempt to mitigate the damage as much as possible, several alerts sounded out as its internal integrity took a substantial beating. However, the night mech's heroic attempt to withstand Zygra's charge succeeded in blunting his charge and slowing him down. As the crowned cat tried to recover from his charge, the other three melee mechs immediately went on the attack. The two spearman mechs kept their distance and thrust their spears at Zygra from opposite directions. The axeman mech, which had lost its arm in the first round, held back, but would make sure to block the cat from going after the rifleman mech that continued to steadily wear down the integrity of his resilient but cracking hide. Damn it! We can't hold him for long! We don't have enough mechs! Hold your ground! I'm coming! As Zygra was about to swat aside the annoying spears that tried to bar his way forward, the cat abruptly roared in pain and irritation as the kinslayer finally made its move. Lady Miralix had held her mech back until she was certain that Zygra hadn't been watching for attacks from the rear. As soon as she saw her window of opportunity, she urged her kinslayer forward and pounced straight at Zygra's hindquarters. The collision drove the kinslayer's claws deep into Zygra's flesh. Not even his resilient hide proved sufficient enough to withstand the tiger mech's claws. The angry cat immediately ignored the surrounding humanoid mechs and quickly whirled around in order to swat at the offending mech that dared to make him bleed. However, Lady Miralix cleverly retreated and tried to circle around Zygra to remain out of sight. At no point during the battle could the kinslayer afford to be subjected to the crowned cat's strange ability. The night mech and spearman mechs all stepped forward and intensified their attacks, doing their best to attract Zygra's attention away from the kinslayer. As the tiger mech and the humanoid mechs prodded the frustrated huge cat from multiple directions, Ves made his move. The time is now! While his eyes kept staring at the various displays, he no longer paid any attention to the information projected in front of him. Instead, he concentrated his mind and leveraged his spirituality into another excursion to the imaginary realm. At this crucial moment, Ves no longer decided to remain on the sidelines. As soon as his spiritual projection entered the imaginary realm, he swept his senses throughout the surrounding void. Though the corrosive spiritual winds did their best to obscure his senses, he still managed to detect a strong and active presence in the vicinity. Found you! Proximity in the imaginary realm often correlated to proximity in the imaginary realm. Just as Ves suspected, Zygra's spirituality had broken through the extraordinary threshold, which made his presence very easy to find. Chapter 14:14 Spiritual Posturing. Within the span of a minute, the mech pilots of the cat strikers were being pushed to the brink. Zygra's aggressive attacks and maneuvering made it very difficult for Lady Miralix's kinslayer to approach from behind and savage the crowned cat's vulnerable rear with its claws. The huge cat was on guard after suffering from the initial surprise attack. This darned cat is too smart. He's ignoring us. The humanoid mechs of the cat strikers did their best to hinder Zygra from turning his ire towards the kinslayer. The tiger mech was their only hope of tearing the crown from the powerful cat. Despite the possibility that the cat might sabotage their mechs at any moment, the mech pilots stuck to their parts of the plan and boldly kept the raging, bleeding and berserking cat occupied. Nonetheless, an accident still took place as soon as their only remaining night mech braced for another attack. Instead of fending off another claw strike, Zygra dove straight forward and bit the side of the night mech's shield. With a powerful heave with his neck, the crowned cat wrenched the shield away from its former owner's grasp. Pull back! Too late. As soon as Zygra succeeded in robbing the shield from the Night Mech's possession, he quickly pounced forward and pounced the mech to the ground. No! Lady Miralix shouted. Attack! Push him off our comrade! Zygra ignored the spear jabs, axe chops and claw attacks savaging his flanks and hind in favor of demolishing the mech it pressed down on the ground. A savage roar escaped from his throat as his claws cut its way through the thick but already damaged chest plating of the offending mech. The mech pilot of the trapped mech desperately wanted to eject, but he couldn't. Since the mech had fallen flat on his back, there was no way for the cockpit to eject and bring its occupant to safety. Awful screams soon flooded the comms as Zygra vented his frustrations at his trapped and succeeded in piercing his claws through the cockpit. The crown cat uttered a triumphant roar before chomping straight through the damaged chest portion of the mech. Shortly afterwards, Zygra lifted up his head while chewing a bite of mech sprinkled with the crushed and mangled body of a mech pilot. Both fear and rage suffused the other mech pilots. The fate suffered by their comrade intimidated the other mech pilots, amplifying their doubts, which caused them to unconsciously relent on their assault. While Lady Miralix was under an incredible amount of strain as she tried to inflict serious damage to Zygra, she still recognized the danger the fatality presented. Fight! Zygra is right in front of us. This is no time to mourn our fallen comrade. Avenge his death by killing the perpetrator. Only then will we be able to honor his sacrifice. In this tense and perilous moment, Lady Miralix pushed herself and her mech to a degree that smashed her previous records. She had planned for this fight for years. Every mech pilot who emerged from House Laterna knew they were destined to test their mettle against the Crown Cat. Her will and determination never wavered even once, even when she knew that Zygra wanted nothing more than to kill her and her hunting team and ruin all of her efforts. Her bond with her kinslayer deepened. If Ves still paid attention to the telemetry transmitted back to the legged transports, then he would have picked up that her connection to her mech deepened until it had reached the upper limit that her neural interface would allow. Going any further wasn't possible as the kinslayer's neural interface model attempted to shield her brains and psyche from the negative side effects of such a dangerous connection. Even so, her mech moved and fought more fluidly than ever before. Zygra continually attempted to catch the kinslayer out, but Lady Miralix succeeded time and time again in slipping through the crowned cat's grasp. The kinslayer moved in unison to her thoughts. The mech's responsiveness towards her commands had become so remarkable that she felt as if she truly embodied the machine. This wondrous and immersive state saved the kinslayer time and time again, as Lady Miralix possessed an uncanny sense when Zygra attempted to whirl around and launch a sudden strike. As long as she could keep this up, she could slowly wear Zygra down. Hang on, men! Keep up the fight! Don't let up the pressure! While the kinslayer and the humanoid mechs barely managed to keep Zygra contained, the removal of their only night mech meant that the cat became a lot more unbridled. The spearmen mechs were doing their best to pierce and bleed Zygra's flanks, but the cat's increasingly aggressive counterattacks were taking a toll onto their already degraded mech frames. As the Felixia cat strikers barely kept up with the raging crown cat in the material realm, a separate battle took place in the imaginary realm. Different from what Ves expected when his spiritual projection neared the coordinates of Zygra's spirituality, he encountered two spiritual entities instead of one. One cloud of spiritual energy dwarfed over the other. A combination of instinct, cunning, and brutality suffused this roiling concentration. Ves tentatively identified it as Zygra's spirituality. Surprisingly, hovering close to this larger concentration was a smaller, an antagonistic collection of spiritual energy. Ves immediately recognized its flavor. In fact, as its creator, Ves was more than familiar with its identity. Veskas! Why are you here? Now that he thought about it, why wouldn't Vescas be here? His first true spiritual product was a spirituality-strong entity. This meant that its presence amounted to more than a minuscule hole in the imaginary realm. Nonetheless, when Ves evaluated the spiritual presences of Zygra and Vescas in the imaginary realm, he quickly realized that their strengths diverged significantly. Whereas Zygra's spirituality resembled a storm, Vesca's spirituality only measured up to a tornado. Still, despite the disparity in strength, neither of them attacked each other directly. Ves could only speculate at the reason. Perhaps both of them were incapable of observing and interacting in the imaginary realm like Ves was doing. The result of their proximity was an indirect standoff where both sides influenced each other with the pressure of their auras. Zygra held a significant advantage in this area. Not only did he possess a lot more spiritual energy, but its quality was a lot more sophisticated and mature. As for Vescas, the newborn spiritual product only enjoyed a week or so of development. This was way too short for it to match the spirituality of a maturing crown cat who already underwent frequent tempering in battle. Still, despite Zygra's superiority in this department, his spirituality failed to break Vesca's spiritual presence. Even when it was suppressed on all sides, the spiritual product admirably held its ground. Its concentrated mix of stubbornness, faith in mechs, and unrelenting fury shielded the presence from the brunt of its proximity to the stronger spiritual presence. Is this what happens every time two spiritually strong presences are locked in battle? Ves mentally guessed. Perhaps a battle between expert pilots took place in two realms at the same time. At the same time they locked themselves into battle, they were also pressuring each other with their spiritual presences in the imaginary realm. Right now, Ves recognized that while Vescas held its ground, it was still being suppressed by the stronger spiritual presence. Zygra was simply too strong and could easily bring its pressure to bear on a flawed and recently born spiritual product. What are the consequences if Vescas succumbs? Nothing good, he suspected. Though he didn't think that Zygra's spiritual presence was capable of outright snuffing Vesca's spiritual presence, the damage the former could inflict on the latter would certainly affect the Kinslayer's battle performance. If Lady Miralix or the Kinslayer ever suffered a spiritual backlash from such an incident, then the pain and distraction might be enough for the crowned cat to catch the tiger mech out. It would be game over for Ves, Lady Miralix, and the rest of the cat strikers if that happened. I have to step in and tilt the odds in our favor, Ves resolutely concluded. Yet, what could he do? While Zygra's spiritual presence seemed strong, in truth its magnitude probably matched his own. The problem was that Ves was merely projecting a portion of his spirituality in the imaginary realm. Much of his spiritual strength was locked in his design seed, which he imagined as a solid crystalline mass of spiritual energy. This provided him with a lot of benefits such as strengthening his beliefs and amplifying the help it offered to his design work. Yet the downside to such an arrangement was that the effectively spiritual energy he could utilize for other applications was cut into a fraction of its former glory. Still, my spirituality has grown in recent months. I have a bit more spiritual energy than before, and that's not just due to replenishing what I've lost. His maximum capacity had slowly grown and still grew even now. Ves had no idea how much further it would grow, but as long as his design seed didn't claim a larger share of the pie, he'd be able to exert an increasing amount of strength in other applications. Well, that's still in the future. The issue is that I need to do something now. Ves suspected that the spiritual posturing that took place between the two spiritual presences might be one of the reasons why Zygra hadn't employed his strange corrosion ability yet. As strong as his spiritual presence seemed, Ves sensed some signs that hinted at exhaustion. It's the same as when I've expended my own spiritual energy on something, he muttered. Zygra's spiritual presence wouldn't be able to suppress Veska's spiritual presence if it weakened any further. If the latter gained some breathing room, it might be able to exert its own strength in a way that tipped the battle in the material realm in Lady Miralix's favor. Perhaps Veska's spiritual presence might even be able to turn the tables and suppress Zygra's spiritual presence, causing the crowned cat to fight a lot less confidently in his struggle against the cat strikers. After taking in the situation, Ves decided to move into action. He extended his own spiritual projection forward and began to tentatively attack Zygra's spiritual presence. The closer he neared his target, the more he tried to sneak his way undetected. Zygra's spiritual presence was fully occupied with wearing down Veska's spiritual presence, which enabled Ves to sneak his spiritual projection up close. The spiritual projection subsequently attempted to take a bite out of Zygra's formidable concentration of spiritual energy. Ouch! Ves failed. The spirituality he attempted to siphon from the distracted spiritual presence hurt his spiritual projection. Apparently, it was a lot harder to mess with the spiritual presence of an entity that was awake and locked into combat. Not only did Ves fail to manage to steal a small spiritual fragment from Zygra, but his spiritual presence also became alert to the presence of another interloper. Some of the pressure that Zygra exerted over Veska's suddenly washed over him as well. Though the pressure wasn't enough to affect his core consciousness or his design seed, it was a different case for his spiritual projection. The weaker concentration of spiritual energy from his mind started to lose some of its integrity. Ves quickly supplemented the losses from the attack by supplying additional spiritual energy to his spiritual projection. Damn it, it's like adding more fuel to the flame. Ves found himself in the unenviable position of being forced to continue to drain his spiritual energy in order to maintain the strength of his spiritual projection. Each second that passed meant that more and more of his spiritual energy burned due to Zygra's attacks. Ves had to make the most of his limited time before he expended too much spiritual energy. Chapter 14-15 Tipping the Balance. Trying to take a bite out of Zygra's spirituality was like trying to bite a ball made out of compressed alloy. All Ves could accomplish from this act was breaking his teeth. After 2 more tries, Ves knew better than to make another attempt to secure a small prize for himself. Zygra's active and belligerent spiritual presence maintained a state of high vigilance. It left no openings at all for Ves to abscond with a borrowed spiritual fragment. Since Ves saw no hope of damaging Zygra's spirituality by taking a bite out of it, he quickly tried to come up with alternative means. His main objective did not encompass crushing Zygra's spirituality. Neither did Ves hope to siphon away a spiritual fragment. Those were just opportunistic goals that he would fulfill if he possessed the strength and ability to do so. As his broken spiritual teeth attested to, the strength of his spiritual projection was far too inadequate to make a dent in Zygra's spiritual defenses. In the back of his mind, he always maintained the faint hope that he possessed the power to decide the outcome of a battle between 2 spiritually strong entities. As if, Ves shook his head. His design seed monopolized the majority of his spiritual energy. What he had left hardly constituted anything that could pose a serious threat to expert pilots, especially if they were awake and on guard. Instead, Ves realized that expert pilots appeared to be exceptionally suitable for launching attacks in the imaginary realm. Their spirituality took the form of a force of will. In truth, a force of will was a fancy description for a collection of spiritual energy that underwent a qualitative transformation. The critical aspect that defined the force of will was that it gained a lot of strength by fusing them with the strong willpower of an expert pilot. It's essentially a process of weaponizing spiritual energy in its misty form. What Ves was doing right now, expert pilots could do at least 10 or even 100 times better. Perhaps the reason why Ves hadn't seen any signs of expert pilots doing so was because they weren't aware of the imaginary realm. "I'll have to look into this sometime," Ves mentally muttered. "How much do expert pilots know? And how aware is the MTA of this intangible realm that connects everyone's spirituality?" He suspected that out of the major transgalactic organization, only the Five Scrolls Compact knew more. In any case, since Ves didn't possess the strength to attack Zygra directly, he instead opted to annoy it and disrupt whatever it was doing. Even though Ves continued to burn through his spirituality while he remained near, Zygra's spiritual presence only diverted a small part of its attention to the annoying fly that buzzed all over the place. In addition, while the quantities of spiritual energy between them differed a lot, their quality was roughly on par. Actually, Ves discovered that the quality of his spirituality was a bit richer than that of the crowned cat. All of this meant that the expenditure of spiritual energy on his part was within a tolerable range. As long as he kept his presence here brief, he'd be able to top off his losses with the excess spirituality that he accumulated in his P-stone. "Let's go!" He truly felt like a fly trying to annoy a human. His spiritual projection hardly posed a threat to Zygra's spiritual presence. However, the crowned cat definitely bore some discomfort, as evidenced by how much pressure he lifted from Vesca's. The spiritual product breathed a little easier now that the oppressive crowned cat no longer exerted his complete attention onto the designed spirit of the kinslayer. The results were felt in the battle taking place in the material realm as Zygra's responses and aggressive attacks yielded less results. Lady Miralix and her subordinates swiftly noticed the difference. They mistook Zygra's weakness as a sign that the huge cat was starting to succumb to attrition. "He's getting tired. He hasn't had a good rest in days. Keep bleeding him. We have to sap his strength as much as possible." Only a couple of minutes had passed, but none of the mechs in the battle looked great. Zygra successfully caught one of the spearman mechs and battered it into a wreck. Its mech pilot, eager to avoid the fate of his dead comrade, managed to eject in time. Still, the loss of yet another melee mech meant that the cat strikers no longer managed to contain the crowned cat. Zygra eagerly took advantage of his increased freedom of movement by battering every other mech in the way to run down the sole rifleman mech. The kinslayer desperately followed Zygra on his heels, but the injured crowned cat moved so abruptly that his initial advantage was hard to overcome. "My ammunition is almost spent. I'm ejecting." "Sorry, Commander," the mech pilot of the remaining rifleman mech transmitted before decisively activating the ejection command. As the cockpit of the rifleman mech threaded between the tree trunks and flew off into the distance, the vengeful crowned cat leapt onto the prone and lifeless mech and angrily tore out its limbs while biting big chunks out of its thin frame. Metal crunched between the crowned cat's teeth before he swallowed his prize. The huge cat's eyes already started to shift back and forth, as if contemplating his escape route. "Zygra is looking to escape," one of the sharp-eyed hunting consultants in the command center transmitted to the mechs in the field. "He's approaching his limits. Keep exerting pressure. Whatever you are doing is working. Close in but surround our target from the sides." Lady Miralix screamed and pushed forth her kinslayer into a direct confrontation against the crowned cat. "Make sure to cover as many escape routes as possible. We have to contain him here or all of our sacrifices will be in vain." She had no other choice but to launch a direct challenge against the injured huge cat. Only 2 mechs remained standing, and both of them were already at the end of their ropes. The spearman mech and axeman mech maneuvered to the sides but refrained from getting close. With all of the damage they incurred, their mech pilots doubted that they could inflict any serious damage onto Zygra while most of his hide was still intact. Even though Zygra's mineral and exotic-infused hide largely looked intact, all of the damage it withstood during the battle had taken a toll on its integrity. Zygra's hindquarters and flanks leaked out blood from several nasty cuts as the kinslayer's claws and a few errant spear and axe strikes managed to pierce through the hide or expand its existing wounds. These wounds now presented the only hope of defeating Zygra. This seemingly unstoppable crowned cat no longer seemed invincible now that his hide presented several tantalizing openings which exposed the creature's softer flesh. A rush of excitement and battle mania swirled her mind. The fight she had been waiting for had finally arrived. The prospect of fighting a one-on-one duel between her kinslayer and Zygra did not frighten her at all. Instead, she embraced the moment, betting the entirety of her life and her future on this battle. She never entertained any thoughts of retreating at all. Either you die, or I die. If I can't return with your head as my trophy, I might as well be buried within your stomach. For the hunt! For the hunt! For the hunt! The kinslayer circled around Zygra, as if trying to get an angle at the crowned cat's wounded parts. Despite her battle euphoria, Lady Miralix knew very well that attacking Zygra from the front was a bad idea. Just like most cat-like species, Zygra was at his most dangerous when oriented towards his front. The crowned cat could easily bring most of his offensive power, such as his forelimbs and his devastating maw, to bear upon any opponent opting to face it in a head-on collision. As much as Lady Miralix put her trust in her kinslayer, this fight was still very much uneven. As a result, she decided to maneuver her kinslayer in a circle around Zygra, hoping to obtain an opportunity to savage the huge cat's open and bleeding wounds. Zygra released a frustrated roar at the tiger mech. All of the circling by the mech forced the tiring cat to awkwardly spin around in place in order to maintain his facing towards the mech shaped like his own species. Meanwhile, his discomfort during the battle deepened as a part of him that he might not be aware of endured its own suffering. Back in the imaginary realm, Ves had spent quite some time trying to buzz around Zygra's spiritual presence. While he faintly believed he was making a difference considering the pressure on Veska's lessened, Ves believed he wasn't doing enough to tip the battle in his favor. A part of his consciousness briefly directed his attention towards the footage and the telemetry projected in front of his physical body. He rapidly took in the state and the battle and realized the pivotal confrontation between Zygra and the kinslayer had commenced. Ves realized that to win, he not only had to prevent Zygra from employing his strange ability onto the kinslayer, he also had to make sure that Veska still held up against the pressure exerted by the crowned cat. When Ves studied the condition of his spiritual product, he found out that Veska's spiritual presence in the imaginary realm started showing cracks. Veska's was a flawed and rudimentary creation to begin with. Ves created him out of a combination of his spiritual energy and the dragon cat's remnant energy. Now that it was starting to take on damage, its structure that glued the two types of spiritual energies together began to unravel. Damn it! My creation is too fragile! If Veska's had more time to grow up, then it might have been able to patch up its flawed and makeshift structure and refine it into a more coherent whole. However, Ves only created it recently. Throwing it in battle after merely a week of maturing and exposure to Lady Miralix's mind was way too soon. The difference in development is too large. Ves decided to cease his paltry efforts and began to direct his spiritual projection to Veska's spiritual presence. After a moment's thought, Ves decided to approach the damaged spiritual entity and feed it some of his spiritual energy. The infusion, though small, made a substantial contribution. It was as if Ves had added some fuel to Veska's nearly empty tanks. Ves carefully fed more of his spiritual energy to his spiritual product, knowing that the latter could absorb it without too much effort. You're my creation after all. Even if you've become an independent existence, you still carry a part of me in your spiritual DNA. Ves slightly winced at the losses he suffered. His spiritual energy expenditure had reached a point where he would have exhausted his remaining reserve of excess spiritual energy. Now he was suffering from a real deficit. The longer this went on, the more time he needed to replenish his losses. I have to make this quick. I don't want to spend another couple of months without the drive to design a mech. I'll go crazy at that rate. If a mech designer no longer enjoyed the process of designing a mech, then what was the point of continuing with his profession? Fortunately, Vesca's did not require too much milk from its mother in order to become sated. The spiritual product was still a weaker spiritual entity than Ves, so its capacity to absorb additional energy was limited. Ves had merely supplied Vesca's with enough spiritual energy to restore its defenses against the pressure exerted by Zygra's spiritual presence. That's enough to keep you intact for a couple of minutes. Considering the raging battle taking place in the material realm, Ves estimated that the battle would soon be coming to a close. As long as Vesca's managed to stand its ground, then Zygra would not be able to employ his spiritual superiority with impunity. There's still one more thing I can do, I think. His spiritual projection regarded Vesca's in a different light. The brief contact he made with his spiritual product opened up his eyes to another possible way he could tip the balance in his favor. Chapter 14-16 Parallel Battles. The Felixia cat strikers were almost wiped out. One by one, Zygra destroyed or disabled half of their mechs in the first 3 rounds. Now, the 4th round annihilated every remaining humanoid mech in the fight. Both the spearman mech and the one-armed axeman mech that feebly tried to contain the brutal huge cat had finally succumbed from all of the damage they accumulated. Every mech possessed a limit. To the 2 mid-range mechs, they had already performed admirably for lasting so long against a huge cat engineered to destroy and consume mechs. At this stage of the battle, Lady Miralix's Kinslayer was the only mech that stood in the way between victory and defeat. The lives of all of the mech pilots who ejected, as well as the support personnel watching the battle with bated breath aboard the legged transports, depended on the performance of the Tiger mech. Despite carrying such a huge burden on her shoulders, Lady Miralix no longer thought about her responsibilities. She no longer put any mind to her future ambitions, nor did she think about how frightening it was to confront a crowned cat by herself. She had fully given in to the rush of battle. Both Lady Miralix and the Kinslayer fought with only one goal in mind: to defeat Zygra. Their animosity towards the powerful huge cat compelled them to vanquish the arrogant huge cat and prove their worth as the true king of the forest. No stinking cat will triumph against a true daughter of House Laterna. While his exhaustion and his profusely bleeding wounds sapped Zygra's strength, the crowned cat still mustered up whatever strength he could draw upon his battered body. The endurance of the huge cat had continuously confounded everyone from the hunting team. Rank 20, my butt! He's at least rank 15, if not higher. I don't understand how he's able to keep fighting when many other cats would have slowed down by now. Is Zygra extracting his energy from the chunks of mechs he's eaten or something? The huge cat certainly deserved to be regarded as a crowned cat. Yet Lady Miralix exhibited no fear at all for challenging this formidable beast in single combat. Zygra may be powerful, but her Kinslayer still managed to keep up. Even though her mech bore numerous claw marks and other scars of combat, as long as she avoided damage to the Kinslayer's limbs and other essential parts, she still had a chance of vanquishing her opponent. Zygra possessed an absolute advantage in size, strength, and damage-absorbing capacity. Despite his increasingly distressed state, the cat appeared as if he could still keep up the fighting for another 15 minutes. Lady Miralix knew her Kinslayer couldn't last that long. Having expended a huge amount of energy from the start of the battle, the endurance of her tiger mech would only see her through the battle for just 5 minutes at this rate. That was too short. Even if she stretched out her energy reserves, the damage that Zygra inflicted on her mech continued to take its toll as well. A battle of attrition pitted both sides to a brutal competition to see who outlasted the other. The Kinslayer significantly underperformed in this aspect compared to Zygra, but Lady Miralix did not give up the fight. She still maintained her confidence. "If I can't beat you with strength, I'll beat you with my skill." The battle between the two cat-like entities became increasingly more violent as Lady Miralix no longer heeded any concerns about conserving the energy reserves or the integrity of her mech. Instead, she urged her machine to circle around and launch risky attacks. Even if she failed half of the time, the strikes she landed succeeded in exacerbating the wounds that Zygra already incurred. Lady Miralix recognized that the key to victory lay in accelerating the bleeding. As long as Zygra lost enough blood, he would inevitably slow down, as the lack of blood circulation would severely hamper the functioning of his huge but very demanding body. The Kinslayer's smaller size provided it with an advantage in spontaneity and explosiveness. Zygra could be quite fast as well, but aside from pouncing forward, he had trouble keeping up with the Kinslayer as the Tiger mech dodged and tried to circle around. As the battle in the material realm heated up, the battle that simultaneously took place in the imaginary realm took yet another turn. The spiritual presences that Zygra and Veskas maintained in the imaginary realm echoed the circumstances in reality. The former still maintained an absolute advantage in strength over the latter. If Ves had not injected his recently created spiritual product with a dose of his own spiritual energy, then Veskas would have already succumbed by now. What would have happened if I didn't intervene? Ves momentarily wondered. Perhaps Veskas might not break apart, but it would have certainly drawn back its strength, thereby depriving Lady Miralix of the support she received from her mech. There was a significant difference between piloting a mech that felt alive and one that felt as lifeless as a rock. With so much at stake, how could Ves make a difference between the posturing that took place between the two uneven spiritual entities? His previous efforts in annoying Zygra's spiritual presence might have made a difference, but Ves doubted that he achieved anything too impactful. The beast's spirituality was almost as strong as ever. Aside from its energy expenditure, Zygra's spiritual presence still felt as aggressive and brutal as ever. Whatever exhaustion and physical wounds Zygra is suffering from, the damage isn't reflected to his spirituality. That made sense to Ves, but it was still a disappointment to him. He couldn't find an easy angle to make any serious dent in Zygra's spiritual strength. The only way that Ves could pose a serious threat to the huge cat's spirituality was if he could muster up his complete strength, but that was easier said than done. "It's not like I can move my design seed from the deepest part of my mind and fling it forward like a cannonball," he muttered. "Can I?" That was a silly idea. Ves had tried multiple times to move his design seed, but it appeared to be rooted in the core of his mind. Trying to tear his design seed from its place in order to use it as a weapon was as silly as a mech tearing open its cockpit, grabbing hold of its mech pilot in order to use the body as a club. Ves could not bring his full spirituality to bear against his opponent, and this limitation annoyed him to no end. How could he leverage his limited strength in the best possible way to tip the balance of the ongoing battle in his favor? His eyes drew away from Zygra's spiritual presence and started to lock into the spiritual presence of his spiritual product. I can't do anything about Zygra since his spirituality is active and at its most alert state, but it's a different story when it comes to Veskas. Ves enjoyed a lot of leverage over his spiritual product. As for his creation, Veskas still responded and opened up to him, especially after he fed the newborn spiritual entity with additional spiritual energy when it needed it the most. It's like a puppy who latches on to anyone who shows affection. Vesca's grew onto Lady Miralix when she continually interfaced with the kinslayer. Now, it had become reacquainted with one of its birth parents when Ves helped it in its time of need. The openness of his spiritual product towards him gave Ves an idea that might work. What if I resonate with my spiritual product? The theory was simple. Instead of adding his strength directly to a fragile spiritual product which couldn't handle any more energy, why not find a way to resonate and amplify its existing strength? One of the main preoccupations of a mech designer was synergy. Trying to piece different parts together so that their combination resulted in a much higher level of performance made a huge difference. Just like how physical parts can achieve synergy, two compatible spiritual entities can achieve synergy as well. However, Ves quickly bumped into the problem of how he could possibly resonate with his spiritual product. I'm not an expert pilot, he mentally muttered to himself. Yet, I can imitate some of their abilities. His eyes metaphorically shined as the idea came into his head. He studied and witnessed the usage of an expert pilot's force of will enough times to know how they worked in principle. Even if his understanding of the underlying mechanics was a bit fuzzy, Ves might as well try and see if he could achieve anything remarkable. Is it possible that I can make Miralix and Vesca's achieve unity between man and machine? Ves mentally shook his head. There was no way he could fully replicate the steps required to achieve the legendary state of complete resonance. What venerable Eloise Pelican and her valiant warden Mech once achieved had only come about with the aid of a very powerful spiritual fragment. With the lackluster strength of his spiritual projection in the imaginary realm, the best Ves could hope for was to provide a temporary boost to the kinslayer's X-factor by resonating with Vesca's. He decided to enact his plan. He first changed the shape of his spiritual projection. Instead of compressing it into a solid tentacle-like concentration of spiritual energy, he deliberately dispersed it into its more natural cloud-like form. Of course, the burn rate of his spiritual energy increased as the corrosive winds of the imaginary realm as well as the pressure exerted by Zygra's spiritual presence pounced on the weaknesses of this form. To combat this, Ves attempted to muster up his thoughts and emotions and injected into his spiritual projection in a special way. He was not very deliberate about what kind of elements he chose to incorporate into his pseudo-force of will. The weak but coherent force of will that Ves invented possessed a very weird quality. He recognized all of the aspects of himself in it, such as his depth of knowledge and affection towards mechs as well as his beliefs and assumptions concerning his design philosophy. His force of will even possessed a dauntless quality, as if it dared to take on the galaxy. Ves had no time to reflect on himself. Instead, he moved his pseudo-force of will to the spiritual presence of his spiritual product. Open yourself up to me, he mentally whispered to Vesca's. I want to help you. You need my help. His naive spiritual product tasted the flavor of the approaching force of will and instantly took a liking for it. It hadn't yet grown sophisticated enough to be on guard, so it wholeheartedly embraced the force of will that felt so familiar with its own spiritual DNA. Yes. Resonate with me. Empower yourself by synchronizing with my empowered will. What happened next was hard to describe to Ves. His cognition blurred as something very remarkable and abstruse took place. His force of will seamlessly entered into his spiritual product and began to vibrate, for lack of a better word. Due to the willpower infused in his force of will, it managed to retain its separate identity. Vesca's could not do anything to absorb it without using force, but it would never do such a thing against an entity it loved. Whatever Ves was doing started to produce results. Vesca's spiritual presence in the imaginary realm started to firm up. While quantity or quality of spiritual energy hadn't increased, the rudimentary resonance taking place inside its core makeup amplified its existing strength. The spiritual product no longer wavered against the suppression exerted by Zygra's spiritual presence. Instead, Vesca's started to exert its own form of pressuring. Although its pressure paled in comparison to that of the crowned cat, it nonetheless produced some effects. The changes taking place in the imaginary realm quickly reflected back to the battle taking place in the material realm. Whereas Lady Miralix felt as if she controlled her mech more fluidly, to the point of where her mech already begun to move before she inputted her thoughts through the connection, Zygra experienced the opposite. The crowned cat appeared less confident, and his ferocity exhibited some instability. As his wounds and his exhaustion continued to pile up, this subtle change in mentality compounded Zygra's difficulties. The huge cat began to show increasing signs of hesitation. Chapter 14-17 The Two Cats. Within the imaginary realm, the spiritual projection that Ves shaped into a pseudo force of will continued to interact with Vesca's in a very abstruse way. There's a lot about resonance that I still don't know yet. I have the feeling that I've only touched upon the tip of the iceberg. To be honest, the resonance he achieved with Vesca's could hardly be called perfect. Not only did his projected strength fail to measure up, he also suspected that he was fumbling the process. In addition, the mixed and polluted qualities and attributes embedded into his pseudo-force of will prevented him from exerting it into a strong, coherent direction. Expert pilots like Venerable Foster are all single-minded in their beliefs, Ves mentally recalled. This makes it easier for them to exert the full force of their will in a specific application. Venerable Foster's aggressive and domineering attitude complemented her extremely well whenever she sought to destroy her opponents. Venerable Pelican's motherly instincts and protectiveness allowed her to achieve superhuman feats whenever she fought to protect her friends and family. The strength shown by both of them led Ves to surmise that simplicity did not detract from their strength. In fact, the purer their force of will, the easier it was for them to exert their powers. Unfortunately, I'm anything but simple, Ves mentally sighed. Just a single look at his messed up pseudo-force of will revealed the difference. The force of will of genuine expert pilots resembled glasses of water flavored with a specific, defined taste. In contrast, his own bastardized version of a force of will resembled raw sewage. The lack of purity in his mentality, as reflected by the unfiltered thoughts and emotions he imparted to his pseudo-force of will, meant that he would never be able to match an expert pilot on their home ground. I've made my choice long ago. The development of my spirituality has always been geared towards improving my ability to design mechs. The only reason why his turbid and polluted pseudo-force of will resonated with Vesca's at all was because his spiritual product inherited his mental garbage. The perfect match between the two made sure that at least some form of resonance took place. The effects became increasingly more evident in the desperate battle that took place in the material realm. The duel that Lady Miralix and her kinslayer had started against Zygra was beginning to reach its terminal phase. Both the mech and the huge cat were nearing their physical limits. One of the forelimbs of the kinslayer suffered an awful claw strike that resulted in a 30% reduction of its ability to exert force. The blow considerably hampered the mech's mobility and offensive power. However, Lady Miralix managed to make Zygra pay for his overreach by pushing her mech beyond its limits and launch a brutal counterattack that tore through the hide, flesh, and tendons of one of his already injured hind limbs. This was a crucial attack, because the partially crippled limb ensured that Zygra was no longer able to run away or launch powerful pouncing attacks. The only way this savage duel between the artificial and organic cat would end was for one or the other to die. Though some of the parts of the kinslayer started to whine or buzz in a worrying fashion, Lady Miralix still invested her complete attention into the fight. She couldn't afford to let herself be distracted by her increasing concerns. I still have a chance. She pushed her kinslayer past her limits, demanding more out of its frame despite the damage preventing it from moving as smoothly as before. Amazingly, the mech and its partially crippled limb held up under the immense strain that Miralix forced upon its stressed and failing parts. Though various parts of the mechs were already beginning to deteriorate to the point of breaking down, for now the most critical parts still held on during this crucial end stage of the battle. While Lady Miralix and her kinslayer still threw themselves fully at their opponent, Zygra had slightly begun to wilt. A tiny flaw in his mentality compounded the exhaustion and injuries afflicting his body. The constant pursuit and the lack of rest that plagued Zygra during the past few days were finally showing their results. No matter how much rest and recuperation the crowned cat managed to eke out during the hunt, he never managed to recover to his peak condition. Zygra's savage and unrestrained fighting style didn't help much either. Though his high aggression yielded great results in the earlier rounds, the huge cat had expended huge amounts of its energy to take out all of the humanoid mechs of the hunting team. Now, with just one mech left to defeat, Zygra was truly starting to scrape the bottom of the barrel. The huge cat no longer dared to launch unrestrained attacks, and instead circled slowly to keep pace with the kinslayer. He let out an intimidating roar at the mech that closely resembled his own form. Zygra took a lot of issue with the machine that learned from him and imitated some of his attacks. As the two opponents postured against each other, the differences in bearing became increasingly more evident. Whereas Zygra's confidence exhibited some flaws, the kinslayer piloted by Lady Miralix seemed even more eager than ever to vanquish its opponent. In fact, the kinslayer subtly experienced some changes on a level almost no one perceived. Its braveness and its aggression became more pronounced. It was as if the mech wouldn't stop attacking until its very last parts fell apart. "You've done an excellent job, but I still need your strength," Lady Miralix whispered to her mech. "You were made for this battle. We have to keep fighting until we fulfill our purpose." She had the illusion that the kinslayer concurred with her sentiments. Through her connection with her mech, the focus and emotion she invested into the battle seemed to have elevated in a higher state. Her bond with her mech had reached a state where she partially felt as if she had become the mech. Through some means that she wasn't even aware of, her control over the machine had surpassed the technical limitations imposed on her by her neural interface. The mech and cat suddenly launched against each other. The two cats barely missed each other as they both managed to land their blows. The two cats quickly separated from the exchange of blows. The kinslayer acquired a new stretch of claw marks that marred the increasingly distressed armor onto its flanks. As for Zygra, the huge cat roared in pain as thick, scarlet blood bled over his giant snarling face. What was worse was that pain continually erupted from his head due to the claws that the kinslayer had embedded into its skull before detaching them from its paw. Though Zygra's huge and immensely resilient skull prevented the claws from digging into his brains, the pain was almost unbearable to the cat. The blood that bled over his eyes and around his nose also interfered with his senses. Another pain roar escaped the crowned cat's throat. The agony plagued Zygra to such an extent that the beast raised one of his limbs in order to dislodge the detached claws pressed against his skull. "Chance!" Lady Miralix's eyes lit up. She spotted an opening. Her mech had already started to pounce forward just as Zygra swatted the claws from his wounded forehead. The final batch of replacement claws had already slotted into the forepaws of her mech, its gleaming sharpness ready to tear into the flesh of the huge cat. The nearly undetectable form of a translucent cat-like form briefly overlapped with the form of the kinslayer, as the tiger mech successfully pounced on the crowned cat. Sadly, not a single sensor managed to capture the brief apparition. The most the sensors managed to capture were some anomalies readings that vaguely resembled fake resonance. However, the instance happened too rapidly to confirm that fake resonance had taken place despite the lack of resonating exotics built into the kinslayer. Lady Miralix herself jostled onto her piloting seat as the abrupt collision pushed the inertial dampeners of her cockpit to their breaking points. Nonetheless, no matter how much abuse her physical body went through, her mouth curled into a razor-sharp grin as she enthusiastically urged her kinslayer to bite Zygra's neck and activate the warming heat projector built into the throat of the mech. "This is it! Unleash your might, kinslayer! Let your rage burn the life out of this crowned cat!" The tiger mech endured an immense amount of battering as Zygra frantically tried to dislodge the kinslayer from his neck. However, the kinslayer's proximity made it difficult for the crowned cat to leverage its strength at the awkward angle that the mech had latched on to his vulnerable flesh. In addition, the attrition brought the crowned cat close to his limits and sapped his strength and energy to the point where his strength no longer overwhelmed the tiger mech. Even so, the kinslayer's condition didn't look much better either. Parts continued to malfunction at an alarming rate. Just making sure that it maintained its grip and bite onto the violently shaking crowned cat was already taking a huge toll. "We're doing it! He's dying! Keep burning until there's not a single shred of life left in his body." The crowned cat released mangled roars as the heat and flames emanating from the throat of the tiger mech washed into his unprotected neck and constantly burned at his vital flesh. While the flesh of the huge cats had been genetically modified to resist a variety of damage including laser fire, the immense amount of thermal energy that the kinslayer withheld until this final, pivotal moment was too much for any engineer flesh to handle. Increasingly large portions of Zygra's hide and flesh started to char and blacken. Uncountable amounts of tissue were dying rapidly due to being overwhelmed by the heat and flames. Zygra's desperate counterattack against the kinslayer intensified for a moment, making it seem as if the mech wouldn't be able to hold on, but slowly the huge cat started to fade. The strength and frequency of his battering grew weaker. As more and more of his neck and other portions of his body succumbed to the heat, the functioning of his body started to fail at an accelerating pace. "Burn! Burn! Burn!" Even though the kinslayer lost some strength as well, the mech heroically persisted in its attack and continued to release its entire remaining reserves of fuel and energy to unleash as much damage to Zygra as possible. Still, there was a limit to how much the kinslayer could hold on. At some point, the mech had exhausted all of its reserves. The tiger mech's throat ceased to emit its deadly payload as the heat projector itself had run out of juice. The component along with the entire mouth cavity of the mech had pretty much begun to melt. The rest of the mech no longer possessed the strength to remain active. Its frame emitted forceful groans as its failing components could no longer hold it together. They'd been pushed well past their limits, to the point where the mech forcibly shut down lest its continued breakdowns resulted in debilitating damage. Both the tiger mech and the huge cat slumped down. Silence stretched across the battlefield. The spectators of the battle aboard the legged transports stared at the footage with amazed astonishment. "Who won?" An exobiologist checked the sensor readings. "Zygra's life signs are fading. He's dying. Does that mean we've won? Lady Miralix is still alive." Everyone realized what that meant. Cheers spontaneously erupted from every member of the hunting team. They succeeded. Through the skin of their teeth, they defeated a formidable crowned cat. "We've won!" The waves of success not only spread out in the material realm. Upon the moment that Zygra succumbed, a radical change took place in the imaginary realm that occupied V's attention. Chapter 14:18 The Great Catch. 2 cats entered the battle. Both of them collapsed in the end. Yet the difference between the two was that one cat's life had already begun to fade, while the other cat was as vigorous as ever. The kinslayer magnificently fought against Zygra, the Mech Cruncher and one of the fastest-growing huge cats released onto the Asco continent. Many sensors spread around the battle site beforehand captured every second of the final confrontation between the Felixia cat strikers and Zygra. Such recordings held a huge amount of value as they proved Lady Miralix's courage and valor against a powerful foe. They also proved that Lady Miralix played the leading role in this difficult and risky hunt. Inside the cockpit of the dormant and half-broken Kinslayer, Lady Miralix quietly wound down from the excitement that carried her all the way to the end of the battle. Despite her lack of awareness of what took place outside her mech, she already knew she fulfilled her greatest wish. If Zygra was still alive, then the cat would have continued to savage her Kinslayer. Since nothing of the sort had happened, Lady Miralix knew that she had finally proved herself to be worthy to fight in House Laterna's name. I did it! We did it! Zygra is dead! From today onwards, she became a true potency of House Laterna. She could lift her head high and leave Felixia in order to take part in the wider Sentinel Kingdom as one of its most prominent noble mech pilots. The victory I've achieved today will continue the prosperity of my house. As Lady Miralix quietly immersed herself in her exultation of completing her challenge, Ves did not have time yet to celebrate. He still needed to secure his own gains from the destructive battle between the two cats. At the moment of Zygra's death, his spiritual presence in the imaginary realm abruptly started to falter. Ves recognized that the moment he had been waiting for and working towards all this time had finally arrived. This is my chance! He immediately stopped resonating with Vesca's. As much as he wanted to experiment with it further, the act continually drained his spiritual energy, something which he intensely abhorred. Ves mentally patted Vesca's back as he withdrew his spiritual projection from its spiritual presence. Good job. You really helped us all succeed. Now give me some of my energy back. He forcibly siphoned some of the spiritual energy that originally belonged to him back into himself. Though he encountered some resistance, Vesca still held him in high regard, so it didn't resist as much as it could have despite the pain it experienced. Besides, even if the spiritual product did put up a fight, its strength was still lacking against its creator. Don't be so bummed out, Vescas. If Lady Miralix continues to pilot the Kinslayer, then you'll eventually make up for the loss. The spiritual energy he drew back into himself did much to replenish his earlier expenditure. Energized by the recovery of some of his spent energy, Ves began to move his spiritual projection towards Zygra's spiritual presence. Whereas before it projected strength, brutality, and cunning, now it started to unravel. The death of Zygra meant his spirituality lost the foundation that sustained its life. It's dying! Just as he expected, a spiritual entity that lost its physical body could no longer sustain itself. Even if pieces of it might be able to persist in the form of broken fragments, most of what gave the spiritual entity its identity would be lost because there was simply too much that couldn't be retained. This was what happened to the Dragon Cat days after Ves managed to access its frozen corpse. A lot of time had passed upon which the Dragon Cat's spirituality had gradually broken apart, and most of its pieces either blew away into other parts of the imaginary realm or deteriorated completely due to the spiritual corrosion they endured. Still, Ves also kept an open mind and considered the possibility that Zygra's spirituality might persist even without a physical body. He had seen stranger stuff, of which the most eye-catching was the paradoxical existence of his dead mother. Was the spiritual ghost that claimed to be his mother truly what she claimed to be? If so, how in the hell did she manage to keep her spirituality intact and somewhat lucid throughout all of those years since her corporeal death? Am I able to do the same? He mentally asked. Ves considered this question many times. He believed that not even expert pilots and journeyman mech designers were able to retain their spiritual existences after their bodies were laid to rest. A lot of places would have been haunted by spiritual ghosts by now if that was the case. From the signs he gathered so far and the guesses he made, he tentatively concluded that life after death required a special technique. His mother probably utilized a sophisticated method that halted the degradation of her spiritual existence. Still, even if she managed to preserve a sliver of her life, Ves doubted that her condition remained well throughout the years. Only until Ves arrived at the glowing planet did she manage to regain the strength to mess with his life and wander off after stealing the corpse of the crystal builder leader from his possession. He was still rather cross about that theft. Ves mentally shook his head. Not everyone could replicate his mother's feat, she was the exception rather than the rule. Zygra was case in point. As the genetically engineered beast met her end at the hands of Lady Miralix and her kinslayer, his spiritual presence increasingly started to lose cohesion. Bits and pieces of Zygra's spirituality even detached from the presence the cat maintained in the imaginary realm. The corrosive spiritual winds feasted upon the debris and whisked them away from this site. If the damage that Zygra's spirituality suffered in the imaginary realm was already this bad, then the damage it suffered in the material realm was probably just as bad. I can't let Zygra's spirituality continue to fall apart. Though Ves briefly thought about capturing the bits and pieces that detached from Zygra's spirituality, he pushed it aside in favor of an even greater possibility. Instead of scavenging a few scraps and merging them into a feeble spiritual fragment, why not capture the whole thing? Although Ves still wasn't quite sure about how he would sustain the spiritual entity's life, he formed a few theories that he wanted to test. He quickly extended his spiritual projection towards Zygra's faltering spiritual presence. He did so to see how much of an awareness it still retained. Ouch! Okay, that was pretty lively still. Even as Zygra's spirituality deteriorated, it still remained lucid and unresigned throughout the process. Ves sensed an entire wellspring of anger within the spiritual entity. He was really angry at his defeat. He hated the kinslayer, and he hated his own weakness at failing to overcome the metal cat. Ves did not hear Zygra explain his feelings in words, but instead inferred it through the jumble of violent emotions swirling inside the spiritual entity. Seeing that Zygra might not be able to comprehend human speech, Ves tried to bring his spiritual projection closer in order to convey a simple message. I can save you. You don't have to die. Cooperate with me and I can bring you back to life. Rage. Zygra's spirituality mindlessly lashed out at Ves. Even as Zygra's spirituality fell apart, it still recognized one of the antagonists that contributed to its death. Knowing that Ves didn't have the time to persuade Zygra's spirituality gently, he decided to take a firmer approach. We won. You lost. Your body may have died, but your spirit still lives on, for now. How long can you last, though? Surrender to me. As long as you allow me to bring you away, I promise I will craft a new container for you to come back to life, both in spirit and in body. Trying to articulate his intentions through a nonverbal exchange seemed difficult, but Ves adeptly conveyed his meaning to the intelligent spiritual entity. While Zygra was still a beast all considered, its spirituality wouldn't have grown so formidable if it was stupid. Unfortunately, even if Zygra was capable of higher-level thinking, it was still a huge cat. Its grief, hatred and animosity towards his killers vastly exceeded his other considerations. Though Ves detected that Zygra still possessed the will to live, his desire to deny his killers as many prizes as possible compelled him to remain stubborn to the end. Do you really want to die? Do you really want to depart from this existence without leaving behind a legacy in the form of offspring? Ves appealed to the huge cat's baser instincts. He continued to coax the spiritual presence with offers of salvation and a chance to live a new life. Still, Ves knew he faced a very tough customer. Zygra's spirituality stubbornly maintained his unyielding stance, seemingly determined to deny Ves to the very end. Time passed. The corrosive spiritual winds continually assaulted the weakened and fading spiritual presence. More and more spiritual debris separated from the greater whole and got carried away to parts unknown. Most of the debris would eventually break down. 1 or 2 pieces might survive as hardy fragments, but even they might fall apart after enduring decades or centuries of continued battering. The weak had no place in the imaginary realm. Even though Ves occasionally wanted to capture the increasing amount of debris that separated from Zygra's spirituality, he resisted the temptation. Instead, he persisted in coaxing Zygra's spirituality to give in to his demands. "Does it feel good for you to die? I bet it doesn't. Save yourself the agony of death and open yourself up to me. Now that our battle has ended, I am no longer your opponent. I'm your savior. Accept my help and your life will no longer be forfeit." Though Zygra kept up his resistance, it became increasingly harder to do so as its spirituality accelerated its degradation. His spirit was really dying. The closer he got to death, the more his resolve and his instincts wavered. The rage that Zygra held towards his killers began to seem more and more distant as the threat of spiritual death became more acute. Eventually, Zygra's spirituality finally ceased its resistance. It had implicitly given in to Ves. Deep down in the core of his spiritual being, Zygra still wanted to live. "You've made the right choice," Ves mentally smiled. Though Ves privately ached at all of the spiritual energy that Zygra lost, he knew it was a necessary step to gain the huge cat's acceptance. The weak had no right to contend against the strong. Now that Zygra lost a substantial portion of its spiritual strength and continued bleeding even now, it fully recognized that it was in a weaker position. Therefore, when Ves attempted to grab hold of Zygra's spirituality, the beast did not resist. "Oh," Ves mentally muttered in surprise. He thought he would face a lot of resistance in his attempts to move Zygra's spirituality. Even if it did not put up a resistance, its anchoring in the imaginary realm would certainly be hard to overcome. However, the truth turned out to be different. His anchors have weakened. This made his next step a lot easier. While Ves fumbled around a bit, he eventually managed to drag Zygra's spiritual presence back into his own mind. "I want it all. I don't just want the portion of your spirituality in the imaginary realm, but also what's decaying in your dead body's mind." Fortunately, the spiritual presence was connected to the spirituality locked in the dead crowned cat's mind. While Zygra's death had caused the bonds to loosen, Ves still managed to tug it from its place and drag it all the way back to his mind. As soon as Ves captured every last bits of Zygra's spirituality within his range, he quickly returned to his mind. Only to encounter a massive headache. Aya! Chapter 1419 Ungrateful CA. What if Ves met a stranded pirate ship out in space one day? What if he opened a channel to the pirate ship and offered to rescue the men trapped within? What if the pirates inside cussed and hurled insults at him, all the while their starship was falling apart? What if the starship started to break up and throw every pirate into lifeless space? At that point, many of those pirates quickly changed their mind and accepted the hand that was offered to them. They meekly boarded the vessel of their rescuer and profusely showed their gratitude as their comrades were fished out of their distressed ship. Of course, once all of the pirates found safety by entering a new ship, they immediately turned on their rescuer and tried to hijack their ride. This was exactly what Ves faced, because as soon as he slurped all the spirituality that Zygra still retained and dumped it into his mind, the beast instantly rebelled. "Ah! You ungrateful pussycat!" Ves yelled as he held his head in pain. "Meow!" Lucky jumped from his shoulder and floated in the air, looking worried at his owner's state. The gem cat could do nothing to help Ves out in his spiritual struggles. Ves could only rely on himself to fight his spiritual battles. Right now, he faced a rebellion in the sanctum of his mind. The damaged but still vigorous spirituality of the slain crown cat refused to stay put and lashed out in every direction, inflicting an increasing amount of damage to his mentality. Fortunately, his mind proved to be resilient, but he couldn't afford to keep this up forever. Letting Zygra's spirituality enter his mind was a bad idea. Keeping him contained in his mind where Zygra was free to vandalize his mentality with impunity sounded even worse. He quickly began to suppress the unruly spiritual entity. Because Ves was defending the interior of his mind, he was able to leverage a lot more spiritual strength to contain Zygra for now, but how long would he be able to last? "Pipe down, Zygra!" he mentally yelled. "You're not going to come back to life if you keep resisting against me like this. Be patient and let me craft your body." Unfortunately, even if Zygra's spirituality understood his intentions, the beast continued to resist the suppression. After several minutes of wrangling, Ves realized that Zygra was simply far too feral for Ves to tame. This prideful beast who fought his way to the top of Felixia food chain could not tolerate submitting to someone else, let alone the person responsible for killing his physical body. A crown cat could not tolerate any affront to his dignity. Zygra especially wasn't able to stomach submitting to a tiny, soft, bipedal snack who shouldn't have been able to pose a threat to him at all if not for their strange-tasting machines. Ves partially regretted bringing Zygra's spirituality in his mind, though he knew it was a necessary step to rescue it from the vagaries of the imaginary realm. The good news was that its deterioration slowed down enormously. The bad news was that it began to sustain itself from V's own body and mind. It lodged itself in his head like a parasite. Not only that, but Zygra was greedy for more. He wanted to supplant Ves as the dominant consciousness. "Screw you, you dumb cat!" Ves suppressed Zygra's spirituality as best he could, but he knew the disembodied beast would never subside as long as an opportunity was still within reach. Hosting Zygra's complete spirituality in his mind was a lot different from hosting Kalankso's spiritual fragment. Just like the sacred god herself, Kalankso's spiritual fragment regarded Ves as a friend and tried to do its best to withhold its formidable and damaging spiritual energy within itself. Zygra, on the other hand, tried to do everything possible to hurt and weaken Ves. The cat felt no gratitude for the rescue but instead saw it as an opportunity to turn the tables and come out on top. A beast is a beast. No matter how smart they're engineered, they're still governed by their baser instincts. Ves grossly overestimated the degree of rationality exhibited by organic products. Zygra may be sentient, but it never enjoyed a human upbringing. It was a mistake to assume that Zygra might act like a civilized human being. "Well, tough luck, you stupid cat, because I've already prepared a backup plan." Even if Zygra's spirituality acted docility in his mind and cooperated with his arrangements, Ves still worried about the possibility of betrayal. He drew his concentration from his mind and returned his attention to reality. Ignoring all the projections blaring out for attention, he drew to the side and picked up a familiar box placed to his side. He opened it up, revealing the pea stones stored inside, which he picked up with both his hands. "The party stops now." First, he tugged out all of the excess spiritual energy he stored within his pea stone and returned it to his mind. This way, he replenished what he spent and strengthened his defenses against Zygra's ongoing revolt. Next, he leveraged his considerable mental defenses and forcibly pushed out Zygra's spirituality. If Zygra's incorporeal spirituality got booted out of his head, then it would certainly drift its way back into the imaginary realm unless it could anchor its presence in the material realm. There were only two places where Zygra's spirituality could safely reside: his mind or the P-stone. As Ves resisted Zygra's presence in his mind with every fiber of his being, the crowned cat's spirituality eventually got pushed into the P-stone, which exerted a strong suction that assisted in the beast's relocation. Ha! Ves burst out. The P-stone felt much different now that it hosted an unruly spiritual entity. Zygra hated everything that happened to him recently. The crowned cat detested his new home and lashed out at the spiritual confines of the P-stone. However, unlike V's mind, the P-stone was more of a solid, lifeless structure. At the very least, Zygra found himself unable to deal any significant damage to the P-stone. More than that, the P-stone also prevented Zygra's spirituality from leaving its new prison. The suction and attraction it exerted on spiritual energy was at its strongest at the very center. Due to strange, abstruse rules, Zygra's spirituality found itself unable to exert a sufficient amount of strength or leverage to resist the attraction and leave the P-stone. To be honest, Ves hadn't expected the P-stone to be so capable of containing a spiritual entity. Whenever Ves pulled his excess spiritual energy from the P-stone, he only had to exert a moderate amount of strength to overcome the suction. But then again, I'm on the outside and not affected by whatever happens deep inside, he whispered. Even if Zygra was capable of exerting a sufficient amount of strength to leave the P-stone, what was the use in escaping? Aside from V's mind, the deterioration of Zygra's spirituality would quickly resume without finding another suitable body to house its formidable spiritual strength. Both the P-stone and V's mind represented two lonely starships in the void of space. The moment Zygra's spirituality attempted to escape either of them, it would quickly become exposed to the deadly vacuum, cold, and radiation of interstellar space. In this regard, leaving the P-stone was an act of suicide. After Zygra chose to set aside its pride for a chance to live, it no longer had the courage to choose death. Ves lovingly stroked the surface of the energetic P-stone as he placed it back into its container. Stay put for now. I still have a use for you. Before he closed the box, Ves frowned a bit as he observed something disconcerting. Zygra's spirituality continued to deteriorate even if it found a temporary home. It was far too big and strong to be able to maintain its integrity now that it had lost its physical foundation. The P-stone made for a fine prison, but as a permanent home for spiritual entities, it still fell short. My stone isn't alive! The difference between his mind and the P-stone was that the latter was literally as dead as a rock. Just because it interacted with spiritual energy didn't mean the rock itself was alive. What Ves basically did right now was to stuff Zygra's spirituality in a cold, dark cell without any source of sustenance to keep it alive and healthy. Zygra needed a source of spiritual food and water to maintain its existence. If Ves didn't solve this problem, then the spiritual entity would still degrade over time. Damn it! You greedy bastard! He mentally berated the cat. After a bit of thought, Ves injected a trickle of his spiritual energy into the P-stone. It quickly arrived at Zygra's side. The disembodied crowned cat quickly pounced on it and started to assimilate it into its spiritual being. It was hard. The incompatibility of their attributes meant that Zygra found little to his liking. However, desperation forced the beast to chew on V's sewage-flavored spiritual energy anyway and assimilate it into its spiritual makeup regardless of the consequences. Don't complain. Ves mentally lectured the rebellious spiritual entity and smacked the surface of the P-stone. It's the only sustenance that you'll enjoy for the next few weeks or months. The less trouble you stir up, the faster I'll complete your new home. Once Ves closed the box, he resolved to keep it close to him in case the crowned cat managed to slip out of his prison somehow. Still, Ves thought it was unlikely for Zygra to succeed. His spirituality still suffered a considerable amount of deterioration upon his body's death. The paltry amount of spiritual energy that Ves threw at Zygra was clearly not enough for the cat to repair the holes and other injuries to his spirituality. After studying the box and making sure that its contents didn't act out or anything, Ves finally let down his guard and relaxed upon his bench. Success! Through his hidden intervention, Lady Miralix and her Felixia cat strikers succeeded in completing their crown hunt. Ves stood to gain a considerable amount of rewards resulting from this accomplishment. Aside from the concessions promised by Lady Miralix, and the prestige he earned for tuning up the mechs employed in the hunt for Zygra, he also achieved his main objective for traveling to Felixia. In his opinion, the contents of his peace stone represented his biggest prize. The value of the complete spirituality of a powerful beast vastly exceeded that of an incomplete fragment. This was the first time that Ves truly captured the total spiritual essence of another entity. Ves managed to retain almost all of Zygra's strengths, weaknesses, quirks, memories, and other traits. Though the brief moment of deterioration caused Zygra's spirituality to lose a few bits and pieces of itself, the losses were fairly minor all considered. The difference between a complete specimen and a mere fragment of a greater whole made a very huge difference to Ves. While spiritual fragments such as the one he refined of Prophet Ilvain came across as very sophisticated, he always suspected that it hadn't restored what it lost, but rather amplified its existing traits to fill up the huge gaps in its spiritual makeup. Is this what happened to my mother as well? He idly wondered before quickly throwing the speculation to the back of his mind. Meow. Lucky found it safe to approach again. The gem cat curiously floated down on top of the box and thumped his tail against the side of the container. The box slightly shook, causing Lucky to jump back into the air in fright. Meow! Ha! Careful with what's inside, Lucky! For all of his bravado, Lucky still regarded Zygra with great fear. The latter's performance in the previous battle made it abundantly clear that the crowned cat was an absolute killing machine. Well, let's wrap this up and start with the aftermath. We have a lot of work in store. He spoke as he picked up the box and carried it with him out of the observation chamber. Chapter 14:20 Hasty Processing. The battle site soon became a hive of activity as soon as the hunting team definitively confirmed that Zygra was dead. Huge cats faked their own deaths before, and ambushed a lot of complacent hunters when they approached with their guards down. Fortunately, the exobiologists on the hunting team confidently concluded that there was no way for Zygra to ever come back alive again. The damage his body suffered was simply too severe. The legged transports approached the messy and rocky battle site, their many sturdy legs easily allowing them to pass over the irregular terrain. Once they approached the corpse, they settled down and disgorged a large number of people and equipment. Two main priorities occupied the support personnel. First, they needed to rush a broken mech back into action. Zygra had done a great job at disabling all of the mechs of the hunting team. Even the Kinslayer could no longer be brought online due to all of the damage it suffered during the final confrontation. This presented a huge concern to the hunting team as they were completely defenseless against the predation of the other huge cats that occupied the hunting zone. We don't have to worry too much about any other huge cats approaching this location for a time, a hunting consultant cheerfully informed Ves as they stepped out of the transport. How so? The huge cats are highly territorial. They detest the presence of other cats on their turf. The only valid reason for the cats to get together is when they are in heat. Even then, many of the organic products are deliberately engineered to be sterile. House Laterna can't tolerate their products reproducing by themselves. Who will buy their products after buying a single breeding pair? Besides, the divergent genetics of each individual cat also makes it difficult for them to produce a viable offspring. Ves nodded in understanding. So for now, we're safe? Yep. We don't have to worry too much about the cats finding out about Zygra's juicy carcass. As a crown cat, his territory is by far the most expansive in this hunting zone. Even if the other cats smell the scent of his carcass, their fear for him will keep them away for at least a week by our reckoning. This relieved Ves a little, because he shouldered the main responsibility of jury-rigging a mech back into service. He had a lot of work to do. Zygra had done a huge number on all of the mechs. From all the data he studied earlier, restoring the kinslayer to a mobile state was doable, but Ves did not expect he could bring the heavily battered tiger mech back into fighting condition. His only alternative was to find some way to restore the fallen humanoid mechs. Unfortunately, Zygra chomped judicious bites out of the torsos of all of their frames. The damage to any single mech was too severe for Ves and the mech technicians to restore them to functionality with conventional repairs. Ves already had a plan in mind, though. As long as they cannibalized the intact parts from other broken mechs, Ves expected they could bring at least 2 of the mechs back onto their feet after a few days of work. They wouldn't be pretty, nor would they be able to withstand a lot of damage, but as long as they could fend off an opportunistic huge cat, that was enough. While Ves and the technical personnel crawled over the fallen mechs, the hunting specialists and biotech specialists quickly moved into action to preserve their physical prize. If they wanted to return with their trophies in the best possible condition, they had to move quickly to preserve Zygra's carcass. Even now, the hot, tropical humid environment was probably not doing the body any favors. Its many cuts, bruises, and notably charred and burned neck sections presented huge temptations to any bacteria and other bugs in the vicinity. Fortunately, the hunting team already planned for this occasion. Some of the legged transports brought to the expedition dumped their cargo onto the ground before reconfiguring their cargo bays into mobile cooling chambers. While the carcass was too large and heavy to fit into any single-legged transport, some of the hunters in the team specialized in skinning and cutting up huge cats. They expertly directed the workers who employed specialized cutting machinery to process the carcass at the quickest speed. Start with the head, but be careful. Lady Miralix won't like it if we spoil her trophy. The head had to be preserved at all costs. As the grand prize of the crown hunt, the hunters prioritized its preservation with utmost haste and diligence. As for the remainder of the carcass, they would skin it and cut it up afterwards. Since the ownership of the rest of the body went to Ves, the hunters were clearly not as motivated to do their best. It was fine, though. What use did Ves have for a giant, headless carcass? As Ves turned back to his work and drew up some rudimentary preparation work to keep the mech technicians busy, he approached the fallen kinslayer. The tiger mech had been slumped alongside Zygra's body ever since its heat projector expended all of its firepower. Medical personnel already opened up the mech's cockpit to rush Lady Miralix to the infirmary at one of the legged transports. She had fallen unconscious at the end as she expended her all in the fight. Everyone present saluted and looked at her with appreciation as a floating stretcher brought her away in order to monitor her health. As for Ves, he expressed little interest in the noblewoman's condition. Instead, he arrived at the kinslayer's damaged side and placed his palm onto its armor plating. He surreptitiously extended his spiritual senses and managed to find the familiar presence of its design spirit. Vesca's looked dispirited after undergoing 2 battles at once in 2 different realms. Rest well. You deserve it. Hopefully, Lady Miralix appreciates you enough to restore you back to new. Ves had no idea if Lady Miralix intended to do so. She might consider the kinslayer to have fulfilled its purpose. Still, it would be a very heartless act for her to order the kinslayer to be scrapped. As the mech that she took a liking to and had brought her to victory against the crowned cat, the kinslayer might very well become her permanent companion. If Lady Miralix decides that her kinslayer has lived long enough, you're free to strike out on your own. That's what you deserve. In truth, Vesca's wouldn't fare any better than Zygra's spirituality when left unmoored and without a space to inhabit. Ves would certainly have to take Vesca's out of the kinslayer and place his spiritual product in another peastone. It was a good thing that Lady Miralix promised him a second peastone upon their return to Kemela. If that didn't work out, Ves could always host Vesca's in his own mind. As his own creation, Ves was confident he could contain the spiritual product. Hopefully it won't come to that. In his opinion, the kinslayer deserved to live. Even though he wasn't involved in its design, he had become very attached to it due to the contributions he put into the mech. Adding Vesca's as its design spirit had made a huge difference in the outcome of the crown hunt. He began to get to work by performing a more thorough inspection on the state of the kinslayer. The judgment he made earlier matched with his inspection. With the supplies and equipment the hunting team had brought, Ves was confident that he'd be able to bring the kinslayer back online. It can move, but it can't fight. That was enough. Though Ves expected that he could only get 3 of its 4 limbs to work, that was sufficient for the mech to drag itself back to Kemela. It would be a shame to leave the mech behind after all it had done. Under these hot and humid conditions, the exposed parts of the mech would certainly deteriorate. Even if mechs were built to take a beating and resist corrosion as much as possible, Ves still believed the mech would not fare well when left alone here for a week. In the meantime, any other huge cat might stumble upon this site and trash the machine. A few days passed by as the work proceeded rapidly. The mech technicians, under the expert and experienced direction of Ves, managed to restore a spearman mech, an axeman mech, and a rifleman mech to basic functionality. The judicious jury rigging and patchwork repairs meant that none of the mechs could muster up more than 30% of their former strength. They were basically paper tigers in the sense that they looked vastly more impressive than their actual battle power. The 3 shambling mechs would certainly struggle against an ordinary huge cat. We'll just have to trust that the presence of the 3 mechs is enough to deter the cats from attacks, a hunting consultant remarked. We'll be taking a different route on our way back. Before, we didn't make any attempts to avoid the other cats. That's not a good idea anymore. We'll be doing a lot of scouting to avoid unnecessary trouble. Everyone who signed up on the hunting team consisted of professionals. While Lady Miralix had made some errors with regards to the composition of her piloting roster, she insisted on hiring competent personnel. All in all, watching Lady Miralix lead her hunting team with mixed success taught him a lot of lessons. Many of her decisions elicited admiration in him, but a few notable choices had almost caused the hunt to fail. Amidst the celebration and joy of defeating a crowned cat, almost no one spared any thought about the defectors who wanted to give up and return. Not only did they quit the hunting team on their own accord, they also contributed nothing to the final round of battle. Even if they played an important role in battling Zygra in the previous 3 rounds, their contributions ultimately couldn't compensate for the fact that they stabbed their employer in the back in the most critical stage of the hunt. While their actions technically weren't criminal as they didn't outright desert in the middle of an ongoing battle, such a disgraceful act deeply offended the sensibilities of the mech piloting community. Mech pilots placed a huge amount of importance to the virtues of honor, courage, duty, and so on. Families like the Larkinsons rose to fame in the Bright Republic because of their adherence to these values. Mech pilots that faithfully embodied these virtues were held in high regard, while those who spat on them were scorned by their fellow pilots. No ordinary outfit commander would want to hire scum who abandoned their employer and comrades before the job was done. It's worse in the Sentinel Kingdom. After spending some time in the Sentinel Kingdom, Ves realized that its martial culture emphasized honor to a much greater degree. The constant struggle against the Nixian pirates had forced the state to present itself as a bastion of order and righteousness. The nobles and royals largely derived their legitimacy from their ability to protect the commoners from dangerous pirates. Ves also benefited from this preoccupation as well. While his contributions to the hunt might not be as important as that of Lady Miralix and her loyal mech pilots, he was still an esteemed journeyman. Not only that, he personally accompanied the Felixia cat strikers as they hunted Zygra, risking his own life and limb to help repair and maintain the mechs in the field. This achievement mattered the most in the Sentinel Kingdom. Ves expected his future business to go a lot smoother now that he could brag about going on a famed hunt in the state. Hopefully, some of the local journeymen will be a bit more willing to conduct an earnest exchange with me. He grinned. Hardly any journeyman has dared to take part in a crown hunt. Chapter 1421 Easy Fan. Everyone exerted their utmost into completing their tasks. Not everything went perfectly. Plenty of problems occurred along the way. For example, Ves had to be very creative in repurposing parts that belonged to other mech models in order to get the most intact mechs back to work. The ramshackle nature of the three functional mechs caused him to feel pained every time he took a glimpse at them. Ves would never tolerate selling such awful machines. Gloriana would probably suffer a heart attack at the mere thought of presenting mechs in their conditions as her own works. Hee. It's a good thing that I can still tolerate imperfection. Ves was no stranger to messy solutions. His time with the Vandals prepared him well for these kinds of tasks. In truth, while the difficulty of the problems he faced today was little different from those he experienced on Aeon Corona 7, his capabilities improved enormously. As a journeyman, his affinity with mechs had undergone a qualitative improvement. Even if he worked with mechs that he hadn't designed himself, he easily understood the essence and logic behind their designs. Fortunately, Lady Miralix hired some excellent mech technicians with considerable amounts of certificates under their belt. Their efficiency and competence impressed him so much that he even became tempted to poach them and add them to his personal workshop crew. Too bad they're sentinels. Ordinary people were highly reluctant to leave their home states, and the Sentinel Kingdom imposed a lot of bureaucratic hurdles if any sentinel wanted to emigrate. Aside from the complicated work the hunting team had done to the mechs, the remains of the crowned cat presented a number of headaches as well. Zygra's carcass turned out to be harder and heavier than expected. Even in death, its resilient hide and bones slowed down the cutting process. The crews working on the carcass broke or wore out a lot of cutting implements. In some cases, the workers even resorted to taking out their plasma torches in order to cut through the more resilient parts of the dead beast. While the hide was already difficult enough to separate, the bones were even worse. The workers found it nearly impossible to cut through the neck bones of the beast so that they could fully separate the head of the crowned cat from the rest of the carcass. The body processors were forced to wait until the mech technicians managed to restore an axeman mech. With great difficulty, the axeman mech took up its weapon and started to make careful chops at precise portions of the dead cat's neck bones. Even borrowing the power of a mech did not lead to quick results. The axeman mech was far from its peak condition, and it also had to be careful not to spoil its aim. The chopping proceeded very slowly, and only after a lengthy day did they succeed in separating the head. Even so, work still proceeded without any interruptions. Everyone was riding high on morale after they achieved the most difficult portion of their hunt. All they had to do was to return to Kemela with their spoils. During the final day, where Ves and the mech technicians finally managed to get the Kinslayer back online, the Felixia cat strikers were ready to return to their base in triumph. The legged transports no longer carried many supplies and parts. Instead, their cargo holds housed all of the dismembered pieces of Zygra. The crown cat grew into a very sizable and heavy cat when he was alive, so the transports all strained to support their own weight. Before the hunting team took off, Lady Miralix first had to recover from her immense exertion. Strangely enough, the medical specialist still expressed some concerns about discharging her early, but the hunting team really needed her to pilot the Kinslayer on their way back. As a custom mech, the Kinslayer was hardwired to accept only Lady Miralix. Any other pilot that attempted to pilot the Tiger mech simply wouldn't be able to bring the mech online, let alone transmit any instructions to it because its systems refused to recognize the input of anyone other than its intended mech pilot. This was a standard security measure that was very prevalent among custom mechs. After all, since its designers precisely tailored the mech to accommodate a specific individual, no one else ought to make use of these exquisite machines. Locking the mech to a specific mech pilot ensured that others who came into possession of them got a lot less value out of their prizes. They would have to tear apart half of its parts and fill up the void with new ones in order to solve the pervasive hardware locks embedded in so many parts. If the hunting team wanted to enjoy the protection of the Kinslayer, then Lady Miralix's condition had to be well enough for her to pilot mechs. As soon as she left the infirmary, she called up a succession of subordinates to get herself up to speed. Ves met with her fairly quickly in a private compartment on one of the transports. After Ves provided his perfunctory report on the state of the functional mechs, they began to divert to other topics. "I have to thank you, Mr. Larkinson." She tiredly smiled at him. "The Kinslayer has really helped me through the battle. All of the previous practice hunts I've been through has never made me feel so good in the cockpit." "That's my job. I just hope you'll spread the good word among your fellow comrades." "I'll be sure to do so. I'm very impressed with what you've done with my mech. Consider me a devoted customer to your products. I'll be sure to import some of your other products as well if I have need of them in the future." Until now, the LMC basically didn't maintain any presence in the Sentinel Kingdom at all. The semi-closed economy made it fairly difficult for foreign products to enter the powerful third-rate state's lucrative mech market. Ves hoped that his hunting achievement on one of their famed hunting grounds might result in special treatment in the future. If Lady Miralix vouched for him and spoke on his behalf, then maybe the Sentinel Kingdom might become a priority market for the LMC in a few years. The two started to become comfortable in each other's company. As Ves sat in his seat while stroking Lucky's back, they began to go over how the Kinslayer performed in battle. "Zygra hit really hard back then," she spoke, casting her mind back to the memories of that day. "I'm amazed my Kinslayer endured so much damage. If I wasn't so taken in by the fight, I would have begun to harbor some doubts about the durability of my mech." "Mechs are more capable than you think. It's not just the expert mechs that are capable of miracles," Ves idly remarked. "Do you really believe that?" "Oh, I do. In fact, it's a core part of my beliefs regarding mechs. Every machine can be special if you care about it, right?" She shrugged. "I'm not a technically inclined person. I'm just a mech pilot. However, even without studying all of the modifications you've made to my mech, the differences has been very stark to me. Whatever you did has completely transformed its piloting experience. I don't know if I can ever go back to piloting a regular mech after piloting such a fantastic mech in what might be the most magnificent battle of my life." A lot of people started to accuse his mechs for harboring an addicting quality to them. While his critics hadn't outright accused him of going down the road of the fair and affair due to the lack of hard evidence, a lot of potential buyers started to get in touch with those awful rumors. From what he could tell from the reports that Culsey passed to him, the fear of getting brainwashed was quickly starting to become a major problem to the LMC. No matter how much proof his company provided to the public, a growing portion of the markets the company became involved in exhibited an increasing amount of vigilance towards its products. When Ves witnessed Lady Miralix express so much love and devotion to her kinslayer, he kind of felt the same way about his own work. The adoration she exhibited came across as very disturbing. If he hadn't personally designed his own mechs, then his paranoia would have certainly warned him to stay as far away from the strange machines as possible. Ves had a lot of work to do when he finally returned home. For now, he was still some months away, so he turned his attention back to the present. He immediately thought of another problem on his hands. If we return to Kemela with Zygra's frozen body parts, their ownership will pass on to me, right? Right. She smiled. I do not intend to stiff you on this matter. While I'd love to have the complete carcass, this is what you deserve. Thank you. Ves smiled back. There were upsides to doing business with fans. I'm wondering what I can do with it, though. What do hunters ordinarily do when they return with such a valuable prize in their possession? They can do much with a carcass. Even without a head, the body of a crowned cat is still of considerable worth. She spoke. Even if you recycle the flesh and bones into exotics and other materials, you'll still be able to recoup some of what House Laterna had fed the beast. Don't expect to gain much, though, considering that many exotics will lose their strength when processed in such a destructive way. The same occurred when someone attempted to recycle a mech wreck. No recycling operation could ever extract the full value of the materials of a mech due to the degradation of exotics when subjected to heavy processing. I take it that most hunters don't do that, right? No. She shook her head. Most hunters have different ideas in mind. The parts of a huge cat are worth more than their constituent materials. This is especially the case for a crowned cat like Zygra. So what kind of options do you suggest? It depends on you, Mr. Larkinson. Some hunters see a lot of value in eating the flesh of a formidable huge cat. While eating their flesh can't be done without subjecting them to treatment in order to extract the toxic materials out of their tissue, if you want to impress a noble or high official, then serving them Zygra steak is an extravagant way to do it. You've got more than enough meat to hold a barbecue if you wish. The suggestion didn't appeal to him. No thanks. I'm not one for fancy eating. Another popular option is to turn your spoils into a trophy. There are very professional taxidermy companies in Kemela that would love to receive Zygra's body parts. According to your wishes, they can treat the parts and piece them back together into a lifelike showpiece that you can use to impress your guests. This sounded a bit more interesting. Is that proper if I don't have the head? It's not a big deal if you attach an imitation head to a mounted body. The very best and most authentic method is to partially recreate the outer tissue with cloned flesh. This can get very expensive, but you absolutely won't be disappointed with the results. Ves didn't think he'd be interested in building up his own collection of hunting trophies, but now that the opportunity presented itself, he slowly came around to the idea. Having encountered several incidents where his lack of fame, reputation, and prestige posed a hindrance to his personal and business interests, he truly had to do something to tackle this shortcoming. Bringing home an impressive mounted body of a formidable crowned cat sounded like just the thing to impress the snobs. Chapter 1422 Hunting Achievement. The Felixia cat strikers returned to Camille in triumph. Though the hunting team emerged out of the tropical forest with just 4 shabby mechs and a handful of struggling legged transports, the entire city welcomed them back with open arms. The city administrators prepared a festive welcoming party to celebrate their success in their crown hunt. Each huge game hunter dreamed of participating in the fall of a crowned cat, but few dared to risk their lives to do so. That someone from Kemela managed to do so sent everyone in the city into a frenzy. Cat strikers! Cat strikers! Cat strikers! Miralix! 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 As the mechs and vehicles slowly but steadily passed through the avenues and boulevards that led back to their compound, a continuous mob of visitors yelled and cheered at the victorious hunting team. Massive projections, each of them, showcased the highlights of the rounds of combat the cat strikers fought against Zygra, giving everyone a good glimpse of how harrowing the battle against the crowned cat turned out. No one thought that Zygra held back during the fights. He more than earned the reputation deserving of a crowned cat, and his slaying made the achievements of Lady Miralix and her subordinates all the more impressive. Ves watched over the enthusiastic crowd that continued to wave and show their admiration towards the procession. Both Camelins and hunters from other cities had flown all the way to the city in order to witness the return of this now famous hunting team. He scoffed at the massive turnout. House Laturna sure pulled out all the stops to raise Lady Miralix's profile. As a daughter of the current countess and the head of the house, Lady Miralix most certainly enjoyed a lot of favor. Unfortunately, the rules and traditions of the house prevented Countess Laturna from showering Miralix with too many advantages. Before her hunting team returned from the hunting zone, Lady Miralix was still a junior member of her house. The young mech pilot still needed to prove herself that she had what it took to represent House Laturna in a greater stage. Now that she returned with Zygras as a hunting trophy, her mother no longer became constrained by the limitations that prevented her from investing more resources into her development. Now that Lady Miralix has passed her difficult trial in such a magnificent way, there's nothing left to stop the Countess from boosting her daughter's profile. Though it sounded a bit unfair, Lady Miralix had to work for her success. Overall, the skills she developed in preparing and leading the Felixia cat strikers would surely help her in her future leadership positions. Even in the Sentinel Kingdom, few could boast of successfully hunting down a formidable beast that was just as formidable as a crowned cat. For Lady Miralix to do so just a year after she graduated from the Mech Academy immediately propelled her to the forefront of her generation. She's not the only one who benefits. As soon as the hunting team emerged from the hunting zone, his comm reconnected to the planetary network. He quickly received a message from the Galactic Hunting Club. The organization added his name to their database and recognized his contribution to the successful hunt. Since a representative of the club witnessed the hunt from start to finish, the club quickly verified the achievement. When Ves used his newly gained credentials to access the club's virtual portal, he discovered that it was just as he imagined. The organization's main purpose was to register, verify, and rate the notable hunting achievements of people all over the galaxy. Browsing some of the lists of names quickly confirmed his impression that aside from the professional hunters, a lot of nobles and high dignitaries took part in dangerous hunts. Ves even sought out a listing of hunters from the Bright Republic and found all kinds of familiar big names. Each of the 5 founding families are represented. Though hunting appeared to be a nobleman's game, even the prominent members of non-feudal states participated in this activity. In contrast to the likes of the Tovar family and the Ramsey family, Ves had not found mention of any Larkinson in the database. He snorted. Of course my family wouldn't be mentioned. Hunting is a wasteful hobby. Joining the Mech Corps and fighting on the battlefield is where true Larkinsons are born. He still believed that hunting was just a game, while war served as the true crucible for individuals looking to prove themselves. However, he recognized that the members of high society did not necessarily agree with this standpoint. Every noble and every member of high society has a vested interest in upholding the credibility of the hunt. Therefore, even if Ves did not care too much about the vain achievement he secured, he recognized its value among the highest circles of galactic society. From here on out, he expected to enjoy some of the gains that Lady Miralix currently enjoyed. As the hunting team finally returned to the confines of the compound, the party outside the streets proceeded onwards without the presence of the victors. A lot of cat strikers expressed interest in heading out into the city to celebrate, but Lady Miralix insisted that everyone completed their vital assignments before they received any leave. The compound became a hive of activity as the members of the hunting team rapidly performed their necessary tasks. The cat strikers rapidly stowed away their surviving mechs, sent Zyger's body parts to the local taxidermy companies, and kicked out the disgraced and formerly imprisoned defectors. In the meantime, Ves met up with the companions he left behind in Kemela. As soon as he reunited with Gavin, Nita, Crindon, and the Ingvars, they all exhibited relief at his safe and sound return. "You really worried us when you merrily disappeared into the hunting zone," Gavin exclaimed. Though Nita did not speak out, the intense worry in her eyes made it clear that she probably suffered through a restless period as well. For a brief moment, Ves felt a little guilty at making his subordinates worry. While he still felt it was worth it for him to participate in the crown hunt, he recognized its impact on those who depended on his well-being. "It's over now," he smiled back. "For now, I don't have anything risky on the agenda. Let's move on and see what gains we can take advantage of. Let me hear what kind of business arrangements you've made when I was with the hunting team." His subordinates had been moderately productive. Gavin arranged the early shipments of materials that Ves had ordered before. Crindon collected some pertinent intel on the Circle of Mota. The Ingvars interviewed plenty of ex-peacekeeper mech pilots who used to perform missions in the Nixian Gap. Ves received a brief summary of what they gained while also receiving the detailed reports to his comm for later reading. Perhaps the only direct subordinate who hadn't been very productive was Nita. Ves had merely assigned her to follow Gavin around to make sure nobody hassled him while he conducted business. "Has anything else happened lately that needs mentioning?" Ves asked. "There is one development that requires your attention, sir," Nita spoke up. "As you know, the frontier has been thrown into turmoil lately. The Sandmen have become increasingly more active and escalated their raids on human-owned space." "I know. What has changed?" "The Sandmen haven't let up. The entire frontier has turned into a war zone, and the border states next to the frontier are finding it increasingly harder to repel the suicidal Sandmen raids. Among them, Tomera's Federation is becoming one of the most hard-hit states." Ves frowned when he heard that. Tomera's was one of the final destinations he had in mind to cap off his year-long tour. He wanted to pay a visit there because the state maintained an extensive association to the frontier. He saw an opportunity to dust off his relations with the Sore Maidens at Tomera's. "The news we've received from Tomera's isn't good, boss," Gavin added. He shared Nita's worry and wanted to dissuade Ves from visiting the place. "The state is not only facing an increasing number of incursions from the Sandmen, but it's also under attack by another enemy. The news is rather vague, but whatever is plaguing the Tomera's Federation has led to a lot of panic. The state is in a full-blown crisis." "I see. I'll look up the news myself, but for now let's see what happens. The CFA probably won't allow the Sandmen to remain unbridled for long. Even if they don't care about the border states, they can't afford to be seen as weak by letting aliens cross over into human space with impunity." Everyone expected the CFA to step forward in order to beat the Sandmen Black and Blue. The powerful naval organization may even decide to exterminate the Sandmen entirely for their unbridled attacks. The only complication was the time it took for the CFA to mobilize its war fleets and muster up reinforcements from elsewhere. After addressing the worrisome situation at the Tomera's Federation, Ves heard enough and decided to leave the compound. He paid a final visit to Lady Miralix in her office to bid farewell. "You're leaving?" "I am. I have a schedule to keep and I've already spent way too much time on Felixia. I initially planned to take part in the hunt for a regular huge cat." "Do you regret taking part in my hunt?" "Of course not, my lady. Even though I spent more time here than anticipated, the gains I've made is much more valuable than anything else I could have achieved in the same span of time. The key here was that the hunt succeeded. If it failed, then Ves would have regretted his decision to take part in the venture. In fact, perhaps he wouldn't have the time to feel any regret because the vengeful Zygra might have eaten him whole upon the hunting team's defeat. Before you ask, I am already starting to fulfill my promises to you. You can expect to receive invitations from the Sentinel Peacekeeper Association and the other organization within a day. In addition, the exotic you asked for is right here. You have the peace stone I asked for? Ves shone his eyes in anticipation. Yes. Please inspect for yourself. A gap in the ceiling appeared. A square container floated through the opening and landed on the desk. Ves immediately approached and picked up the box. Wow. That's pretty heavy, he uttered. He quickly opened the unlocked container and found a bronze-green metallic rock resting inside. The exotic looked just as unremarkable as in the projections. Caring nothing for Lady Miralix, Ves eagerly caressed his palm over the surface. The second peace stone differed quite a lot from the first peace stone he uncovered long ago in one of the many exotic sample marketplaces at Centerpoint. If Ves didn't know any better, he would have mistaken the peace stones as different varieties of space junk. Yet as Ves surreptitiously injected a mote of spiritual energy into the bronze-green metallic rock, it reacted the same as his first peace stone. It absorbed and contained his spiritual energy. Ves couldn't hold in his glee. He grinned as he realized that despite its different physical makeup, his second peace stone likely held the same properties as his first one. If two samples of the same exotic existed, then more of them must certainly be out there as well. One of his greatest fears about the peace stones could be laid to rest now that he learned that it wasn't a unique phenomenon. I see you're very happy about that rock, Lady Miralix remarked, looking intrigued at what the big deal was about with the sample that her noble house long considered to be almost worthless. What's so special about it that makes you so excited? He offered a dumbed-down explanation. It's helpful to the development of my design style. My mechs will definitely become more distinct after I study the properties of this exotic. That wasn't entirely accurate, but Lady Miralix did not need to know anything more. After a bit of talking, the two finally concluded their successful cooperation and bid farewell to each other. Ves left Lady Miralix's office with a spring to his step. Chapter 1423 Rocky Speculation. Ves spent one more day in Kemla before he planned to depart. Having returned to his hotel, he took the time to study the reports written by his subordinates and get up to speed with various other developments. One notable point of interest to him was the deteriorating security situation at the Tamaris Federation. Sandman fleets continued to cross the fairly porous border into human space and wreak havoc in human-occupied star systems for reasons that escaped every human. No one knew why the Sandmen had suddenly gone mad and attacked in such an unbridled way. However, Ves had a feeling that he might know more about what was driving these insane attacks. The sentient AI he inadvertently released from the Starlight Megalodon may be the chief culprit behind these developments. There must be a reason why Cygrin drove his fellow Sandmen to pick a fight with humanity. However, even though Ves suspected Cygrin's involvements a long time ago, trying to guess the motives of this bizarre artificial life form was an exercise in futility. Cygrin thought nothing like a human. It didn't seem as if Cygrin cared a lot about the race it used to belong to, because the relentless incursions were really stretching the CFA's patience thin. Ves even felt tempted to reaffirm his decision to visit the Tamaris Federation in person. He wanted to snoop around in order to figure out what in the hell Cygrin was up to these days. Really? Some entities are too dangerous to be left alone. He dearly wished to tip off the Big Two to the sentient AI's existence, but the unholy pact he made with the sentient AI prevented him from doing so. Ves knew that Calabast, the only other person alive who knew of Sigrun's existence, kept her mouth shut as well. In fact, Calabast had previously warned him numerous times not to leak any hints. Whatever damage he could do to Sigrun, the AI would certainly hit back twice as hard. These constraints left him feeling helpless as he browsed the various alarmist news articles that spoke of the devastation the more successful Sandman raids had wrought to the border states. In particular, hundreds of thousands of citizens had died so far. The economic damage the Sandman inflicted affected the livelihoods of billions of Tamarins more. Knowing that he could put a swift end to the incursions gnawed at his conscience. Too many people suffered from his inaction for him to dismiss the difference he could make. So much for being an altruist. Well, I can't contribute to human civilization if everyone wants me dead or in captivity, right? He joked. Since he couldn't do anything about what kind of mischief Sigrun was up to, Ves completely pushed the issue from his mind. It wasn't his problem anymore. Instead, he shifted his attention to more immediate concerns, such as studying the 2 P-stones he possessed while he awaited the completion of a couple of special orders. Ves holed himself up in his hotel room together with Lucky. Once his cat activated his ECM field, Ves finally couldn't hold himself in and eagerly brought out both of his P-stones from their containers. Fascinating, he whispered as he compared them side by side. Lucky curiously floated down and rested himself atop the gray P-stone. While to normal eyes the rock appeared completely inactive and inert, Ves picked up a lot of activity from his spiritual senses. The rock that imprisoned Zygra's damaged spirituality seemed to leak out an angry aura as the spiritual entity inside detested Lucky's show of disrespect. No mere tiny cat was allowed to step onto Zygra's head. Of course, Lucky arrogantly taunted Zygra by settling down by patting the surface of the rock with his paws. The gem cat even bent down his neck as if to take a bite out of the P-stone. "Stop that!" Ves admonished his cat. "You're not allowed to eat my P-stones. They're too rare to be treated as your food." "Meow!" "I said no!" "Meow meow!" Okay. If I find a few more P-stones, I'll promise you can eat one." Only then did Lucky stop making a move on his P-stones. The cat thumped his tail against the surface of the gray rock one more time before he jumped onto V's shoulder. Even though Ves felt a bit annoyed at Lucky, he did learn something useful out of the interaction. While the P-stone did lock Zygra in place, it did not prevent its prisoner from sensing other spiritual entities nearby. "Can it see outside?" Ves didn't know the answer to this question, but he guessed the spiritual entity probably couldn't see far outside its immediate vicinity. "Well, let's see how similar these rocks are." Both of them reacted to spiritual energy, but their interactions might differ. Perhaps they responded completely differently or possessed different capacities. Ves wanted to compare their respective responses in order to determine if he was dealing with just a single type of P-stone. He first injected numerous quantities of spiritual energy into his second P-stone. As far as he knew, the second rock behaved identically to the first rock. Ves was hard-pressed to find any differences. Aside from their different physical makeup, their reactions are the same. Next, he curiously pulled out Zygra's rebellious and violent spirituality from the first P-stone and quickly dumped it into the second P-stone. Though the huge cat's spirituality did not enjoy the experience, Ves noted with some satisfaction that the second P-stone apparently functioned the exact same way. It exerted a strong suction force that kept Zygra's spirituality locked within its center. "They're the same!" Ves found it very odd that the two rocks could differ so much in terms of density and physical makeup but shared the same remarkable traits. A part of him felt disappointed at this finding. If he found a p-stone that possessed a different effect, then he would have been able to expand his options. Still, this outcome isn't so bad. Since the p-stones aren't unique and since they share the same emission footprint, it's a lot easier now for me to obtain additional samples. In a way, the huge differences between his two p-stones helped him pin down some of their distinctive traits. The extensive lab results that Lady Miralix had passed on to him made it clear that both p-stones possessed the same emission footprint. While it was very weak, it could still be measured with sensitive scanners. As long as Ves scoured the marketplaces for materials with the same pattern of emissions, then he no longer had to scour all of the stalls and shops in person. Still, the only problem is that others might be on the lookout for them as well. He furrowed his brows. His paranoia forced him to consider the possibility that the Five Scrolls Compact might be tracking the p-stones as well. Since the organization definitely appeared to be experimenting with spirituality, the value of exotics that could store both raw spiritual energy as well as spiritual remnants of dead entities might be considerable. If the Five Scrolls Compact truly sought for p-stones themselves, then it would be a very bad idea for Ves to post an open advert for additional samples onto the galactic net. Does this mean I'm back to square one? He frowned. Not exactly. While he did not dare to announce he sought for exotics that exhibited the same emission footprint, he could still make his search easier in other ways. I no longer have to depend on myself to seek out additional samples. Before he made his deal with Lady Miralix, only Ves possessed the ability to discern the p-stones. With the lab results in hand, Ves could now pass on the distinctive emission pattern that appeared to be unique to p-stone to trusted subordinates, and task them with seeking out other rocks with the same properties. Unfortunately, Ves did not possess the requisite trusted subordinates who he could assign this tedious but important chore. If only he had a shadow force in place that he could trust to perform this task discreetly. Perhaps the only person who came close was Crindon, but Ves did not wish to send his only qualified virtual security expert away. Another idea came to mind. I don't have a shadow force, but Calabas certainly has. She has invested a lot of time and resources in building up a spy network. His eyes lit up. That was a great idea. They were partners anyway, so Calabas ought to be able to help him out on this front. The only issue was trying to convey his demands to her in a secure fashion. Other than telling her in person, the only other alternative was to resort to the only other secure method of communication he knew. Looks like I'll have to pass on a parcel the next time I meet with a shadow courier. Getting in touch with a shadow courier was fairly troublesome to him, though he already scheduled an appointment with one of them. Ves could pass on his parcel containing his instructions to Calabas at the same time he received one of his awaited packages. Once he finished his rudimentary investigation on the p-stones, he put them back into their containers. Stay safe, p-stones. Ves planned to utilize his first p-stone as a container for spiritual entities. His second p-stone inherited the old role as a battery for spiritual energy, though at the moment he still had to replenish a modest deficit. I'll probably recover in a week. In fact, he observed his recovery rate and found to his surprise that he was generating spiritual energy at a higher rate than before. He took this change as evidence that his spirituality had grown even more formidable. Ves wondered if his spirituality would continue to grow by itself. The other possibility was that his spirituality grew in tandem with the advancements he made to his design philosophy. I've been making plenty of new discoveries lately, so that might lead to a lot of growth. The next day, Ves woke up and did his normal business in the morning. In the afternoon, Ves took his subordinates to a certain district in Kemela. He had an appointment with one of the exclusive shops in the city. As Ves and his entourage exited their air car, they stepped onto a shopping street that was nearly empty of guests. Most Chemelans still celebrated Lady Miralix's success. All the bars and other gathering places had become packed with revelers as they gushed over the expertly edited battle footage released to the public. "Let's go inside." Ves entered a small but luxurious-looking clothing store. The boutique offered a sample of handmade, artisan wares, but Ves paid no mind to the products on display. "Ah, Mr. Larkinson! Please proceed to my workshop. Your order is almost ready." The group entered a small clothing workshop in the back of the store. Various fibers, cloth, hides, and other materials were strewn about the tables and open storage cabinets. The smell of strange chemical solutions suffused the entire workplace, causing Nita to crinkle her nose. "Not toxic, but very unpleasant," she softly spoke to Ves. "The sooner we get out of here, the sooner my nose gets some relief. Bear with it for a while." Ves approached the elderly man in an impeccably sharp and clean work uniform. A garment that carried a very familiar shade rested on the worktable before the proprietor of the shop. "I'm almost done. I'm just putting the finishing touches on your order." "I understand. Take your time." The person working on the garment was one of the best tailors in Chemela. The man specialized in extracting the finest fibers and other materials from the bodies of huge cats and turning them into stylish clothing. Though Ves ordinarily didn't care too much about what he wore from day to day, the thought of wearing an outfit made from the remains of a crowned cat sounded very tempting to him. He eagerly accepted Lady Miralix's recommendation upon their return to Chemela. Now that he came within sight of his next ensemble, he judged that the wait had been more than worth it. Even the others looked intrigued. Chapter 14:24 Silly and Dignified. As a craftsman himself, Ves recognized the skill and attention the bespoke tailor poured into his work. The old man had worked on many different materials extracted from a diverse selection of huge cats. Ordinarily, Ves had to wait in line before the tailor started with his order. However, the tailor instantly set aside his current orders as soon as he received the opportunity to work with the remains of a crowned cat. "The fibers of a crowned cat are some of the most difficult materials to work with," the tailor explained. "In many cases, they require extensive treatment and trimming in order to make them workable. The same goes for their hides. Only the lightest, most flexible, and most pristine layer of leather can be worked into a garment suitable for humans." "My order must have given you a lot of headaches." "Oh, not at all. I can count the amount of times I've worked with materials taken from crowned cats with one hand. These magnificent creatures are worthy of commemoration, and it is a dream of every tailor on this planet to work with materials derived from these famous beasts." Ves understood the tailor's sentiments. In some way, he considered his Devil Tiger project in a similar light. The challenges he set for himself pushed his abilities to the limit and stimulated him into developing many new solutions. The sense of satisfaction in developing and completing such an exceptional work represented a seminal moment in his professional development. Soon enough, the artisan finally completed his work. He carefully raised his final piece and placed it together on a table where identical pieces already rested. "It is done!" A luxurious ensemble of clothing presented to Ves. From fur-tufted boots to a rich and formal-looking coat that imitated some of Zygra's majesty, the entire outfit earned Ves and everyone else's appreciation. "Wow!" Ayman Ingvar uttered. "Boss, do you have any spare materials? I want an awesome outfit as well." Casella Ingvar quickly swatted her brother's head. "Be reasonable. You haven't participated in the hunt. You are not entitled to any of the spoils. Besides, custom outfits like these are hunting trophies in themselves. They're not as valuable if more copies of them exist. She was right. Ves purposefully ordered the ensemble to impress the people he would meet in the future. Though the outfit already looked impressive in itself, those who were part of the Galactic Hunting Club or were aware of his hunting achievement would certainly recognize its significance. Wearing a garment made out of the materials extracted from Zyger's remains was the same as wearing a hunting trophy on his body. Hopefully, wearing his new outfit would finally put an end to instances where elite figures and exclusive establishments refused to do business with him. He was tired of being treated as a nobody due to his lack of reputation. While Ves still didn't completely comprehend high society's obsession with reputation, he knew he would definitely make a strong statement if he showed up with this impressive outfit. Where is the changing room? Moments later, Ves emerged from his changing room looking completely different than before. Whereas Ves already looked quite decent with the formal business clothes that Gavin prepared every morning, this time he truly came across as a dignified leader. The complete ensemble consisted of a long overcoat, a detachable hood, a fur-tufted cape, a robust pair of pants, a soft and pale dress shirt, a tight-fitting jacket suit, a shiny, dark pair of boots, a velvety pair of gloves, a thick leather belt with a buckle fashioned out of treated bone, and most peculiarly, a pair of decorative furry cat ears. That last option perplexed everyone who saw him emerge from the changing room. You look really good, but what's with the cat ears? I like them. Why not? Don't I look good, Benny? You do, but the cat ears make you look weird. While his overall outfit was colored in the same shade of Zyger's original rust-red coat, the tailor artfully varied the shade between the different pieces. The old man also added some silver accents in the decorative frills and designs to break up the monotone look. Though his other subordinates didn't have the courage to express their doubts, Ves could read their dubious expressions well enough. If not for the cosmetic cat ears, Ves would have made a very dignified impression on everybody. He smirked. What his subordinates didn't know was that he deliberately sought to elicit this reaction. While he wanted to appear impressive, he didn't want to come across as stiff and formal. One of the key means of protecting himself was to paint himself as an eccentric mech designer. Indulging in strange and weird hobbies such as wearing fake cat ears on top of his head served as distractions that helped deflect attention to his many secrets. Do you think my cat ears are fine in their original color tone, or do they look better if they are dyed in black to match my hair? Meow. Yeah. You're right. The contrast looks weird. Despite that, Ves opted to keep them in their original red rust shade. The more confounding he looked, the more he could take advantage of the confusion he sowed. I see you have prepared an extra pair of cat ears, Gavin pointed out. Yup. Don't you think they would make a lovely present for Gloriana? No one wanted to wade in that minefield. Ves ignored his perplexed subordinates and turned to the tailor. A great work like this surely bears a name. The man smiled as one fellow artisan to another. Indeed. I call it the Pride of Dusk. Each crowned cat is a prideful beast, but from what I have ascertained from the battle footage I've glimpsed, Zyger is especially prickly when it comes to his pride. The cat fought majestically to the very end. Even in his death throes, I observed the stubborn pride that made him die unresigned. Pride of Dusk. Ves rolled the name off his lips. That's a very solemn name. Dusk represents a sunset. Don't you think the shade of Zyger's coat matches the shade of the sky of a fading sun? Dusk also symbolizes a fall and the ending of an era. Zyger's reign as the king of his hunting zone has come to an end at the hands of humans. Very aptly put, Mr. Larkinson. Take care not to suffer the same fate. I hope my work will serve as a continuous reminder that while pride and hubris has their benefits, take care not to indulge yourself to the point of becoming conceited. I have served many impressive clients such as you. A distressingly large proportion did not meet a good end due to their own arrogance. Ves casually waved aside the words of warning. That will never happen to me. I'm always humble. Ahem. Did you want to say something, Benny? And no, boss. I have to say that you look really good in your outfit. Personally, I think you could switch up your outfit but keep the overcoat. It adds the most gravitas to your appearance. He nodded. Good suggestion. The tailor approached Ves and carefully inspected the fit, making quick adjustments here and there with his strange tools. Your new garments should all be very durable, he said. While they aren't capable of absorbing shock or absorbing heat like actual combat armor, they won't damage easily if exposed to enemy fire or extreme environments. With proper care, my work will easily last for centuries. Did you add anything else to my outfit? No. Upon your request, I've left out all the usual components that my clients routinely wish for me to add. Mind you, it will get very hot for you if you step outside my shop dressed like this. The lack of climate controls embedded in my work will result in overheating. Ves smirked. That's not a problem for me. My body is more than capable of handling some excess heat. If there was one unintentional benefit that he enjoyed from Dr. Jutland's experimentation on his body, it was that his Jutland organ made sure that his body never grew too hot. In fact, when his body encountered a chill, his Jutland organ was even capable of outputting some heat to warm up his body to an extent. After he received some instructions on how to care for his outfit, Ves bid goodbye to the artisan and brought his subordinates out onto the streets. The impact his appearance made became immediately evident. The handful of shoppers and locals within the vicinity immediately drew their eyes at him and his distinct outfit. All of them pretty much recognized that his clothes had been made from the remains of the crowned cat that recently died. Ves indulged in his vanity for a moment before he entered the air car in order to head to his next destination. He and his group arrived at a large facility which emanated a very strong chemical stench. Different from the tailor's workshop, the place that Ves headed to next smelled a lot more industrial. Are you able to cope, Nita? He asked with some concern as he knew his bodyguard possessed a sensitive nose. I've endured much worse. I'm also capable of blocking my nostrils whenever I wish, sir. That sounds handy. The director of the facility greeted Ves and guided the new arrivals to one of the work halls. Though his new ensemble attracted a lot of attention from the director and the surrounding workers, they quickly went back to work. Ves and his followers soon came into view of a giant, partial skeletal prop. Are those Zygra's bones? Indeed, Mr. Larkinson. We have already prioritized our work on the remains you've brought to our company. While we are still in the early stages, I promise you that Zygra will look as formidable when he was still alive. You claim you can treat and solidify Zygra's original flesh, right? Correct. Admittedly, it's our most expensive treatment, and the remains of crowned cats are some of the hardest to transform. While Lady Miralix has waived all the fees relating to this commission, we can't accelerate this time-consuming process. It will be more than worth it at the end, though. I can imagine recreating the head takes time as well. Indeed. We are in the process of cloning a lot of tissue, but much of the head will still consist of imitation material. Some of the bones and tissue found in Zygra's head is simply too difficult to reproduce in our labs. The cost will become incredibly prohibitive as well. I doubt Lady Miralix would want to be on the hook for so much money. I've already taken that in mind, Ves replied. As long as the illusion of a whole body can be conveyed, then this imperfection won't matter in the greater scheme of things. He could already imagine placing the complete mounted beast in the expansive lobby of the headquarters of the LMC. The sight of such a savage, frozen crowned cat served as an excellent contrast against the display models already placed at the mech nursery. When will it be complete? The director mentally made some calculations. 3 months, maybe 4 if we encounter any serious complications. Crowned cats are very demanding to mount, and Zygra's hide and body parts did not arrive in the best possible condition. Repairing all of the cuts and holes in the hide is a massive endeavor. That sounded longer than Ves expected, but good work should never be rushed. If you do complete it, please send it on a secure shipment back to my company headquarters in the Bright Republic. Is that doable? Certainly. We have shipped our mounted huge cats to clients all over the Star Sector. Please rest assured that our work will safely arrive at your intended destination within half a year. That was just about the time that Ves returned home, so the timing worked out. That's great. Please inform me if there are any delays. Chapter 1425 Feature Creep. Clothes make the man, Gavin said as they waited for their transit ride back up to orbit at Felixia's spaceport. The group had already departed the Asco continent and returned to the cuddly Aeron continent. Though I expected you to make a powerful impression on people with your outfit, I didn't anticipate you'd have that effect on cats as well. After receiving the Pride of Dusk, Ves decided to wear the full ensemble for a day. The effect of his outfit was incredibly considerable. His previous business attire already made him appear professional, but plenty of people wore similar clothing. He never actually stood out if not for his entourage following him around. Now, his rust-colored fur-tufted ensemble never failed to draw everyone's fascination. The tailor had already done a fantastic job of processing the choicest of materials from Zygra's remains to fashion the Pride of Dusk. However, the recent explosive round of publicity surrounding the successful crown hunt instantly made the people in the know associate his new outfit to Zygra's fall. If they held any doubts about the authenticity of his clothing, then the subtle but unmistakable platinum logo of the Galactic Hunting Club on his garments laid them all to rest. Anyone registered with the Galactic Hunting Club could scan the logo with their comms. The portal would instantly send an information package containing the details of the hunt. This included its standardized challenge rating as well as his personal contribution to the endeavor. Those who lacked access to the database of the club would merely be redirected to a public page containing a very incomplete summary of the hunt. Apparently, the snobs saw no use in showing off their hunting achievement to commoners. Their vain and wasteful preoccupation might even result in a backlash, which Ves was sure would happen in the Bright Republic. Therefore, while the average bystanders merely admired his impressive outfit, those of higher standing gave him looks of deep respect and apprehension. They knew that a man who materially participated in a hunt was not to be trifled with. People like Ves ought to be treated with respect no matter his actual identity. Yet what caused people to look askance at Ves the most was the effect he had on the surrounding cats. Some of the friendly, playful cats that normally brightened up the spaceport had stopped their usual antics. Instead, they approached and surrounded Ves as if he was a god among cats. Mro! Mro! Meow! 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 Mew mew mew! Literally hundreds of cats sat in a circle around Ves, causing him to attract far too much attention than he anticipated. Frankly, the procession of cats was driving him mad. Shoo! Shoo! Go bug someone else for once! He vigorously waved his gloved hand. Meow! I'm not a crown cat, you stupid feline! I'm human! Meow! Ves instantly pulled off the decorative cat ears from his head. These are fake, you see? I'm human. Meow. Lucky angrily hissed at the surrounding cats. Ves belonged to him. All of the other cats had no right to receive his pampering. Ves and Lucky had to deal with the unwelcome fascination of the cats for quite some time until their large transit shuttle finally took in passengers. As Ves entered the vehicle, the cats bumped into an invisible field that automatically repelled their entry. Meow! 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 That didn't stop them from scratching the field in order to follow Ves inside. That's over now, Gavin sighed. If those cats followed you back to the Barracuda, I don't know how we can get any work done. As Ves and his group slowly made their way back to the Barracuda and the fleet that awaited them in space, they all looked forward to their return to normality. Felixia may have been a fun and novel destination, but they all had their fill of cats by now. Ves, on the other hand, studied his new garments with an intrigued expression. The strange reaction he elicited from the cats of Felixia aroused some strange ideas. As the group reached the orbital space station, they transferred to another shuttle that brought them back to their ships. The Ingvars returned to the Ion Tracker in order to resume their training with the battle criers. The rest boarded the Barracuda. Once everyone settled in, the fleet soon transitioned to FTL and traveled to their next destination. As Ves entered his stateroom, he removed his Pride of Dusk and laid its pieces onto his desk before changing into a plainer outfit. Since he was in public, he felt no need to impress anyone. Let's see if I can do anything with my new acquisition, he grinned. An idea came into mind as he witnessed how much attention the Pride of Dusk attracted. It already carried a powerful effect from its remarkable cut, exceptional materials, and impressive story behind its creation. Could he make his Pride of Dusk more distinct? What if he applied some of the techniques he usually reserved for his mechs and mech designs onto the outfit meant to raise his stature? Two additional questions emerged shortly after he entertained this radical suggestion. First, was it even possible? Second, was it a good idea? He grinned. I have no idea what I'm doing, but I guess I'll find out. Ves first instructed Lucky to activate his ECM before proceeding to his next step. He opened the box that held the first pea stone and retrieved the rock from its container. He studied it for a moment before placing it onto his desk. Do you recognize the pieces of your old self? Evidently, the spiritual entity did indeed sense something intimately familiar to itself, because Zygra's spirituality frantically tried to escape its prison. However, no matter how much Zygra fought against his bonds, the pea stone's cruel suction force firmly kept the spiritual entity in place. Ha! Ves laughed. The materials that made up the Pride of Dusk may have gone through extensive processing, but they still retained their affinity for Zygra's spirituality. Confirming this interaction meant that his idea had a decent chance of working. What if I'll put you back in a portion of your old body? Would you like that, Zygra? As usual, the angry and furious spiritual entity ignored his words. It simultaneously wanted to lash out at Ves while urgently trying to break through its prison to return to the portions of his old body. Ves shook his head at the sight. Zygra had not grown any tamer since his spiritual imprisonment. In fact, he doubted that the unruly crown cat could ever be tamed. This was also why he decided to keep the Devil Tiger as a one-off mech without claiming credit to its design. If Ves attempted to commercialize its design, he would doubtlessly lead a lot of mech pilots to their ruin. It's such an enormous waste to insert my first complete spiritual entity onto a design which will only ever produce a single copy. To be honest, the amount of time, effort, money and favors he expended on his Devil Tiger project exceeded that of his prior 5 original mech designs. For a project he once considered as a way to fulfill a pair of upgrade missions and an opportunity to experiment, it had ballooned into so much more. Ves recognized that he was guilty of the cardinal sin of feature creep. During the development of the Devil Tiger, he kept tacking on new expectations and requirements onto his mech design. Yet, even if I'm guilty, so what? Though the scope of his design project vastly exceeded his initial demands, he didn't consider that to be a bad thing in this case. Ves put less stock in completing his upgrade missions and more emphasis on the amount of progress he made to his personal development. Already, this project has been worth it when it comes to all of the new spiritual techniques I've developed. Of the techniques he recently came up with, spiritual restoration became his new favorite. Breaking spiritual entities or gathering disjointed pieces of them to bring them back to life by merging them with his own spiritual energy was a very complicated process. He still didn't know how everything worked. Yet, considering how well his first attempt worked out by creating Veskas, the new technique held a lot of promise. The more he explored this new avenue, the more refined his future spiritual products turned out. He'd have to delve much deeper into the path of life, though. The creation of life was a very complicated process, and his crude attempts so far exposed him to how much depth this field contained. Well, let's proceed with the next step, he muttered. Ves wasn't stupid enough to take out Zygra's whole spirituality and dump it all into his new outfit. He expected that Zygra's spirituality was way too voluminous and powerful to be contained by a bunch of garments. Perhaps one way to address this issue was to carve out portions of his P-stone and embed them into his clothes. However, Ves did not expect that to go well, since the suction force the tiny pieces exerted would probably be too minuscule to keep the spiritual entity in place. No. You don't get to return to your old body entirely. Just a portion of you should be sufficient to my purposes. Get ready, Zygra, because this will probably hurt. Instead of trying to infuse the Pride of Dusk with Zygra's whole spirituality, Ves intended to do so with only a small fragment. Of course, obtaining this fragment was easier said than done. Ves knew he wouldn't be able to convince Zygra to part with a portion of his spirituality in any circumstances, so he mustered up his concentration and his free-floating spiritual energy into a blade. Cut! Ves proceeded to attack Zygra's spirituality with the blade he formed. No result. Ouch! Both Ves and Zygra suffered from the collision. Damn it, you're still too tough! Ves realized that he was going at it the wrong way. Instead of trying to cut into Zygra's spirituality like a skirmisher mech stabbing its knife against the chest plate of a knight mech, he should instead target its weak points. Due to the repercussions of Zygra's corporeal death and subsequent deterioration, the crown cat's spirituality looked far from okay. Various gaps and wounds still encompassed its entire makeup. Any of these wounds presented an easy opportunity for Ves to cut out a valuable spiritual fragment. Like a butcher honing his blade in front of a carcass hanging on a hook, Ves clinically studied Zygra's trapped spirituality to find the best vulnerability to exploit. He had to take care to cut out the right proportion. Too much, and Zygra's spirituality would incur too much damage to the point of spiritually lobotomizing its main consciousness. Too little, then the effect to his Pride of Dusk would be too subtle, defeating the point of this experiment. After a bit of consideration, Ves decided to harvest a spiritual fragment that was small enough to encompass his overcoat. He wanted to reduce the effect of Zygra's spiritual fragment when he removed and hung up his overcoat. Too much of an angry cat wasn't necessarily conducive to all of his business transactions. Well, here goes. It took a bit of fumbling, but he eventually managed to jam his spiritual knife onto one of the medium-sized openings of Zygra's spirituality. With a healthy application force, he leveraged his spiritual strength onto the trapped and immobile spiritual entity, and violently dislodged a jagged portion from the hole. Zygra spiritually lashed out in pain and agony at the loss, but Ves paid no mind to the pain he inflicted on the dead cat. Instead, he grabbed the loosened portion and pulled it out, resisting the suction force from the peastone. "It's already deteriorating!" Ves quickly squashed and compressed it together in order to form a crude fragment, which stemmed but failed to halt the deterioration process. "Well, let's see if this works." He quickly shoved the fragment into his new overcoat and waited with bated breath. The fragment met hardly any resistance as it settled into the spiritual space of the overcoat of the Pride of Dusk. In fact, it settled in very nice, as if it rightfully belonged in it from the start. Success! His prediction came true. The overcoat did indeed possess the capacity to host a spiritual fragment,